Welcome back to another episode of Comic Shop Conversations. This episode is going to be a very special one, very feisty, lots of spice going around, as myself, Josh, and Kyle will be sharing our own personal lists that we think are the 25 best superhero films of all time. And so, with that, we are very excited to share that. We've got a whole presentation that we're going to go through, just kind of showcasing our qualifications of like how we ranked all of these, and then also our actual movies that we put in the queue for our top 25 list. And then we've also got to compare it to the I believe it was the Esquire article that initially had come out that we wanted to compare it to and see how we do comparatively to Esquire. So should be a really, really fun night. And for everyone who's watching live, thank you guys so much for being here with us, hanging out. We got a ton of great reception on Twitter. A lot of people were saying this may end our friendship. So let's see if it actually does, because
fingers crossed.
yeah, I mean, I can only hope to get rid of some of this extra baggage. But before we get into our lists, I put a poll in the chat. So if you guys are live and want to weigh in, before we showcase our lists, right now, the poll I have up is who will have the better top 25 list, myself, Kyle, or Josh. And Josh is winning by a significant amount, 71%. Kyle is at 29%. And I'm at a big fat 0 right now. So going strong.
Right where you need to be.
Thank you to all my Comic Crusader fans who just, I love you guys so much. You really know how to make a guy feel welcome. So, so yeah, so I figure as we go throughout the night, we can kind of involve the chat in different ways. So on each tier, so when we get to number 25, number 24, and we kind of break down our reasons why we chose these picks, I'll kind of put a survey in the link or in the like a poll in the chat to say who had the best pick. Right out of the three of us, who had the best top 20 or the 25 pick or the 24, and we'll go through. If it gets to be a little bit redundant, then we'll just wait till the end of the show to say who had the overall best list. Yuri Volte says, sorry, totally fine. It's what I expected. And hey, who knows? Maybe you guys are right. I don't know. But I bet Max's number one is Batman v Superman. It didn't even make it near my like honorable mentions. It would if we did a worst superhero films of all time, that's where it'd show up. So
yeah.
But all that being said, for our list, one prerequisite and one thing that I did want to preface here is we basically had a week to rewatch or like kind of collect our thoughts on a lot of these films. So how difficult was that, or how fun was that, or like just going back and revisiting a lot of these? Was it therapeutic? Was it frustrating? Was it aggravating? Like how was that process for you guys, or did you just go from memory? What did that look like?
Some of mine was memory. I had an added layer of why the beep that I mentioned we should do this, because Wednesday I streamed with Nadia, which was a horror film tier stream.
That's
and
right.
I hadn't seen like half of those films. So I'm like, I've just had movies playing in the background nonstop. But no, it was interesting because and we've kind of discussed this amongst ourselves of the way we're remembering certain movies, and then we had put it on, and I did not get to watch everything on my list. I didn't get to watch everything not on my list, but certain things popped onto my list or moved up my list because I took the time to throw them on and watch a little bit. Some things fell on my list or fell off of my list. So I think that's in there. But
Yeah, I was surprised at how many films fell off of my not just like moved down a rank, like were removed from my list that I initially thought. Yeah, who I think we're all guilty, and that's okay. What was
I
your
wasn't saying I was guilty. I'm raising my hand, Max.
You got a question?
question? Yeah.
Not a question. I just would like to point out that I've said for a while now that people have rose-colored glasses for phases 1 through 3 of the MCU, and I feel like some of you saw that this week rewatching some films.
Yeah, I fear that it's like well, actually, there's a part of me that when you watch the Phase 1 and 2 films, you start to see the exact moment in Phase 3 when they start to become Phase 4, if that makes sense. Like to me, there was a definable line where it was like, oh, that almost sounded like a Phase 4 comedic line like phase 4, phase 5 where things are really bad. I was like, "Oh god." And when you see it in hindsight, you're like, "Oh, you start seeing the cracks and the shifts." But yeah, it was pretty interesting. But then there were other movies where I kind of echoed Thanos and I was like, "Perhaps I treated you too harshly."
I
So,
don't know if I had that, but it was interesting. So I was trying to go based off of a lot of memory of I was like, oh yeah, I saw that. But and then another point is interesting that a lot of these I only saw in the theater. And so I have this high regard. I'm like, oh, it was so good. Then you go and watch it again. I'm like, this sucks. I'm like,
yeah.
it was partially because you had that hype of being in the theater and seeing it getting out. It's like, no, this was so good. And then seeing it at home, I'm like, ugh.
Well, and I also want to put the caveat in here too that we're discussing best films, not favorite films.
Correct.
Which, depending on how you approach this, for me that would be two very different lists.
Yeah.
Because I have movies on my list where I was like, I'm gonna add it, and I hate that I'm adding it, but I'm adding it.
Yeah.
I still
But
went
yeah.
with what I think is best. I still think
Kyle's like,
there
this is
are
just my
a few
favorite.
handfuls that I had to put in there. Just
Yeah. He's like, deal with it, whatever.
Yep.
But we all have our reasons for putting in the films, and I think that'll be why that's why it's fun and interesting to express kind of why we felt like they deserve to be on the list. So that's awesome. But I think it was oh, yeah, both of you guys. I have a bone to pick with both of you actually, because Kyle, you just said that, you know, in the theater you remember it as this one thing, and then you see it at home and you're like, I don't know. I think there's one film in particular on y'all's list that is 100% recency bias and nothing else. And I will hold it to be true, and we will
Hard
showcase
pass.
it once we get there.
Hard disagree. Hard disagree.
So we'll see. But,
Listen,
okay.
I want to know how many times Max is going to criticize one of our movies, and I'm going to have to Chris Gore his ass. You know, just like,
watch the
Yep.
effing movie.
Fucking movie, yeah.
Yeah. So, this is a hot take. The only perfect film. Perfect.
No such
is
thing as a
Winter
perfect
Soldier.
film, but it's still not Winter Soldier, but all right.
But if it were, it would be the Lord of the Rings trilogy or the Indiana Jones trilogy. And even still, those aren't perfect films, but they are
Not
the
even
closest
close.
thing.
Back to the Future is probably as close to it you can get to a perfect film.
Yeah. But let's see who's here kind of hanging out. MG was first in the chat that I could tell. He says, if The Dark Knight isn't number one, I'm rioting. Oh boy. Well, we got a long night ahead of us then. Oh,
Buckle up, buckaroo.
hold on to your butts.
Yep.
Dinosaurs are superheroes, right? I mean, we can consider that a superhero.
I think he was a superhero in that film. In fact, he was able to create life from just a mosquito, an ember that's been around forever. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's a superhero. Yeah.
So MG says, I think 2 through 5 can be debatable, but not.
Maybe. I think it's all debatable.
You know, you could debate all of these, which I think is super fun. We all know Josh has Wakanda. Therefore, Therefore, might not be Dark Knight. So, Kaiser thinks that's also pretty interesting.
Okay.
Did you guys watch Hancock? Would you consider?
It's
Yeah,
awesome. It's like, yeah.
he's a rapper now. I
Um,
see him on Fresh Prince, and he's so like
Yes.
I've never seen it before. So, yeah.
Well,
and I haven't watched. I should. That's one of them is one I should have rewatched. I'll just say that.
I will agree with that as well.
Yeah. We've got Salty saying, hit that like button like you'd tap Cindy Sweeney's glorious buttocks. Well, thank you, sir. Yeah, if you guys could like or hit that like button. And if you guys are in the chat, live chat, share some of your top favorite films and also interact with our poll as we go on throughout the night because it should be pretty fun. Speaking of polls, we now have 14 votes in the poll, and I now am at 7%, baby. I'm coming up. So people are trying to get me in the runnings.
Okay.
Who will have the better top 25 list? Josh is still winning at 50%, but Kyle is in a close second at 43%.
Wow.
So we'll
watch
see.
out.
Yeah.
I need to go
Kyle's
in there
coming
and vote
for you,
several
Josh.
times. All right, I got to go in and
Vote for myself.
How many times can you vote?
Yep.
However many channels you have or handles you have. You know, Max, I think it was the reminding people that Wakanda Forever is my number one. I think that's what did me in.
Oh, that Wakanda is your number one. You're
Yeah.
thinking that
Sorry to
that could-
spoil, guys, but it shouldn't be a spoiler. If you know me, it shouldn't be a spoiler. So
yeah. Even knowing your takes, I'm surprised that they have you as number one right now. But
takes are based.
Well, you're gonna have to back it. So back it up. Speaking of back, it looks like we may have had a little bit of a glitch. So hopefully you guys are good. Kaiser is a mirror. They're glitching. This is they is glitching, man. They is glitching.
Yeah, watch out.
Damn. Ah, shit. Gavin says back in the nope, frozen again. Uh-oh. Well, hopefully you guys are doing all right. It should be good now. But all that being said, while we kind of argue over who is going to have the best top 25 list, something else happened today that's big news. And I mean, it's just crushing expectations right now. Kyle's book, Seeds of Evil, is now launched on Kickstarter, has already surpassed its $3,000 goal and is at $4,853. Can we hit 5,000 by tonight? I do not know, but we've got 30 backers so far. 28 days to go. We've already surpassed it. It launched at noon today, and it's still, or noon Eastern Standard Time, still already surpassed it. It is crushing it. If you guys want, I already pledged earlier today. And if you want to see which one I got, I went ahead and went with the trade dress Lucio Parillo. And actually, sorry, that is the close-up variant. I went with the trade dress regular variant. So
good.
All that being said, man, yeah, kind of walk us through this process. Tell us about the campaign, and now that it's live, how are you personally feeling? Because this is super exciting, dude.
Yeah, man, this is years in the making.
Yeah.
A lot of this has been going out. I'm sure Max will put the link in the chat and all that stuff out there. You guys can get a hold of it. But yeah, this has been a passion project of mine for a long time. It's been through many iterations. Years ago, pitching this to Sean originally, I originally wrote this as a short story. And then I was like, you know what, this might make a pretty good comic book. And going through that, then you get bringing on different writers and different artists and getting it all the way to inks. And then it was dropped And then a couple years later, I wanted to revisit it, and I went to my original script, and then started going through that, editing that, changing that, and then Sean kind of being like, you know what, I really haven't done a horror book before. He's done a lot of books, but a lot of it has been the booby books, and I think he kind of wanted to challenge himself to see what he could do outside that arena, and if he could actually do something in like the horror sphere. And I said, I think I got something here. And he's like, cool, this is your thing, this is your baby, I'll be here to support you, I'll be here if you want questions, and I'll help edit. But yeah, this is kind of your thing. And so I went out, found my own artists, found my own cover artists. Again, Sean was there to help provide feedback on what he thinks would work or not work as a cover. And yeah, it's led to this, which is fucking amazing. It's such a cool feeling to have this out here finally, because it's been up here in my head for so long. And then I just wrote all 6 of my issues that I wanted to write. I just went ahead and wrote all of them because I said, you know what, I just want this out there somewhere. Eventually someone will find it and make it better if they find it, and rewrite it. But this has been a lot of fun, and I'm super excited to get this in everybody's hands. We had the ash can. I have one of the ash cans here.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So this was fun, just putting this out, getting the word out here, just to, this had the first few pages of the book in here, and then some blurbs I was writing about my process and what this story is about, and the history behind it. And so I wanted to tell a historical horror anthology series based around Indiana, because I'm from here, born and raised here, and there are not a lot of stories about Indiana. So I felt we kind of need to give Indiana some love, and there's a lot of crazy shit that happened here. But then I wanted that theme of, where does evil come from, and can it permeate the ground? And then from there, I'm like, Indiana limestone was used to build a lot of buildings throughout the entire United States, from the Empire State Building to the Pentagon to a bunch of stuff in DC, stuff around here. And so I'm like, okay, can I play with this theme of what if evil has somehow permeated itself into Indiana limestone throughout time? And so then I was able to backtrack through Indiana history and start with this, which is the Pigeon Roost Massacre, which took place in 1812, where an entire settlement was wiped out. And so that's the backdrop. That's kind of how this one starts. Issue 1, issues 2 and 3 will take place in 1893 in the Chicago World's Fair. And H.H. Holmes did, America's first serial killer documented. So, yeah, just a lot of fun stories with this. So, but I'm super excited to get issue 1 out.
And what's cool about this is I think there's such a personal element to this campaign, but to this book in general, because from everything that I've heard from you, when we're behind the scenes, when we're done with the show, or when we're just hanging out as friends and, we're not here on YouTube, you'll talk about your thought process for writing this, or the inspiration for gathering this type of this story, or this information, or the history behind this stuff, and why it's personal to you. And so this doesn't feel like just another story, like, hey, I want to do this or that because I think it's cool. The history is really cool, but it has such a personal connection to you, and why this matters and why it means something. It just adds that next level of, like, I don't know, personalized art, where as a fan, I can then connect to it, knowing that there is an element that is attached directly to you, if that makes sense. And so, yeah, so I think that's really cool too, that that whoever backs this, whoever gets to read this, will have that direct tie to you and your personal endeavor with this.
No, it's a good point. And it's funny, through this process of writing this issue 1 specifically, and the turn it makes at the end and how violent it becomes, in between the time of writing this and it coming out now, I now have a 2-year-old son. And so looking at this very differently at the time when I originally was writing this, being a police officer in downtown Indianapolis, and dealing with all of my mental struggles, the anger, the depression, all of that going around in my head. And I'm trying to find a way to cope with my life, and I need to find an outlet, a safe outlet. And so I'm like, you know what? I need to write some of this stuff down. I'm like, there has to be a reason for this. There has to be a reason why my life is the way it is. And I'm like, you know what? Maybe something around me is poisoning and infecting me. And so from that was this story. And it was very personal. And you'll kind of see by the end of this how personal it gets. And it was going places that originally, when I wrote it, they wanted to change because they're like, you can't go there. Like it's pretty messed up. So I didn't agree with it at the time, and I'm glad everything happens for a reason. And I was able to go back to my original script and have it the way I want it to, which is fantastic. So, but yeah, all of these are somewhat personal to me, and dealing with and figuring out my anger and depression and everything, and what I was kind of dealing with, and kind of what is the root cause of all of that.
Now, before we get to more of the campaign, I do want to shout out a couple of our wonderful supporters and fans. I have pinned the link in the chat, and then for those of y'all watching the live stream later, I have the link in the description as well. So feel free to go click on those. The campaign will be live for 28 days, so you guys can go as of August 1st. Salty is wondering, does the collector's box contain all versions or every book? And I think from my understanding and from Kaiser, it looks like all the Lucio Perillo covers.
Correct. All the Perillo variants. Yeah.
Perfect. We also... Oh, I mean, yeah. Who doesn't want every Perillo cover?
Hell yeah.
You can't just have one. Come on.
Right.
Also, I think it's kind of cool that Stranger Things was in Indiana.
Yeah.
So I didn't know that.
Yes, it is. Yep.
Our good friend and huge supporter, MG, said just backed as well. So that's awesome.
MG. Appreciate it, brother.
Oh, yeah. And then Sigma Comics for $2. Man, it's HH himself. Great to see you, man. He said, backed Seeds of Evil, and so should you. I agree. Dude, thank you so much.
Hell yeah. Thank you. Thank you. I love it. Appreciate it. Shout out Sigma Comics. He is fantastic. True salesman. I wish I had a quarter of the enthusiasm and the grit and tenacity and overall just personality that he has.
If I had even like a ounce of my fingernail that had the amount of talent and like work ethic that man has, man,
I wouldn't be here. I can tell you.
I'd be on the moon. But yeah, no, he is an exceptional individual. Not only is he a great supporter, but he is a talented creator, and even just a fantastic businessman.
Just a nice overall, just an awesome dude, just a nice guy, smart guy. He will spend his booth will be so crowded, but he comes up to you. It's just like it is one-on-one, and he will he will talk to you and just anything. He'll just, all right, what else do you want? You just ask him anything, and he'll just tell you anything and everything you want to know.
What's really cool is in the Marine Corps, while we were going through our officer training, it's about a year-long training of just like grueling leadership tasks and like putting you through scenarios that moralistically and ethically you have to understand as a Marine Corps leader. And one of the things that our instructors would always say is just be a good dude. Even if you don't know what the right thing to say is at the time, or you might not understand the tactical situation, but you have men that you have to lead, just be a good dude. And that's the best thing you can be as a leader. And I will say that HH is one of those guys where it's just like, he's just a good dude. He's a solid dude that across the board, loves to serve people and help people. So pretty rad.
Hell yeah.
But enough about my waxing poetic about the Marine Corps. It looks like we just broke 5K on the campaign.
That's insane.
That's crazy.
You guys are crazy. Holy shit. That's so awesome.
We needed $250 when we started the stream, and we are now past that with 35. I think we added 5, 6, no, maybe 7 backers since we started.
Hell
I think because I think it was like 28 backers. I don't even remember. That's wild, dude.
So
That's
awesome.
amazing.
Salty, fuck yeah, brother. Going for 5,500. Fuck it, let's go.
To the moon, boys. To the moon. 5,500. That monster said tree 50. Oh man, hell. That is so rad. Yeah, we were at 28 backers when the show started. Look at that.
That's
great
so awesome.
deal, man.
Thank
Thank you. Yeah, thank you guys for supporting and helping this book out. This is going to be so rad and something that is so different, not only for Comics Elite, for Sean, for all these guys that are stretching their creative muscles, but also something so new for Kyle that I think is really going to, kind of kickstart his career. And now, speaking of which, this is a 6-issue mini, right? And each one is its own. What would you call it? It's kind of in a way like Shane Connery Volk's Prairie Gods, where there's a through line, but each story is individual, right?
It's like an anthology series.
Yes, yeah.
It's just like Silver Coin when that series was coming out. Indiana Limestone is kind of the basis, the foundation for all 6 of the issues, but each one is taking place at a different point in time throughout Indiana history. It goes from 1812, issue 6 ends in present day. So it will span that time. So in between there'll be, it'll be my little homages to certain types of horror that I like. This one is very A24 indie film is kind of what I wanted. And this issue 1, just gritty, small settings, few actors, not a lot going on, but I just wanted a small, intimate setting. Issues 2 and 3, much bigger in scale. 1893 World's Fair. I kind of wanted to play on Silence of the Lambs, right in issues 2 and 3. Issue 4 is something that took place in the 50s. So that's kind of my take on like my EC Comics type, story being told. Issue 5 is the Burger Chef murders that took place here that are still unsolved to this day in the 70s. That was kind of my slasher type horror, like Halloween, Invasion of the Body Snatchers. So kind of that kind of throwback, and then bringing in I brought in some 70s music. I brought in some Stephen King with that kind of homage in that issue. And then issue 6 is kind of like a Lovecraftian type feel to that one, more modern. So that's kind of what I did with all 6. So I wanted each one to have a little different taste, a little flavor, something different, but overall the themes are still there.
Nice.
Yeah.
Kaiser has a question. He has a fun fact for us. He said, I have Kyle's first signed book. That's special. That's
the ripped copy. Yeah, that's right. You wanted him signed during a live stream or something.
Kaiser, you should definitely CGC that and make sure that it is worth $0.
Negative money.
It actually costs you money. Yeah.
You go to a convention, you go up to the CGC booth, and you're like, "Yeah, can you grade this for me?" And it's just a ripped book. And you're like, "What the?"
Oh, it's literally scraps. It looks like it went through a shredder. It's all in a box. No, it's in a boarding bag. So I'm like, yeah, just give him the boarding bag.
Yeah. And they're like, what? Awesome. Why did your child why did the child scribble on the cover of this book too? And it's like, oh no, that's a famous author's signature.
No. Famous genius. He's a creative genius.
Wow.
The delicate genius.
Oh. Well, we've also got Salty saying back the trade dress bundle. Man, that's huge. That's a big deal. Thank you, Salty. But he wants it all signed. It better be signed.
No, I'm kidding. That cost extra, my man. No.
He did ask earlier. He mentioned that there's not an option for signed copies.
Yeah, and I know that was something that Sean, we were like, fuck. But anybody that wants their stuff signed, I'll sign it. It's not like we're not going to be sitting there like, oh, you're putting out 4,000 books. It's going to take you, 6 months to sign everything. It's like, no, I'll get this done in like an hour.
Who was it? I think it was Lepresti, or it was Josh, who did we have breakfast with in Vegas? The artist.
Why did
Kelly?
you have to ask? Yes, Kelly
Batman
Jones.
artist. Kelly
Yep.
Jones, thank you. It was either Kelly or it was Aaron. And they had posted something on Twitter and they were like, just got done signing all the books for this campaign or whatever. And my hand can no longer grip anything for the rest of the week. So like how many books these guys are signing, it's so rad. It's really cool to see that kind of success.
I wish I could have that excuse, but no.
You got your baby in one arm and the signing in the other.
Signing in the other. All right.
Kaiser says the ash can alternated between colors and black and white. Will the final release be like that?
No, it'll be all color.
Yeah.
All right.
All
Sweet.
color. Yeah. So we did this was not my idea. This was
do the black and white and the color?
To do the black and white and kind of go into color.
Mm.
No, it'll all be color.
Okay.
All color.
Nice. And then the second issue, not to give anything away, is going to have a different colorist or same colorist, but just different techniques.
Yeah, I wanted a different feel for every book. And I've told, Lorenzo that. And Lorenzo, I found he is Italiano. He's a paesano.
Amici.
Yeah.
My favorito.
Yeah, Margarete. So he, I equate it to he's like the European tour or the PGA tour. It's just like you're kind of there, but you're not, you're over there. People may know you, but over here, no one knows who the fuck you are.
You're nobody. So drop your page rate.
Right. I was like, you have no negotiating or bargaining power coming into this, but good luck.
You have no power here.
Exactly.
Graham.
And so I was just when I originally pitched it, I said, hey, I want each one to have a kind of different feel and a different tone. And so he's doing a completely different art style for issues 2 and 3, and then issue 4 will be different, 5 different.
Nice.
So yeah.
Cool, man. Yeah, Josh and I have seen issue 2, and we really like the coloring for this new kind of style that he's doing. It looks good.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say I got really hyped when I saw the coloring change because I was like, "Do it, go for it."
Hell yeah.
Made very minor notes, and then I'm like,
Yes.
"If you don't do this, you're stupid."
I didn't do it. No.
Oh, well, there you go, folks.
Yep.
No, I would say it's because it's been fun listening to you talk about this because I also think you're hilarious in how you talk about it because you'll come in and like have a serious question or present something and be like, okay, thoughts on this without presenting a question just to see what we say. And then you'll come back with the most like self-deprecating response that you possibly could. And we're like, oh, Kyle, get out of here. But I've been looking forward to this going back. Gosh, at this point, it would have been years as well. When you first mentioned, oh, I'm writing my own comic. And you kind of gave a slight whatever it was about. And I was like, oh, we had something similar here. And I just start listing all the stuff. He's like, yeah, no, very much exactly the same thing almost. I mentioned Kilo Monument. Yeah. So I'm excited for you.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah. And the goal is to get better every time. It's not going to be perfect. It's not going to be, shit will get fucked up. Stuff will not be what I envision in my head. You ask anybody that's in any creative space.
Kyle, that's not your fault. That's the printer's fault.
I would agree. And I cannot wait to blame the printer for every issue anybody has. I don't care what the issue is. It could be like my address is wrong. Fucking printer fucked it up.
The printer, yeah.
They're retarded.
What if it's a creative decision though, Kyle?
The
printer, like if you have some
screwed up the creative decision that I made
or
did not make. They chose to do what they thought was best when they wanted to print the book.
Look, that sounds right to me.
Yeah. Writing is just kind of going on what you're saying is you want to get better. Writing is very much a craft. It's a muscle you have to work. And I think too, writing for one medium and then switching to another, you have to refine how you do it. But even just in you writing this first issue and not even really getting notes about it, but you just looking at it on your own, you're finding things like, oh, I want to change this, I want to do this differently. So that's been refreshing to hear.
Yeah.
So you know,
No, I appreciate it. And it is.
stoked.
It's one of those things that I was speaking about this earlier when I did a whatnot stream. Somebody was asking about it, and I never did a lot of creative writing growing up. Yeah, my mom was an English teacher and everything, but like creative writing is very different than academic writing. All through college, high school, academic papers, that's all I wrote. And so that type of writing is very different than coming out here and trying to write dialogue or scenes. It's like, what the fuck is that? How do you write dialogue? I've never had to write it before. It's very fun and interesting, but I kind of wish, looking back, I'm like, man, I wish I took like a creative writing course just to kind of stretch that muscle. Like you said, that if you don't do it, you don't know it. And then coming into the game at 36 years old, it's very interesting and it's challenging but fun at times. But yeah, there were so many times where I'm writing where I'll just delete pages where I'm like, this all fucking sucks.
It's just done.
Yeah.
Many writers will say that the art of writing isn't writing, but it's rewriting. So yeah, fully understand.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, I've issues 2, 3, all of them. I'm like, oh, I gotta start over. This all fucking sucks.
Wow.
I literally, it'll be the next day. I'm like, what? Who the fuck wrote this shit? I'm like, what? Where did this come from?
Yeah.
Well, I
Been
will
there.
say for the chat and for those who are watching and for everyone backing Kyle's book, I pray that you come back on this live, so you come right back to this channel, and the next time that we go live and you've read Kyle's book, I better expect to see all the constructive criticism in the chat. Believe you me.
Please.
We're gonna go through every one of them.
I'm not shy. You want to tell me it fucking
No.
sucks? Okay, fine. That's perfectly fine.
Listen,
Again, I'm not perfect.
I will agree because I told Kyle, it's like, okay, so give me issue 2. Or no, he asked something. He showed something from issue 2, and I was like, no. Give me the entire issue, and then I'll give you feedback. So it's like, that's fine. Since the issue, and I'm like, get ready for me to bleed all over this motherfucker. I haven't read it yet.
Please, because there's a lot of stuff in there that you're like, this doesn't make a fucking lick of sense at all. And I'm like, you know what? You're right. It doesn't, but it did in my head. So yeah, it is very much that process. Or it'll be so many drafts I'll go through and revise, and I'll get pages back from the artist, and I'm like, fuck, this dialogue doesn't make any sense here now because the panels don't really add up. So then it's like, okay, I got to change this. Change the letter, and I'm like, okay, but that's an easy fix. So I'll just change the dialogue a little bit or get rid of it. In this issue 1, so spoiler, I had so much over just captions over everything, just all this in interior monologue, interior dialogue, and I'm like, I was going back through, and I'm like, God, this sounds really pretentious and gay. And I'm like, it was just so over the top. And I'm like, I can't. Like, so I just started going through and just delete. I'm like, okay, let's cut this down. A sentence here, a dialogue bubble here. But I'm like, I didn't want to overbear it. I'm like, I want the art to kind of speak for itself.
Well, I think people will thank you for that because we've got Michael Salo coming in with $7. Well, Canadian loonies,
which is nothing. That's $0, but
which means that I have to pay Michael actually for paying me. So Michael, thank you so much for the 7 loonies, brother. Seriously, Michael has been here from like 2021 from what I remember, Michael, and huge supporter, been a member forever and a big fan and a friend of ours. So thank you for the support, Michael. We appreciate the tip. And he says just backed it. Let's go. He did the soups. Yeah. And we will check in on the campaign here in just a second. Salty says, Kyle, you're not Yellow Flash. Your signature means something.
Well, I don't know about that, but it is a signature and not just writing my name with like a backwards E or some shit, ever the fuck he was writing.
I was just about to say he wrote Yellow Flash on the book. So are you going to write Kyle, not Kevin?
If somebody wants me to put not Kevin, and that is not my signature, but if you want me to write that down there, I will. For an additional fee of, let's see, $100 per letter.
Roughly, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Rudy wants the Jibbity though. So if you have the Jibbity, you want if you have the Hibbity, you want the Jibbity too.
When the omnibus comes out of all of this, the trade of all 6, I will put the Hibbity and Jibbity back. It'll be the Hibbity Jibbity version. I will put all that original crap in there.
Nice.
Yep.
We've also got Ezekiel. What is happening, Ezekiel? Great to see you, brother. He says, "Hey everyone, Val is actually eyeballing that Perio cover. All the covers look great. That's awesome, dude. Well, Ezekiel, take it from me, because we all know my taste here is chef's kiss. I have the best taste out of all 3. I did back the Perio cover, so, and it looks to be a fan favorite as well. So,
well, it's Lucio fucking Perio. If I can persuade that guy, if I could just be like, hey, you're doing a cover for Seeds of Evil, and he's like, yes, sir. I'm like, that's what I want to hear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can't argue with that.
Do it. Yeah.
You guys can back Seeds of Evil in the pinned comment or the pinned post in the chat. And I was gonna say, Kyle, at least you didn't get it edited by PTP. We must be stopped them. So
well, I hope there's nothing like that in there.
Yeah, we'll see.
That's the benchmark. If I can get above PTP, I know that I've made it.
Honestly, one error or like one grammar mistake or one, whatever, misspelling of something is still above PTP's comic because there were like 5 or 6.
At least.
So yeah.
Yeah, I got quite the tally. I'm like, okay, so I can have a lot of mistakes in here. I feel pretty good.
Still be good.
Yeah.
Sigma Comics, dude. Thank you again, HH, coming in for $5 again, supporting the show and supporting Kyle, dude. Thank you so much. This is actually some great advice. He says, Kyle, many schools offer remote creative writing classes. Accreditation is moot for what you need. Research good teachers and go for it.
That's a good call.
Nice.
Or Kyle, you could just go pick up the book of How to Write Comics by Brian Michael Bendis. Like that guy got it right?
Come on.
Everyone knows his name.
Everyone knows his name.
That's genius.
On a serious note, there is a good book called Story by Robert McKee. If you've never read it, you should read it.
I got the one about making the Scott McCloud make comics. I got that book, which is interesting. Like that one's very helpful as far as like panels and layouts and that sort of thing. Cool. Is kind of nice.
Yes. If you're so when we started at Batman News, we were required to read 2 books. One was Creating Comics by Scott McCloud, and then the other was Story by Robert McKee, because both of them approach storytelling from mediums of like understanding archetypes, understanding formula and structure, and then especially in the comics, you have to approach writing a comic differently because it is a different medium. So
big time.
Like, so if I were to write out pages, I would have to kind of develop them so that based off of how I wanted the story to progress, I would want 2 pages side by side to kind of showcase what essentially would be a 2-page spread of someone like a creative artist who took the time to actually do that across 2 pages. I think that's something that you would have to kind of learn through the art of comic book writing, right?
Correct.
Sure. You would hope.
Yeah, you just don't know that. You have to learn that, and that's a skill you got to pick up, unfortunately. But you learn from it, right? Unless it's a creative choice, then it's perfectly fine to not do that.
That is just
How cinematic do you want to be in your comic book?
Yeah,
man, it was a creative choice. You know what I'm saying, man? It was a creative choice, so I could build suspense as you turn the page.
Yeah,
Turn up.
turn up. Shout out. Turn up.
Shout out.
At least, because all this stuff sounds really cliche, right? It just sounds very cliche. So just don't forget to put on your custom. I think that's what we really have to remember.
Norfolk
here.
No.
Norfolk. We've also got Rudy coming in with $5. Gosh, you guys are so generous tonight. Thank you all so much. Thank you for the tip, brother. Really means a lot. Another supporter who's been here from the beginning, a really great guy, who I believe, Rudy, I think you actually saw Aaron Sparrow at San Diego Comic-Con this past weekend. How cool, man.
Yeah.
But Rudy says for $5, Kyle, not Kevin, can you sign it as Hibbity, not Jibbity? We would appreciate that.
That's a lot of writing. I don't know about that.
Hibbity, and
not
then
enough room on the cover.
Yeah. You have to spell it right. And
man,
the two B's in Hibbity and the two B's in Jibbity, that's a lot.
That's a lot to remember.
You're like, you start writing, you're like, was it Jibbity first or Hibbity first? I don't know.
1B, 2 B's.
Is it IE or Y? I don't know. Too much.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Rudy, thank you again for the $5, man. Greatly appreciate it. And we love your support around here, dude. It means a lot.
Hell yeah.
All right. Well, other than that, here, let's take one more look at the campaign, see if it has moved at all. Oh my gosh. Yeah. We're on our way to 5,500, boys. In the past, 30 minutes, maybe, we've had 10 more backers, and we surpassed 5K. You guys are the best. Thank you.
You guys are fucking awesome. Thank you so much. I cannot thank you enough. You're going to be very happy with this. If anything, the inside will suck, but you'll get a cool Lucio Perillo cover. So, and if you did the add-on, you can get a cool spot foil or the glow in the dark. I am really excited. The spot foil, I'm really excited about Nicoletti's cover in spot foil, because I just think that thing is going to pop. And I haven't seen Sean print any glow in the dark yet, so I'm really curious what that looks like. So I cannot wait to see that. But everything he's printed before has just been fucking fantastic. His metal covers are like unlike anything else. So I am super excited for you guys to get a hold of that. That shit is very limited, so you can only get them as add-ons. If you want the spot foil or you want the glow in the dark, only available through add-ons, and they're very limited. The glow in the dark's like 10 each, so there's only 10 of those. So the second they are out, they are out.
Wow. Well, want to say thank you again to everyone for supporting. We'll come back to this a little bit later, kind of midway through our list tonight, and we'll go over this again. But once again, thank you to everyone who has supported not just Kyle's book, Seeds of Evil, but also supported with your super chats tonight. You guys are the best. Thank you. And for all the support, I'll just give a little cheers to everyone.
Here's to the Army and Navy and the battles they have won. Here's to America's colors, the colors that never run.
May the wings of liberty never lose a feather.
All right. Amen. So,
all right,
gentlemen, I think now it's time to, now that we had to get that out of the way.
Yep.
I'll expect the check in my mailbox tomorrow, Kyle. But
you'll be there.
Anyway. But yeah, so let's go ahead and get to our 25 best superhero movies of all time. But before we get to our number 25, let's talk about honorable mentions super quick. I don't have any slides for these because I figure we can just kind of list them off.
Wait.
Do you,
wait. You what? You have?
I have y'all's if you want me to.
Okay. Okay. Good.
Oh, okay. I was like, great. Now I'm gonna try to remember this crap.
I think it's on our text thread, but I do have it up here. So one of the ones that were on all of our honorable mentions that I think we can talk about first is Avengers Endgame. So
Okay.
talk to us, Josh, why Avengers Endgame was moved into your honorable mentions.
Yeah, we were having conversations about things that we watched and how rewatching it really kind of negatively impacted us. And when I was going through making my list, I was like, okay, what do I remember about this movie? And the things that I remembered not liking were mainly just fat Thor and Hulk. I almost said fat whore, but fat Thor and Hulk. And everything else, I'm like, no, I think I really loved everything else. But most of what stood out to me was the very opening scene, Jeremy Renner as Hawkeye with his family on the farm. And I remember that being really impactful. And then the final act, the big battle, and kind of the fan service moments. And then as I put it on and let it start playing, I was like, oh, this is a bit of a mess. So I had to kind of bump it down. Now, I still wanted to put it in my honorable mentions because I think it had a very, very difficult job of bringing 10 years worth of films, almost 20 films, together in a satisfying conclusion. And even though I don't think this is the greatest film, I think it is a fantastic fan service. And for that alone, I think it should be recognized. This is the first time we've ever had films do something like this, and it's not an easy feat. So the fact that it happened, they did it well, they didn't completely fall on their face with this, round of applause.
Kyle, why did you have this in your? Because I think you added this to your honorable mentions like kind of last minute there.
It was last minute. I was going back and forth about whether or not to put it in my top 25, but it would have been purely for, like Josh said, the achievement that it accomplished. Like just the overall experience of Avengers Endgame, somebody that was with these movies from 2008 up until Avengers Endgame, seeing almost all of them in the movie theater and having those summer experiences. I will remember those forever, and I will remember going to see Avengers Endgame forever. Is one of those things where it's like, it was like me asking my parents, like, what was it like seeing Star Wars in the theater for the first time? That sort of thing. Like, it will be that. Like, what was it like seeing Avengers Endgame? I doubt it'll have that side of Star Wars thing, but it felt like that at the time. And so I'm like, does it deserve the recognition for just that alone? And I'm like, no. Yeah, honorable mention. Yes, it needs to be up there for what the Russos achieved. Hats off to them. But yeah, like Josh said, the beginning is good, very impactful. The end, of course, everyone loves the end of that movie. It's impossible not to. You're trying to not tear up with Tony and everything else. Like it just had it hit its beats when it needed to at the end, but the middle there, it's like, Jesus, you could have cut so much of this movie out. It is just a slog. And so yeah, that's kind of why it hit my honorable mention, but I appreciate for what it is.
It's tough because what's so funny is like the MCU phase 1 and 2, particularly phase 1, fails in that its third acts are really rough.
Terrible.
But then terrible is a harsh word.
Most of them were terrible.
And then you get to Endgame, and it's like, oh wait, the third act is what saves it. So because the first 2 acts are poopy. So I will say I rewatched Endgame this past week, thinking that it would make like my number 25, right? Just because of the theatrical feat that it did with all the fan service, and that it had an impossible task, like you guys already mentioned. But honestly, everything that Endgame tried to do, Infinity War succeeded at, and Endgame just kind of faltered. There are so many jokes in Endgame. Like, if you were to do a ratio of how many jokes to how long the actual movie is, and then how many of those jokes landed, it would be an ungodly ratio. It would be a terrible success rate of how many landed, but how many times they tried with just like miserable, stupid MCU humor. So for me, it fails in that the male characters of Thor get destroyed, Cap gets destroyed, Hulk gets destroyed. So many arcs that were done so well in Infinity War were just completely destroyed in Endgame.
Hey.
Oh,
I believe you mean America's ass. All right, come on.
It is America's ass.
yeah, it is America's ass, but like, did he really want to give his cap or give his shield to Falcon? Everyone knew it should have been Bucky. Even
Everyone knows it should be
normies,
Bucky.
Even
Yeah.
Bucky
Yeah.
knew it should have been him.
even Bucky, like I'm sure Sebastian Stan was looking at the script like, this motherfucker over here got a shield. Come on. So yeah, it is, from the moment Cap picks up Thor's hammer to the moment that Thanos whisks away and Tony has his moment at the end, and you see the arc reactor floating out into the lake, and it says proof that Tony Stark has a heart. That's about it for me in that movie. Everything else falls flat, and so I couldn't put it on my list. But
Fair.
yeah, I mean, Thor saying like, "Oh, I like this one" to Carol Danvers is cringy as hell. You have the girl power moment where it's like, "You're not alone, girls," and everyone groaned in my theater, like audibly was like, "Ugh."
I rolled my eyes, so I was like, "You got to be fucking kidding me!" Like, and in Infinity War, you give it a pass. You're like, "Okay, fine."
It's
Fine.
even in Infinity War, it's like
I know
that was
but
really dumb.
Yeah, in Infinity War, it wasn't like a girl power thing. I mean, it was, but it wasn't. It was
Right.
just she's not alone. Like we support, and it could have easily been taken as we support each other no matter who's here. But yeah, it's like you literally have every single female character that has any type of character
Yep.
value all of a sudden just right there with each other, and it's like, okay, look,
Yeah.
I get it. I'm sure there are girls or women that were like, oh, this is so cool, I'm glad you got the moment, but it was cheesy as fuck.
I
It
think
is.
even girls like despise that, because even they were like, okay, now we're just being pandered to. That was such
I'm saying girls as in young girls. So
but I mean, like, women, like, they probably watched Scarlet Witch 1v1 Thanos and were like, that's empowerment, that's cool.
sure. I mean,
Probably.
I thought that was cool. I thought that was a great moment.
I think
liked
so
that
too.
moment. That was great.
Yeah,
I
you took
know
everything from me. Yeah,
I know plenty of delusional, crazy women that love the A-Force moment. I'll just
oh god,
Wow.
it's embarrassing.
Mm.
Oh well. So yeah, Endgame is a mess, but I think it at least there's an honorable mention there. Why not? Roger Corman's 1994 Fantastic Four, I think, is an honorable mention, just because of
No,
Is
it's
that-
not.
is that on
Are
your
you kidding?
list?
You're joking, right?
wow. I don't know
I'm
if he's
kidding.
ended that poll yet, but if y'all can take votes away from
Yeah,
Max, do it
yeah.
now.
Please, for
Hey,
the love.
Kyle is actually in the top right now. He is at 44%, and Josh is at number 40. Is it 40%? Look at that. So I think Spider-Man 2 made the honorable mention list for Kyle. I think that was one of yours, right?
No, I had Spider-Man No Way Home.
On
Oh.
your honorable
Honorable
mention.
mention.
Okay. Okay. You
Buddy.
initially had that on your high on
That
your
was
list.
very high on my list because I remember
Whew.
having so much fun in that movie, and then I turned on that movie watching it the other day. I'm like,
Yeah.
fuck the beginning of this. I Zendaya ruins that goddamn movie.
Mm-hmm.
Like, she is so terrible in that movie. Like, just an overall bad actress. And Benedict Cumberbatch just he didn't feel like he wanted to be there.
Oh,
He
wow.
felt like
he was tired.
Yeah.
He was just like, I'm done.
none of the jokes were landing. The whole beginning of it, like I really didn't like any of the characters. I didn't even really like Peter at the beginning of that movie. And then, yeah, you get the end with all three of them showing up. And at that point, I was just already like, I don't think Willem Dafoe can save this movie. And he doesn't. So
on a technical level, and I've said this since it came out, on a technical level, it is a shit film. I had a ton of fun in the movie theater. I have no shame in saying, but even in the movie theater, I kept looking at it going, Jesus Christ, this movie is awful. And it wasn't even so much that I was having fun with the experience, but I just kept watching, and it was so evidently clear that while filming it, it was like, we're filming this actor in this box studio all by himself. We're filming this actor in this box. So visually, there's a lot of very uninteresting shots, unless they're CGI shots. And even those, well, serviceable. Some of them were questionable.
Yes.
The only thing that I thought really is like, not flawless, but something that I still regard in high value, or highly regard, is how they had the three Spider-Men interact with each other. And I still think that is really, really great.
That's the best part of the film.
100%.
Yep.
They're all really good actors. They're all giving it their all, and they're all really enjoying the dialogue with each other. So
yes, the school top scene with them showing up for the first time and them, talking about, Uncle Ben, and then Gwen was, it's like that whole scene that completely worked for me. They're acting top fucking notch. Like I really enjoyed that. And then them in the lab, and it was a lot of fun. Like I really liked it, but I'm like, it's not enough for this film.
No. I actually, funny enough, the reason why I think it resonated so much with me and I liked it so much in the theater, I saw it with Gary, Roman, Chris Gore, I think was there. Chris was there. Like we were all in the same row, so I think that even elevated it even more, because it was like, oh, we're with a bunch of other comic book like nerd fans, so it was really, really fun.
It's a great experience.
That'll do it.
Not a good movie.
Agreed.
No. Okay, so this one was interesting. Sin City is technically not a superhero movie.
It's not. It's more of a comic book movie.
Yeah, that's where I'm kind of putting it. But there are a few on my list tonight. Like, I'll say I have Dredd on here, and Dredd would kind of be like anti-hero, right? So I
didn't put Dredd on my list because I didn't think he was a superhero. Like, I was like, it's more of a comic book.
Yeah, I've got an entry. I completely forgot about Dredd, if I'm being honest.
Wow.
I know, but look, we tried to pull this again. We tried to pull this together in a week. Well, I'm also going like, I've got like 8 horror movies I need to watch this week.
Speaking of not superhero movies, Kyle, you have a robotic individual on your list tonight that I was like, interesting. So once we get there, we'll see if it's a superhero.
See him as a superhero. He's pretty super.
Is he a cop before he's a superhero?
He gets turned into a superhero.
All right, we'll let the chat decide.
I mean, Dick Grayson was a cop at one point.
Okay. Because Dredd just is a cop. Like Judge Dredd is a police officer in Mega City 1. But so for my list in particular, well, actually, I'll do Josh's first. So Josh, you had Batman, Mask of the Phantasm, Batman Under the Red Hood, Death of Superman, and Deadpool. Any of those you want to touch on?
Yeah. Did I not put Kick-Ass on?
You did put Kick-Ass. You also put Batman Returns as well. But
but it apparently didn't mention those with listening.
Well, I didn't want to list all of them, and then you'd be like, "What did you say? Like how many?" I just wanted to go like a chunk at a time. But because I figured you'd probably want to talk about Kick-Ass, but is there any on those?
Well, no, Kick-Ass is one of those that I wanted to go back and rewatch, and I didn't. So that's why it's there, because I watched it. The last time I watched it was probably over 10 years ago.
Okay.
So
agreed.
I put Mask of the Phantasm, Under the Red Hood, Death of Superman. they're all animated films, and I think when you start looking at discussing best, I do have 2 animated films on my list. But while I think those are terrific movies and a lot of fun, and I love them for various reasons, I didn't feel like they necessarily qualified for best. And then I'm probably going to get flack on my first animated film on the list. But anyways, for the others, Batman Returns, again, if I were doing favorites, it probably would have been on my list instead of a different film that is on my list, and we'll talk about that when I get there. I have a ton of fun with that movie. It's crazy, it's off the wall bonkers, but it's not a perfect film.
No.
So, you know, when I'm looking at my best list, I'm really looking at multiple facets, and it's not, when I go into favorites, story covers probably like 70 to 80% of that. Did I enjoy the story? Do I like the story? And part of that includes acting. When I'm looking at best, I'm looking at cinematography, direction, acting, you know.
Oh, your mic cut out, Josh. Sorry. I'm going to tell you guys my exact criteria for how I judge films. Ready? Go. So yeah, but you were saying cinematography, direction,
acting, score, you know, just costuming, all that comes into play. So for those reasons, these did not make my list.
For those reasons, it's going to be a no for me, dog. For those reasons, I'm out.
I'm out.
I feel.
I'm glad that you at least mentioned Batman Under the Red Hood and Death of Superman. Animated films, I may also put Batman, Superman, Public Enemies, which was a really great adaptation, I thought. You've got all the great Justice League films like Justice League Doom and Frontier, I think is one of them. So,
yeah.
But they just, in terms of top, it's really tough because really they're just adapting the comics, which are wonderful, but they're not breaking new ground or anything. They're just kind of a 1-for-1 adaptation, which is still brilliant. But and then so for me, I will say, and these 2 are going to hurt because they're actually, one is on Josh's list and one is on Kyle's list, and I watched both of them. The first one is Blade 2 is an honorable mention for me.
Wow. Much better than Blade 1.
Oh, no. Listen, Blade 2 is a lot of fun, but I will sum it up in one line for you. When Chupa says to Whistler, "You're about one cunt hair away from going to hillbilly heaven, old man."
Oh, yeah.
And that's about the entire Blade 2 movie. So
now I ranked them differently on my list, but if push comes to shove, Blade 2, I have a lot more fun with than Blade.
Oh, 100. Well, I think when you watch Blade 2, they know how to play their strengths, and it is way cornier than the first one. And they they like lean heavy into it, and Blade's going like, he's like, "Ooh, I'm excited," when he meets the team, and it's so exciting, right?
Yeah.
And like, oh, it's so good, but at the same time, I'm like, this movie is awful. It's so dumb.
The House of Pain is so fun. Like that whole scene and all of that is just, it's so awesome.
It's a product of its time because when they're like, they're going through the group, right? And they're like, priest, Lighthammer, and then you've got the samurai guy, and he's like, does like a peace sign,
Hell yeah.
Chupa. And it's like, oh my God, these guys are the embodiment of like early 2000s punk. And it's like, yes, it's so good. But at the same time, it's like, oh, I can't put this, I can't in good conscience, like put this on my list. It's a good movie. But I will say it's a lot of fun.
Guillermo del Toro he had a style for that movie, and just the Reapers and everything, that whole mouth, like so that beginning of that movie with that dude where you have no idea what the fuck is going on. He's going into that blood bank and you're like, holy shit, he's going to get ripped apart by vampires. And then it's like he starts laughing and you're like, what the hell is going on?
I remember when you see the thing first open up, I was like, I'm done. Like I'm out. Like there's no way that Blade can defeat these things. But yeah, very, very cool special effects. But they did do a lot more CGI in Blade 2 that looked not so great.
Yeah,
So,
probably haven't gone back for a while, but it probably doesn't hold up.
yeah. Blade 1 and 2 CGI is not good. But
Yeah.
and then surprisingly, Josh, you're gonna hurt me for this one, but X2 is
What
on my
a
honorable mentions.
hoe.
Yeah. I didn't put it on my list. So
Well, X2 didn't make my list either, so
yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
But we'll get to it. But the first one did.
First
I
one
rewatched
made the
that
list.
first one and I was like,
You
Oh, wow.
rewatched X-Men
I did.
and it made your list over X2.
It did.
Me too.
Wow.
And it's actually in a good, I think it's in a high spot.
Wow.
It's in a
It's in a high spot. And I'll defend it. I really do think I can defend this one. I think it's going to be good. So. Well, I'm going to go ahead and end the poll here. Josh, it looks like you have won out with who the chat at least is guessing that you will have the best list. You are at 45%, Kyle at 41%, and me with a measly 14%. So thank you.
You
to all my
doubled it from
loyal-
last time. You were only at 7, so
That's true.
there you go.
That's a good point. So I'm going to go ahead and end the poll here, and we'll post up another poll once we get on to our first pick. Rudy says, I voted Josh 2025.
Boo.
Rudy, how could you?
You're banned. Congratulations.
Banned, timed out of the chat
Get
for
the
30 minutes.
fuck out of here.
Well, if we did that, I'd have to ban, what would that be? like 9 or 86% of my audience right now because
Yep.
they all voted for you or Josh. So yeah. All right. Any other honorable mentions that we wanted to list before we get into it?
Just Deadpool. I didn't speak on Deadpool.
That's right. Thank you. Yeah.
Deadpool, I kept debating putting on my list, not putting on my list, not putting on my list, not. It's a fun movie. It's not a great movie. The plot is paper thin. Ryan Reynolds is great, and I think that's the thing. And there will be movies mentioned later that's on these two Yahoos list that I'm like, I don't think it's a good movie. I think the actor or actress did a fantastic job, but the movie itself is not great. So.
Interesting. You seem to assume what's on the list, eh? Okay.
Yahoos. All right. Well, we'll just see who the Yahoo in fact is.
Yeah.
All right. Let's get into it. So first we have Esquire. Their top 25 list, their number 25 is Thunderbolts. Shocking. This is recency bias. You want to talk about recency bias? So their reasoning behind this is they said Thunderbolts reinvigorated the once dominant Marvel franchise. Oh, so they basically said the MCU is back, baby. Peak fire.
Hell yeah.
Even if only for a little while. Anchored by Florence Pugh, who reprises her oh my gosh. Who reprises her woe as Yelena Belova.
Marriage is what brings us together today. One true one.
She's from 2021's Black Widow. Thunderbolts follows an ensemble of B tier, more like F tier, anti-heroes and one Winter Soldier played by Sebastian Stan, who form a new team to stop the one person who got them together in the first place. Time will ultimately tell what legacy Thunderbolts leaves behind, but this found family picture is not just shockingly good, it's great. Yikes.
It's fine. It's a fine movie. It's definitely not as bad as most of the MCU stuff we've gotten, but it's not a great film by any means.
Didn't see it, so I don't know.
Out of here. None
you
of
didn't
that.
See this, Kyle?
I did not see this.
It's honestly fine. There's good scenes in it, but
I'm waiting for D+. When it shows up on D+, I will watch it.
Is it not on there yet?
No, the last one I saw on there was Captain America, Brave
Captain
New
America?
World.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, chat. Well, you've seen Esquire's number 25. I'm just gonna go out on a limb right now and just say my next 5 are a doozy. So hold on your butts. So number 25, mine
God,
is.
you fucking...
Oh Jesus.
I'm glad it's 25. I was terrified you were going to put this in the top 10, and it was going to hurt you. Like,
no, it's not that good. Come on.
Listen, if we didn't hold on, if we didn't shit on Max for saying he was most likely putting this on his list for like a good 30 minutes after the show last week, it would have been in the top 10, Kyle, and we know it.
100%. You couldn't shut up about this movie. I knew you were going to put this in the top 10.
I mean,
thank God
shame sometimes. Shame is a good motivator sometimes. So I want to know though why Josh has a children's movie on there and why
no.
Kyle has a movie I've never heard of before.
Okay, so the Lego Batman movie, I gave side eye when it came out, and I didn't watch it until after it was out on like home video and everything. And I finally watched it because people at Batman News were giving me shit for not watching it. And I watched it, and it is one of the funniest movies I've ever seen. It is a love letter to everything Batman, from Batman 66 all the way up until the Scott Snyder films. They even reference all of those films, but it's just fucking great. It is one of the rare movies that I can put on, and I actually laugh throughout the movie. And even though it's stupid and easy, I love the gunfire. Pew 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 pew. So
do they voice it like
they voice the pew pew pew?
Funny.
But it works in context. But it's great, terrific scenes, and it really just kind of plays into the lore and the chaos and absurdity of Batman, but in a smart way. And when I was working in LA and writing, people would always ask, "What do you think is the hardest thing to write?" And I would always say children's movies or family movies, because the goal is to write something that's written on a level that kids are going to enjoy and the adults are going to enjoy. It is so hard to do that, and this movie does it perfectly.
Wow. All right. And to be fair, I've heard a lot of really great praise for the Lego Batman movie. Even some people saying it's the definitive Batman movie. So I do want to watch it, but it sounds like a lot of fun. I even enjoyed the Lego movie, just the with Chris Pratt. So
everything is awesome.
Everything is awesome. That's what all the shills say whenever they see the next Marvel movie, and they go, "The Fantastic Four First Steps was awesome." So yeah,
it is a good movie.
So, Kyle, why don't you tell us what Darkman is and why it's on your number 25?
I love this movie. This was something that, so this came out in 1990, and this was something we had on VHS that we watched all the fucking time. And this was before I knew who Sam Raimi was as a kid. I was born in 1988. So like as a kid, I had this on VHS. So I was watching this pretty young. But just absolutely loving Sam Raimi's directing. You all know what the Sam Raimi isms, the zoom ins and all that stuff, the craziness, the overall goofiness of this. And it's Liam Neeson as a scientist who gets into trouble with a gangster, whatever, comes in, gets disfigured, and then he then has to find a way to get back to his girlfriend and kind of save her life, but he's all disfigured. So he is trying to figure out a way to make skin to where he can go out in the daytime and fight the bad guys. And you could debate whether or not he's a superhero per se, but he does superhero things, and he's able to fight crime. And there are just some hilarious scenes in here that will forever not make me laugh. And it's him at a carnival trying to win a pink elephant for his girlfriend, and the nicest carny of all time pisses him off to the point where he ends up going crazy. So there are just certain scenes in this film that I just absolutely love. And And this was, Sam Raimi pre-Spider-Man, obviously. So this was a chance to kind of see what he could do as far as a superhero film and kind of why they gave him Spider-Man. So this was nostalgia for me.
Nice. All right. Danny Elfman music or soundtrack too is what Ezekiel is saying. So nice, man.
You need to watch this, Max. It is a fun movie. It's a fun, campy. Liam Neeson is hilarious in it. He's very good. So
it does look pretty cool. I will say, when I was looking at images to find one for the slides, I was like, this actually looks kind of cool. So I'll check it out. If you guys are in the live chat, you guys can vote now what you think is the better of the three, whether it's Daredevil, Lego Batman movie, or Darkman. Right now, it looks like Darkman's winning. So who would have thought?
I've never seen Darkman, so I've got to check that out at some point.
Yeah.
Oh same here. Man, it's a joy. I don't know if is it on 4K. I don't know if it's been released on Blu-ray. It probably might be on Blu-ray. I'm curious if it's on 4K, but
maybe a future birthday present for Kyle then.
Could be.
Well,
about it. I feel like we need to acknowledge the cinematography of brilliance of Daredevil in that seesaw fight, though.
It is masterful.
And they let me sit in the corner and go down the road, not across the street, because I'm an emo kid listening to Evanescence.
Hey, that soundtrack, they've got Nickelback, they've got Seether, they've got Evanescence. That is high art. All right.
You're just going for it, man.
This is peak young Max in his prime, like emo Max, who now thinks that he is like a superhero and wants to fight justice for justice. And like, I watched Daredevil, the director's cut, and I will say that scene with Jennifer Gardner in the playground is awful, but there are a lot of things that this movie does right. And the things that they do right is that they adapt a lot of the Frank Miller stuff really well. The stuff with Ben and his, Ben Affleck or Matt Murdock and his father, I think are done really well, where the both of them are learning their powers and learning their own strength. And Matt getting to be with his father for a little bit longer than a lot of the shows do. I love the mask. I think what a lot of the current MCU stuff does, they like to do armor, whereas Daredevil is an acrobat. It's more of a suit. And so I like that it is more of a, like, I don't know, like an acrobatic suit, and they have him doing acrobatics in New York.
It's a motorcycle, like leather jacket. Like
that it is. Stupid. But there are a lot of like 90s, 2000s isms, like when Ben Urich goes to the first scene and he's like, there's no such thing as Daredevil, and then he lights the match and the DD is in fire on the ground, and you're like, so did Daredevil do that? Like, did he line out the gasoline and then hoping that someone would do that, or how did that get there?
He took all that time.
Yep. But the visuals of that is very cool. So Daredevil is a very fun movie, and you don't take it seriously, and there are a lot of things, like I said, that it does right, a lot of things that it does wrong. And I would argue that if it wasn't for this movie with Ben Affleck, we would never get Ben Affleck as Batman. So there you go.
I don't know if that's true, but
no,
I think this should have got him nothing else ever again.
Ooh,
after Daredevil.
That bad, eh?
Yeah, everyone should have looked at him and been like, he's done.
We also get Happy Hogan as Foggy. That's pretty good.
Sure.
We get, Jon Favreau as Foggy. He's a good Foggy.
He's something in there, yeah.
He's something. And Colin Farrell, I mean, how could you not love him as
Kevin Smith shows up hilariously.
Yeah. Look at that.
See, the movie's great.
It's perfect.
Never mind. You know what? I'm putting it on the list.
Yes. We got one, boys. Yeah. Wow, Josh, surprisingly, I thought you were going to take this one, but it looks like Darkman is at 53%, and we're about to
Oh.
move on to our number 24. So, Kyle, I think that's one for you.
I'll take it.
Chat, feel free to, tally these up and see maybe how many of us win the overall, right? Or we can just look back. But yeah, looks like Darkman takes it with 15 votes at 53%. All right, let's move on to our number 24. So this is Esquire's Shazam at number 24. Once again, I think a little bit of recency bias.
Recent? 2019? You consider that recent? Okay, what do you consider recent?
No, I guess that's fair. I always feel like Shazam came out like 2 years ago. I don't know why, but they said once upon a time, Shazam comics were even more popular than Superman. Decades later, the Big Red Cheese finally got his big budget movie in David E. Sandberg's Shazam. And to the surprise of everyone, it was truly superb. Wow, superb. Essentially, a comic book riff on Big with Tom Hanks. Shazam tells the story of an orphan teen named Billy Batson, Asher Angel, who is gifted godlike powers by a wizard, Jimon Hansu, with
Shimon
just one
Hansu?
word. Yes, thank you. With just one word, Billy transforms into the adult superhero Shazam. Zachary Levi, hilarious, heartfelt, and surprisingly mature without sacrificing any boyhood. Whimsy, Shazam feels like a bolt of lightning that hits you right on the chest. It's one hell of a Christmas movie, too. All right.
Yeah,
Any thoughts or comments?
I didn't hate it. I enjoyed it. I thought it was a fun movie. It had good heart. It had some nice family moments. I think part of the reason people praise this as much as they do is because it wasn't afraid to go to some heavier themes. So you had some dark moments of almost like these demon type things, like just ripping people to shreds. Wasn't expecting that. But I think the thing that stands out the most is Billy looking for his biological mom and finding her. And when he does, she just blatantly says, I didn't want you. Why are you here? And that, I'm sure for a lot of kids, even adults, that probably cut really deep. A beautiful scene, one of my favorite scenes in that DCU, but it doesn't make the entire film great. But it's a good movie.
Yeah, I think doing the stuff with the Shazam family at the end, it's like way too much for a first movie. Like you were introducing all this stuff. It's like you set up those characters to then potentially maybe become the family, but you're giving them all powers now. I'm like, holy shit, where do we go from here? I thought that was a little too much too fast.
I will say I never saw this film, but I do really like Zachary Levi. I think he's charming, heartfelt, and I think he probably, if I'm guessing, he probably sells the movie. If it weren't for him, it probably wouldn't have been as good, maybe. I don't know. But
yeah,
I do like him as an actor and just as a person. So
agreed.
I love my slide for Josh on this one. So hold on to your butts. Our number 24. I had
of all images.
I had The Punisher with Thomas Jane and John Travolta. God. Josh had Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and Kyle had The Crow. So low, Kyle. So low.
Look,
Cowabunga.
We know the movie's crap. We know the movie's not good. The movie as a whole is not good.
No.
The story,
it's fine.
It's pretty very thin about a guy that once he's a landlord. He's like raising people's rents and shit and kicking people out. And it's like, that's your main villain, but yet he's a weird guy with a samurai sword. It's like, wait, what now? So the story's a mess. But again, the lore around it, the music video-ness of it is fantastic. The aesthetic is fantastic. Brandon Lee, R.I.P.D., is great. But yeah, I had to put it on here. Just again, it's one of those films that I loved it as a kid, and I will always love it. And I don't care how many people say this movie sucks, doesn't hold up, it's really bad, CGI is terrible. It's like, I don't care. Like I really just love it as a music video. So go to hell.
As a music video.
And there are some good lines in this. The stuff with Fun Boy when he goes in and scares the shit out of him, and I really like a lot of this movie. But yeah, I put it on here because I just love the movie. But you, Max, the Punisher, you got to be fucking kidding me.
Hey,
John Travolta ruins that fucking. You cannot defend John Travolta in that movie.
I told y'all I won't defend John Travolta, but I will defend Thomas Jane. And the question was, do we put Warzone, which is not a good movie either, but maybe a better depiction of Punisher?
Yes.
Or do we put this Punisher, the Punisher with Thomas Jane,
No.
which has a callback to Warzone, the comic from Chuck Dixon with the popsicle and stuff like that. So it's definitely comic accurate, but is it a little goofy? Yes.
A lot goofy.
A lot
Yeah,
goofy.
a lot.
Yeah. Real quick, MG thought Thomas Jane was an awful Punisher. Chris thinks TMNT all day, but then again, I didn't think that the Turtles were superheroes. So I'm interested to hear that. Ezekiel, he goes, Josh, TMNT, so low. Why so low?
Why would TMNT? Why would the Turtles not be superheroes?
Well, I think if we're defining like
they're mutants fighting crime, how is that any different than the X-Men?
They're pretty super.
They're ninjas. Is Crow a superhero? Is Punisher
is Batman a superhero? Batman's a fucking ninja.
And he's a regular human. The Crow, at least, he's back to life. He can regenerate.
Yeah.
Come on. Lord.
Hey, we've got one Punisher fan. Let's go, Jared. I'm here for this.
Nope, you're done. Hang up.
And then guys, if I do not get to your chat, I do apologize, but I love everyone's takes. This is so much fun. Is Kill Bill a superhero movie? I don't know. So Josh, tell us why we went Cowabunga, dude.
So I will say with The Crow, I'm very much with Kyle. Like that is one of my favorite movies. I grew up with a Crow poster in my bedroom. I had one of those really cool blacklight velvet Crow posters.
Nice.
But that for me is one of those films that would fall into favorites, not necessarily in best.
Exactly.
And I'm saying that because I originally was thinking of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles as that as well. And that was one of those that was like, you know what? I haven't watched this in years. Put it on while I was like doing laundry and cleaning and shit. And it holds up way better than I remember. It takes itself seriously for a film in the 1990s. It tries to present crime as a very serious thing. You got the police involved. You've got April O'Neil, which is a great April O'Neil, in my opinion, trying to cover this crime. And then just thinking it from a logistics standpoint of you've got people in, actual costumes moving as well as they do doing fight scenes. I just thought it was a good movie. Is it hokey in parts? Absolutely. But I think pretty much anything on our list that we covered tonight was able to happen because of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Wow.
I don't recall any type of comic book or superhero movie taking itself seriously in the way that TMNT did when it came out in 1990.
Fascinating. Okay. It really is.
The rooftop scene with Raphael is great.
Yeah.
I know Lady Gravemaster on Twitter was like, I swear, if I don't see a Turtles movie on here. So
I started to say it's on my list, and I was like, no, I'm not going to say anything. But
okay.
Yeah.
But then you wanted to put TMNT 2, The Secret of the Ooze, and I would.
That's right.
I would agree with that.
Super Shredder.
Hell yeah.
And
go Ninja,
go Turtles.
Go Ninja, go.
That's what it was.
Go Ninja, go Ninja,
no.
go.
Wait, is he saying go ninja or is he saying another N word?
It's Vanilla Ice. I don't really know. Open to interpretation.
Go Ninja, go. It is Ice Cube. No, Vanilla Ice.
Yes.
was like, iced tea, ice cube, vanilla ice. Yeah. Salty says, I'm really starting to question Max's judgment after this Travolta and Affleck back-to-back thing.
Yes.
You guys are focusing too much on the
characters.
On the actor.
It's a terrible performance.
Oh, I don't doubt that from John Travolta, but I do like Thomas Jane as a Punisher. So, and surprisingly, Punisher is at 27% right now. TMNT is holding strong at 40%, and The Crow right below that at 31%. So, yeah, we've got 16 votes. Thank you guys for voting. It looks like TMNT is going to take this one.
Boo.
That's tough because actually, Kyle, when I first looked at the poll, it looked like Crow was actually in the lead. So, but don't you worry, dear viewers, because The Crow will show up again and it may beat out the other titles. So that's what's also fun about voting each time, because you may have a movie that shows up a second time, but may beat out the other ones based off of its placing. So Salty is definitely a huge Crow fan, says vote Crow. Melissa, Gary's wife, also tweeted us on Wednesday, I think it was, and was like, I better see some Crow on that list. So I know that she is also a Crow fan. So cheers.
Well,
but
the real ones are.
I gotta tell you, Kyle, there's a movie on your list that I respect how high it is. I thought that The Crow was going to be higher, but
it had to be on here. Again,
yeah.
there's a couple more that I just wanted on here. That's why my list is my list, and that's the way it is. Like, if I had a year to go through this and really nitpick and be like, okay, what are technically better films?
Yeah,
this movie probably wouldn't be on the list. Like, just
That's
because
fair.
it's such a mess. But I love it so much. So I couldn't put it any high. It's like, where am I going to put
objectively,
it? Like,
yeah.
come on now. It's like, give me a break. It doesn't hold a candle to some of this stuff, but I love it.
You'd be surprised.
Well, for your list, yeah, actually.
Well, I mean, you don't you can't bash mine too much because my next pick at number 23 might be very similar to yours. So, in this pick, but
hey,
Mark
Max,
McGrath, oh yeah,
why aren't we letting the people vote on the Esquire pick as well?
Do we even want? I mean, these three versus Shazam.
Listen, I just think it's going to be funny when Esquire beats you. That's all.
No. Listen, Esquire has Wonder Woman at like number 6 or 7. Like, come on, that's brutal. But
it's where it needs to be.
Well, that's I did put Wonder Woman on your list there too. So there you go. Mark McGrath says the 10-minute Punisher Dirty Laundry short with Jane is light years better than the full-length theatrical Punisher feature. I love that 10-minute short, and it's also got Ron Perlman in there. Funny enough, I do enjoy that short film. It's pretty great. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and end the poll here. TMNT takes it, so that's one for you, Josh. So we got one for Kyle, one for Josh, none for me.
That'll change next, right?
See, mine's going up against tough picks in for our number 23, but Esquire's number 23 is Super from 2010. I've never seen this film, but
I've actually never seen this either.
I haven't either.
All right. Is it like, I'm wondering if it's like Chronicle, where it's like, is it superhero or is it not? I don't know.
I think it's a comedy, right?
I thought it was funny. Yeah.
Oh, like a parody of superheroes, maybe.
Possibly.
I think so.
MG says, "Stop teasing future picks and get to it."
Okay. Before James Gunn made his mark on both the Marvel and DC universes, he unleashed his own masked Punisher in Super. Released in 2010, this pitch black dark comedy follows a fry cook, Rainn Wilson. Wow. who tries to rescue his estranged wife, Liv Tyler. Oh my God, maybe I do need to watch this. From a charismatic criminal, Kevin Bacon. His plan: don the mask and wield the scarlet tools of the Crimson Bolt. A portrait of doomed marriages and men in crisis. Super foreshadows Gunn's capacity to tell stories of deeply flawed people whose costumes can't hide their open wounds. Wow. All right.
Nice.
Well, gentlemen, at number 23, I have The Crow. Josh has the first Blade film, and Kyle has The Joker. I want to go with Josh first on this one. Blade, so low. I mean, that third act it's wonky.
Well, yeah. I mean, look, they're kind of like TMNT. This kind of paved the way for a lot of different things. But coming in the mid to late 90s, doing a rated R, a comic book property doing that, pretty daring, pretty bold. I love the opening of this film. I think it's fantastic. I think it's filmed incredibly well, especially for its time. And I think it's a good film overall. I will say, from a technical standpoint, I think it gets worse as the movie goes. And that is why it's so low. If it kept the same quality that it had in its opening scenes, it would have been higher on my list. But it's here. It's Blade. It's Wesley Snipes. It's some badass action. You got the whole blood rave or whatever it's called at the beginning. So,
oh yeah, I will say, this will not be the last time or the second to last time that we will see this film tonight. Yeah. It shows up again 2 more times.
As MG said, stop teasing shit. People want the anticipations, and don't say if it's coming later, Max. Come on.
I'm coming later. Okay. Wow. Kyle, why Joker so low too? I thought Joker would be higher.
So this came out in 2019, literally like at my peak depression and anger. Like when I went and saw this movie.
Oh wow.
Like there are scenes in this that I'm like, it still hits me because I'm like, that's basically how I was feeling coming home every day of my fucking life. Like I was resonating so much with this character. I'm like, it's a lot. And the movie is great for what it is and what it is telling, but like trying to go back to it for me, I'm like, it is so hard for me to go back to this film. I tried to watch it again and I'm like, fuck, this is such a hard movie for me to watch. Like it's so brutal. And should it be, am I damning it for putting it so low when it should be higher because it is such a great film? I don't know, maybe, but for me personally, it's my list. I think it's a great film. It's shot great. The cinematography is fan-fucking-tastic in this.
Oh, the Joaquin soundtrack, dude, that violin, yeah.
But yeah, just to go back and watch it again, I'm like, I don't know if I can. Like it just hits too hard for me.
No, I understand. Do you want me to share some of my thoughts now, or shall
Save
I?
Them.
Okay. Well, thank you for both of y'all's take. I will add on to what Kyle said for his number 24 pick. I think it was, or no, yeah, it was Crow for you. The whole movie is such a vibe. Like it is a whole mood and the atmosphere. I think the movie does better than a lot of other films, and it is. And I think Brandon Lee carries the movie. If it wasn't for him as the lead man, I don't think The Crow would have as much of a soft spot in our hearts. But I think it's got everything you want. It's a fun, like you said, like kind of rock metal music video. Some really great camera movements of going in and out with the crow, like you know, going through the crow's vision. And also just how horrific the scene was of what happened to him to really make us feel for his character so that we then go on this journey through with him. A brilliant deep dive into the character, a fantastic atmosphere, great sets too. Like the city is just dark and gloomy and grimy. It's a fun, what do you call it? Fun 90s throwback that's a cult classic Is it by far the best movie on earth, or is it, the best, tightest script? No. But is the acting even all that good from the villain or the other characters? Not really. Fire it up.
Fire it up. Fire it up.
But I mean, there's a charm to it that makes it a cult classic. So yeah. Dang it, Josh. I was in the lead with The Crow. Blade just took the lead at 47%. Gosh dang it. I thought I had this one. I wanted one. You took it from me. I had it all.
Womp womp.
Ezekiel thought I was going to win this round too.
Oh,
sucks to suck, biatch.
Yeah. Well, I guess we'll fire it up. Jared says The Crow's the example where it made the original graphic novel more palatable. Ooh, interesting.
I don't know.
Interesting.
I don't know.
Salty says the soundtrack and Brandon make The Crow. Oh yeah.
100%.
Oh yeah. Mark says the original third act in Blade was much worse, fighting a giant CGI Deacon a giant Deacon Frost.
Yeah. No.
Thankfully, they changed it, and the movie industry spent the next 27 years unlearning that lesson. Interesting.
See, this is when Steven Dorff was cool. Like, he did this, everyone thought he was cool, and fast forward 10 years later, and he's doing Britney Spears music videos.
Oh my lord! I mean, dude,
Yep.
Steven Dorff in Blade, he's a whole. I'm sure 15-year-old edgy, like edgelord Reddit users were dressing like Steven Dorff for a decade after that.
Oh, the hair
For
and
sure.
everything. Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, since Blade ended up winning this round, I have to do him justice, and I can only do what's right.
Some motherfuckers are always trying to ice skate uphill.
Salty said you blew it with Affleck, Max. Come on. I'm redeeming myself though. Just wait till my next picks. Come on.
It'll get better, I swear.
Stop the vote. Stop the vote. All right. Well, Blade wins it with a 44. You can give yourself another tally, Josh. Number 22 from Esquire, Thor Ragnarok. What a bunch of doo-doo. Now, granted, at least they didn't put Thor. What's the newest one? Love and Thunder. Love and Blunder. Yeah. But this was the beginning of the end, in my opinion, of the MCU. This was just a nightmare to watch, unfortunately. So yeah, Salty says, oh my god, that movie sucked. F Taika. Yeah, Jared says this movie ruined Thor. Yeah, there were a lot of things that began the downfall of Thor, unfortunately. Even though he's my favorite character in the MCU, it's got to be either him or Rocket. But Esquire says, during the apex of Marvel's dominance, arguably the least interesting of the MCU characters roster. Hang on, I got to read that again. Arguably one of the least interesting of the MCU's character roster, Chris Hemsworth Thor. I don't agree with that at all. But anyway, took on a new tone in Taika Waititi's Thor Ragnarok. The movie sees Hemsworth's strongest Avenger reunite with the Hulk. Together, they must stop an ancient menace from Asgard, Hela. Both a loving homage to Thor's cosmic comics from the 1980s and an inventive buddy action with deadpan Waititi humor, Thor Ragnarok electrifies with an onslaught of color, comedy, and sick Led Zeppelin needle drops. Yikes. Any comments on this?
Immigrant Song.
Immigrant Song.
Let's just play it again.
This movie could have been good if he didn't undercut so many serious moments.
Yes. Yeah.
I think every serious moment, yeah.
And I think there were some good visuals, but
yeah, there's good visuals.
Yeah.
Can't say the same about Love and Thunder. It didn't even have that.
Oh god.
We looked like a giant CGI blob of mess and color. So
unfinished CGI garbage.
Yeah, gobbledygook.
Yes.
Yeah, no, this was tough. We also get the death of Odin. I do love Hela. Hela looks beautiful, and Kate Blanchett is just chewing up the scenery. We also get oh no, Carl Urban. We got Carl
Yeah.
Urban in this film with his guns, and he's like, "I got these from Texas."
Texas. Yeah.
From Texas.
And a
Funny,
shake weight. That was funny too. Remember when he had a shake weight?
Oh no.
That was
See, and
hilarious.
then that's when it's like, okay, you had the joke and then you lost it.
And then
Dumb.
you got me right back with that. So
You pulled me
I'm
right back
back
in.
in there.
So before we get to our number 22, I forgot to mention some of my criteria for how I, how I was judging my film choices for the week. I based it on 5 different things: objective filmmaking, adherence to superhero genres, rewatchability and like how well it holds up after a while, cultural influence, so like its significance in kind of a meta circumstance, and then my own subjective personal enjoyment of like, did I like it, was it fun, and my own view of it. So this next one, I don't know if anyone else had this on their list or anyone would have thought about it. But my number 22 is going to be the Iron Giant. And Josh's 22 is going to be Captain America, the First Avenger. And Kyle's is going to be Unbreakable by M. Night Shyamalan Ding Dong. I want to hear about Kyle's Unbreakable. Because I regard it as a very, very good movie. But
It is. That's why it made the
yeah,
list.
yeah. As the number 22 outside of the top 20, but that's okay.
Oh, so it had to be in the top 20, huh? Okay. No, this is still I didn't get a chance to go back and watch this. I think if I would have, I probably may have ranked it higher. So I don't know the last time I watched this movie. It's been a long time. But again, this movie came out in 2000. At that time, again, very impressionable for me as a kid. I was, 12. And so I loved the acting. The subtletiness of it, like a ground break. It was just like felt like a real superhero. Like, what would a real superhero do in a world? And that whole beginning with the train crash and everything and all that, and him surviving, and just the whole mood it was setting just captivated me as a kid. And Bruce Willis' acting is so good. And then you get Sam Jackson coming in and stealing the fucking movie from him, and him becoming a villain. Like, just the whole play on that whole thing and how it all comes about. And the scene with Sam Jackson and that guy and getting that art piece of the superhero, and then him explaining it, and he's like, "Oh yeah, my kid's gonna love this." He's like,
"Oh yeah,
what did you say?" "Oh, my kid's gonna freak when he gets this." And he's like, "Get the fuck out of here!" Like, this isn't meant for a kid. Like, just the fun that he has playing that in that movie, it's so great, and them playing off each other is fantastic. So yeah, I really enjoyed this film. This was back when M. Night Shyamalan still knew how to direct and, tell a story and not be who he unfortunately has turned out to be, which is just pretty much a hack.
Well, what was the one with the Mark Wahlberg? The Others? Wasn't that Shyamalan Ding Dong film? I forget what it was, but it was basically a global Happening. Thank you. Yep. Yeah. Happening. It's a global warming film where the world eats them or something. But yeah.
Yeah. But I love the cinematography in this. Like, again, it's all very dark. It's always like raining, and it's like the heavy blues in this and the black. Like, I really enjoyed this film. And I think if I were to go back, it probably would be higher on the list. But I think it's fine where it's at.
Yeah. Nice. Okay. I love all of that. Yeah, I think that's a good articulation of it. Joshy Poo, Captain America, the First Avenger. Salty is upset. He does not like. He goes, "What the f, Captain America, First Avenger, doing so low, Josh? so low.
You know, look, I will say there's tough competition with these films. Real quick, I do want to touch on Unbreakable because I hadn't watched this since I lived with my brother. So that would have been, God, 15, 20 years ago, maybe?
Oh, wow, yeah.
I don't remember when it came out. So somewhere, it was around the time that it came back out on DVD. That was the last time I watched it. But I did put it on because it was brought up. I can't remember how it got brought up, but it got brought up. And I was like, oh, dude, I need to rewatch that because I haven't seen it. I subjectively do not like M. Night Shyamalan's style. I hate the pauses. I hate the awkward conversations and how the cadence of those conversations. So for me, I just couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I was like, nope, I'm good. I will stop this movie 30 minutes in and I will put something else on.
And that might happen. I probably saw it the last time you probably saw it. It's been a long time since I've seen it.
But for Captain America, man, so much stuff that I love about Captain America. I think it really captures the purity of what being a hero is about. And I think it's that narrative that drives so much of this. And I think Joe Johnston was the perfect director for this because he captures that earnestness so well. But it has a lot of nice, serious moments, even from like a spy or espionage standpoint, when Peggy walks into the Shield base and you have the lady in the antique store going, lovely weather today. And she goes, yes, but I always carry an umbrella. Little things like that, just little subtleties were really good. But Chris Evans carries this movie. Then I think just the CGI work of having the skinny guy with Chris Evans' head for a good chunk of the movie, fantastic. I love Tommy Lee Jones. So why is it so low on my list? The third act, man. The third act falls apart so bad. So despite all the good that it does, and part of it that I didn't talk about is great, is the fact that it incorporates comic book history itself into the film. Like, that is brilliant. Third act, though, sucks balls. Sucks donkey balls. So bad. And then on top of it, you have to do the cheesy kiss. Like, come on.
Hey, but Tommy Lee Jones goes, I ain't kissing you. And then he gets back on the, and I was like, that's funny. I like that.
I will say,
third act, though, is it Red Skull or?
What do you mean?
Like, what is it about the third act that does it for you where you're just like, this is garbage?
It is, I mean, it's partially Red Skull, but the conflict itself falls flat for me.
Okay.
I just, it just doesn't work for me.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I was going to say one of my favorite scenes in this movie, though, is after Bucky dies and Steve is trying to get drunk and he can't get drunk. And Peggy finds him in the bar that's been blown up. And he makes the comment that Dr. Erskine said, you know, my metabolism might increase. I didn't realize it would prevent me from getting drunk. That is such a brief but poignant moment that I think if people are soldiers and have experience war, they probably connected with that single moment on such a great level.
I really, really like that line. And Chris Evans delivers it in a really nuanced way that I think just really hits home.
Yeah.
I also like well, you know what? I won't say anything for reasons. So I'm glad that Salty says Max is now fully redeemed. Josh has the worst take tonight so far. Yes. Well, in that case, if y'all want to fully allow me to be redeemed, please vote, because it is a 3-way tie right now. And I kid you not, 33% on Iron Giant, Cap, and Unbreakable. This is a tough one, boys.
I thought Iron Giant was going to run away with it. I really did.
I did too. I'm going to be honest, Max. I voted in the poll and I voted for Iron Giant.
Oh, wow. Okay. Wait, okay. We're ending it there. 37% for Iron Giant. I'm going to end it there so I can get a win.
I win.
Yes, I took the win. We did it, boys. All right.
It should take the win here for sure. Iron Giant should take the win here, 100%.
I'm at least on the board, okay? That's all I care about. Iron Giant, why? Because it's at heart a Superman film. The boy who finds this giant who comes to Earth, and what does he do to teach him of the ways of how they, how they interact with people. He shows them Superman comics, and he shows the Iron Giant, the Superman comic, and he says, "You are good. You're a hero." And so the Iron Giant at the end of the film, spoilers, pretty much takes a nuke and blasts it off into space and sacrifices himself for the people and this village who have kind of been against him, but he decides to do so because of this boy's fascination with comics, with Superman, with heroes. And so it's like 90 minutes barely. It's a short, heartwarming, easy to digest film that just tugs at the heartstrings. And the animation is really great. I rewatched it like last night, and I was stunned at how well the animation holds up. So very, very well done. Love the Iron Giant. Takes the win. So nice.
All right. I'll allow it.
I'll allow it. And it's kind of a sleeper.
I forgot
Poignant.
Honestly, I forgot to put it on my list.
I was thinking about it, and I was like, could this technically be a superhero film?
No. But
maybe not.
Technicality, you would be wrong, but
I'm happy it's here. Like, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I like it's here, and I like that it won, but fuck you, shouldn't be on the list. But
technicalities and the sorts, you shouldn't.
Technically, you lost, but that's okay.
Okay. Well, you're just be thankful that I didn't put on I don't know what's in it, like Catwoman or something. So
at this point, I wouldn't be shocked.
All right. Well, let's get to number 21 from Esquire, Watchmen. Very low. I feel like this is low for Watchmen. For all the Snyder Bros out there, arguing that Watchmen is a great superhero movie feels like saying Rorschach is your favorite superhero. Wait, arguing that Watchmen is a great superhero movie feels like saying Rorschach is your favorite superhero. There's just something dark and seedy about the sentiment that feels like it's missing the point. Oh boy, here we go. Because Rorschach is a fascist and he's a blah, blah, blah. And that's where they're probably going. Even so, there's no denying that Zack Snyder's adaptation of Alan Moore and Dave Gibbons' celebrated saga is a sight to behold. A mostly faithful retelling of the award-winning graphic novel, Watchmen takes place in an alternate 1986 where superheroes are lawfully outlawed by a fifth-term Nixon presidency. Meanwhile, the Watchmen race to track down who's killing former superheroes before they're killed too. Much like looking in Rorschach's mask, everyone has a different opinion about what they saw in Watchmen. All right, so that is Esquire's 21. Let's get to our number 21. So my number 21 for best superhero films of all time, Hellboy by Guillermo del Toro. Josh has X-Men First Class, and Kyle has the original X-Men. Josh, why X-Men First Class? I haven't watched that movie since it came out, and I did not like it.
Wow, you didn't like it at all?
It didn't do anything for me. And granted, it's been a long time since I first watched it, but yeah, I don't know.
Well, I would say that if you put X-Men First Class in your headcanon before watching X-Men, it actually makes X-Men a much better film.
Wow.
The fact that X-Men First Class, half of it was supposed to be the Magneto origin movie that they then scrapped. That's mostly what carries this movie. Is the Magneto and Charles Xavier bits. There's a lot of really, really good work and acting from these two. Especially Michael Fassbender as Magneto. But I think that the fact that it takes place in the 60s is a lot of fun. Kevin Bacon is a great villain. They do some fun stuff with some of the other characters. Azazel is great to watch on screen doing action and just absolutely murdering the fuck out of people with his tail or teleporting people up, like a couple hundred yards in the air and just dropping them. But no, it was a good exploration into these characters, how they got started. Also, kind of like Captain America: The First Avenger, paying homage to when these characters were introduced in actual comics in the 1960s. It plays into all of that quite well. The worst part about it for me is honestly White Queen. I hated. I can't even January Jones. I hated January Jones as the White Queen. She's awful.
Oh wow.
and there's
He's
some
hot,
hokey part.
Not
Yeah.
bad. Yeah.
But for me, I think of that final beach scene, which is a lot of fun. And then you get that just really nice, I guess, payoff, if you want to call it that, when Magneto finally gets his revenge. So but yeah, that quarter scene will. That whole sequence and how they filmed it, I think, is just fucking excellent. You've got Magneto with the helmet on now, so Charles cannot do anything to get into his mind. And then Charles is trying to get into Kevin Bacon's mind to try to see what's going on in the ship. And then as he's doing that, you've got Magneto shoving the quarter through his brain. Oh, good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Max disappeared.
All right, that's it. So Hellboy sucks. I guess I'll go. So with X-Men, now look, this movie. It's the movie. Again, in 2000. I mean, again, at that time, this brought about superhero films again. It brought them back in style. Like, I remember going to my theater, seeing this film, being sold out. This was, again, before the time where you're buying your seats beforehand, knowing where you're going to sit. It was me, my brothers, and my mom took us to go see this film, and the theater was so packed we all couldn't even sit together. I sat by myself in the theater at 12 years old watching this film because it was sold out. And I just remember being like, oh my God, we're going to get the X-Men. I'm going to see Wolverine on the big screen for the first time, and just being completely blown away by the film. And, looking back, it definitely had a style to it. Who would have thought Hugh Jackman would have been who he is now? Like, the star that came out of that was it was perfect casting. They got lucky with it, and good for him. But yeah, it's a fun film. I have a lot of fun with it. But again, it's one of those picks for me that I was at the right age when I saw this. It was so fun, and it changed my whole view on superhero films. It started that whole trend of, here we go, we're going to have serious superheroes in the theater. It's like, it's going to be fun again. It's going to be exciting. And it was fun seeing superheroes brought to life like that in the theater. So yeah, is it very cheesy? 100%. Yeah. But there's just something about when you see Xavier and Magneto on screen together, like those two, they're just something special with those two that you just can't take away. You may hate this film, you may think it's stupid and cheesy and the acting's terrible and there's some really bad lines, and you got Storm with arguably one of the worst lines in all of movie history. And yes, that is there.
What is it again? What happens to a toad when it gets struck by lightning?
The same thing that happens to everything else.
Everything else.
It's like, oh no. She is so hot in that movie. She is like
Halle Berry?
Yes.
Halle Berry's hot.
Okay.
Bad wig. Wig.
Really? Oh man.
Look,
yeah.
I agree with Kyle. There's a lot of good here and a lot of nice serious moments. Again, I think the Magneto Charles relationship does a lot to carry it. Plus, you have just two banger actors there, Patrick Stewart, Ian McKellen. Like, my God,
classically trained. Yeah.
It's part of the reason that another movie might get brought up later.
Everyone likes X2 better. I get it. I'm more of a fan of this than X2, and that's fine. But
I do love that, especially at the beginning when they're at the Senate hearing and Magneto leaves and Patrick or Professor X goes after him and they have that conversation on that little sky bridge thing. That is a fantastic scene. I even love the stuff that they do with the school. Some of what I dislike about this movie, retarded Sabretooth that just roars.
Yes.
Although
he's
also has like the one line that he has is potentially the most unsettling line in the entire movie when he grabs Storm and shoves her against that window, and then he yells, "Scream for me!"
For me.
Oh God,
Yeah.
that's terrifying.
Yeah.
So,
And he's got the shark eyes. He's got all black
Yeah.
eyes, which I
Yeah.
thought was really cool. But yeah, they make him kind of a bumbling doofus, you
Yeah.
know, like, and Magneto is just kind of like, oh, you're worthless to me, right? But
Yeah.
he's just kind of the muscle. When
Mhm.
Sabretooth is intelligent, he's capable, competent, he's everything, right? He's the exact.
He knows
You
who
know-
Wolverine is, and Wolverine knows who he is.
Mhm.
Never mind, we won't get
Yeah.
into that.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yep. But oh well.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
All right, defend Hellboy. Come on now.
Guillermo del Toro. I'll say that.
I swear to fuck. Really?
I think he has I think he has a very distinct directing style. I thought the production design of Hellboy was wonderful. The costumes are great. The makeup is superb. Abe Sapien looks great. I think how they did the Hellboy costume, like, because Ron Perlman was basically in a red suit for 100% of the film, and it looks great. It is campy, but I think that for the film and for what Guillermo del Toro's vision was and what Mike Mignola was doing in the comic, it's dark and it's like just something so unique that nothing else has with a lot of other superhero comics. So I wanted to put it on here just because of how unique it is and how it has its own vision comparatively to everything else.
Wrong.
Wrong again. I mean, it's not like you have to worry because X-Men is in the lead by at 38%.
Guys,
but I
Wait,
will
really?
say-
You
First
gotta
class,
be kidding me. Come on now.
better than first. Okay, let me remind you also in X-Men, you've got the fucking third act, which is we're going to turn the Statue of Liberty into a mutant machine.
Yeah.
With
So-
Magneto. Oh, come on, guys. Come on.
That's
It's like its
where.
own Krakoa.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh,
Invented
that's
Dr.
where.
Cole.
That's where the movie kind of fell apart for me, because you have this great plot, you have this great build up, and I think X-Men has maybe better character moments for everyone.
X-Men
leading up-
has Wolverine. That's why it's winning. Let's be honest.
but you're seeing it through Wolverine's eyes because we're introducing all of these things through Logan. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. X-Men has Wolverine. That's why. And look, the Wolverine, Rogue, Magneto, especially that twist on the train. Great scene.
Oh, wonderful. And how he kind of goes to Rogue and is like, I'm going to protect you no matter what, right? Because that epic scene in the bar where he's like cage fighting and stuff. It's fun, and it's like, okay, this is our first envisionment of what Logan is. It's very cool. But yeah, so all that being said, we are now tied. X-Men First Class and X-Men 35% and 35%. And Hellboy is not too far behind, honestly. It's at a 28% right now. So I'm happy with
I'm
my
gonna go in there
Hellboy
and vote.
pick.
Hold on, let me go ahead and vote.
No.
I will say, Gavin said the knife scene with Magneto's epic. And yes, when he goes to that bar in South America and he confronts those two, I won't say the word because it's YouTube. But yeah, good stuff. There's good stuff. Look, there's good stuff in all these. We're literally just bitching on each other to bitch on each other. There's good stuff in all of these movies.
And that's the thing. It's fun to give each other a hard time, even though I know you guys are wrong.
Wow. Okay. Go back and buy another, behind the scenes art book from Rippaverse, Max. Come on.
Salty says, yes, Josh, it's called good taste. So
thanks. I know I have good taste.
And look at this. Wait, where'd it go? I just saw it. Someone was like, hey, Hellboy is great. Hellboy, Mark McGrath. Thank you, Mark McGrath. Hellboy is fantastic. I agree.
Maybe to look at, watch. I don't know. The whole thing,
man.
all of it. That movie felt like a slog. How long is that fucking movie? It feels like it's a 2.5 hour film.
No. Hellboy is like an hour 30, maybe. Really? I will say this was one of the ones that I didn't rewatch this week, but I do remember liking it a ton. So
I like the clock guy with the sand guy.
See, some of those characters were sick, man. And like I said, just super unique. So
Yeah.
Salty also said Hellboy was great fun.
Yeah, I saw it in the theater as well. I
enjoyed
remember
it.
liking it. Mhm.
Yeah. Well, I can't believe I'm saying this. Listen, Kyle, I was rooting for X-Men because I think X-Men First Class is poopy. But at the final hour, what is it with the chat? What are y'all doing to me? 39% X-Men First Class takes it. I'm gonna give 5 more seconds before I close the poll.
Hold on, let me
That's
go in here and vote real quick.
ridiculous.
Go, Kyle, go.
Because if y'all don't get your ish together, X-Men First Class is about to win right now. So.
Listen, I'm gonna get shit on for some picks later in my lists. All right, I'm already prepared, but I'm prepared to prove people wrong. So
that's fair. That's fair. We're now at 37, 37, and 26.
I'm laughing at Salties.
So-
This is like election night 2020. So sus.
We got okay. X-Men wins at 40%. There it is. Thank you to whoever voted.
Listen,
It's the right pick. It's the
those
right pick.
18 wheelers full of votes that were in, where was it, Pennsylvania or wherever it was? Those
At
are
like 2
legitimate
o'clock in the morning.
votes.
Yeah.
Come on.
2 o'clock in the
Legitimate.
morning, they came in. Everyone was asleep. No one saw it. Yep. So, Kyle says no First Class is better than X-Men. Whew.
Yeah,
Wrong.
I'm just saying, technically, it's a much better film. But it's okay.
Mm,
We'll give this one to Kevin. I mean, Kyle. Kyle. Sorry.
Thank you.
Kevin's bad takes. Kyle's are good takes. So
There we go.
all right. Well, speaking of good and bad takes, this could go either way. Esquire votes their number 20 pick as Superman number 2. Now, I don't know. I don't see. Oh, here we go. For most people, 2006 Superman 2, the Richard Donner cut that reigns supreme over its 1980 theatrical release, which was compiled by Richard Lester after original director Richard Donner left production. The Donner cut is far superior. It's also like a few minutes shorter, I believe. But interesting that they have it at number 20. So
It is. Seems low.
yeah, it does seem kind of low. But we have another Superman pick for number 20. What would it be? Superman Returns?
Fuck
You
no.
would not put Superman Returns on a fucking list.
For number 20? No, not
You
top
would not
20?
put that movie on any list.
Oh, well, let's see what actually.
There is a certain list you could put a certain somebody that has something to do with that film on a list. But
Oh. Well, our number 20, speaking of Superman, Josh has Man of Steel.
wow.
Kyle has Batman 89, and I have Blade from 1998, breaking my top 20. So Josh, why Man of Steel?
Well, I will honestly say I forgot this movie existed because I try to forget anything Zack Snyder has done involving DC characters.
What?
I know. Look, there's valid reasons for that. Look, no, I will give Zack Snyder credit. He created a beautiful film with Man of Steel. There are a lot of good things. I love the amount of time we spend with Clark growing up. I love the relationships they have, kind of in there. Granted, there are some terrible things done with Superman in this that I hate from a character perspective. But if I look at this objectively as a film, I think it's a great film. And the moment that we really get to see Superman fly for the first time, where he takes off in that Arctic area, and I remember getting chill bumps in the theater watching that. And I remember thinking, like, this is a Superman I've been wanting to see for a while. And that's not a knock on the 80s and 70s, nothing with Christopher Reeves. I'm not knocking any of that. It's just that we got to see it with modern technology, and I thought it was incredible. Now, I thought he got the flying, the speed, the strength, all of that. Well, Henry Cavill, potentially the best Superman we've ever had. Unfortunately, he just never had a Superman script to live up to what Superman should be. And then, you got stupid shit like angsty Clark Kent, toothpicking 18-wheelers together because he's a guy was mean. And then you have Pa Kent not letting his son save him when no one would fucking see So, but yeah, aside from things like that, you know, it's a really strong film, and I have to give it its roses as much as I don't want to. I said at the beginning there are going to be movies on this list that I would not put as my favorite, but that I will honor and respect as being good films. This is one of two that make my list that fall in that category.
But Krypton had its chance, though, Josh.
Hey, you know, I love the
Krypton had
Krypton
its
theme.
chance.
I feel like Zack Snyder did something that was unique and looked different for Krypton. I really appreciated it. I liked how much time we spent on Krypton at the beginning. I'd completely forgotten all that was there, and I was like, you know what? I'll do this. And kudos, Vanessa from Daredevil shows up too. Who would have known?
Oh, look at that. No, I was just giving you a hard time because Superman at one point says Krypton had its chance.
No, I
when
know.
he's like destroying everything, and that's a big point of
And then it
contention for
destroys
people.
everything at the end. It's CGI fest. Yeah. I know. Trust me.
And I do agree, though, that like when everyone starts saying like, well, he starts killing everyone in the city and it's like a bloodbath. I'm like, yeah. It's the same criticism we've heard for the past decade. I get it. And that's obviously those are the points of criticism. But yeah, it was Henry Cavill's start, and that fly scene, man, is epic. So
yeah.
And that the soundtrack was killer.
So good.
Soundtrack was good.
Hans
I also liked seeing Clark discovering his powers, and it's scaring him. And we don't really get much of that. And something like that should scare a young kid. It should terrify the shit out of you. So, yeah. Good.
100%. Kyle, you are winning right now at 67% of the vote with Batman 89. Tell us why
you have smart
Michael
people
Keaton,
in the chat.
Michael Keaton Batman moving around like this. Tell us why that's at your number 20 spot.
Because I'm Batman. You hear that? I mean, this movie, this event, this life-changing, this movie-changing thing, like blockbuster-changing movie, Batman 89 changed everything when this came out. Now, granted, I was all of one, so I don't remember 89 Batman coming out, but I watched the fuck at it at home, and it pretty much changed our lives forever as kids. It turned into, well, you're Batman fans now for the rest of your life. So, I mean, this movie did that. If you were a kid at a certain time, I mean, this was everywhere. The promotions for this, I mean, you could not get away from 89 Batman and what Tim Burton created. Now, it may not be comic accurate Batman. He may kill a lot of people in this movie, but hey, you know what? That's his take on Batman. But come on, Jack Nicholson as the Joker. What's there to say? I mean, and you can even see it as, well, it's called Batman, but it probably should have been called Joker because he really cared more about the Joker than he did about Batman. But that's just how Tim Burton is. He likes his kooky, wacky characters better. And but yeah, this movie, it is what it is. If you don't know 89 Batman, I don't know what to tell you. You have to watch this movie. It's cornerstone.
I'll also say the cultural significance of this movie was massive. I remember Robert Meyer Burnett talking about how that poster, this one exact one with the yellow or kind of that yellow, gold, and black, was posted everywhere. Grocery stores, New York City was like plastered in these like big billboards, and like that symbol was everywhere in the 80s. And so that logo and that image is probably burned into so many young minds. The cultural significance is just like so impactful. So
now again, should this be higher? Sure. Yeah. And sorry for cutting you off, but it is one of those films that if you really start breaking it down, it's like, okay, you're gonna start nitpicking things, and you're gonna be like, okay, this thing kind of falls apart. But you do that with any film. You're going to start really nitpicking, going through characters and going through motivations. It's like, okay, this is kind of goofy and silly. And you let Jack Nicholson say some really weird shit in this film. And it's like, what the fuck is he talking about? I don't know. But you just let him riff.
Yeah.
Just put a camera on him and let him go. Fine.
Yeah, you mentioned nitpicking it too, though, Kyle. But I think we have to remind ourselves it was 1989. You know,
Exactly.
and then some of the stuff that we nitpick is how it was filmed or the look of it. But my God, for back then, it was fantastic.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Pinewood Studios. I mean, come on, they revolutionized filmmaking. Everything about this film, it's like everyone now has to bow down to this film and what they were able to accomplish. Basically, if you're making a superhero film.
I will briefly just say Blade at my number 20. I wish it were higher. I really, really, really wish it were higher because I love this movie. I think it was the first superhero movie I ever watched, and from that moment on, I became a comic book fan. Wesley Snipes opening to a movie as Blade with the dance music is hands down the best superhero intro of all time. It will always be the best superhero intro of all time. Better than any MCU intro. I think it is so rad. I think Blade takes the cake easy when it comes to intros. What else was I going to say? Oh, I also like that it takes itself seriously in the first two acts. The third act, it gets to Kooky Town and it completely loses its goodwill. They want to bring back a blood god, and Deacon Frost gets infused with the bones of the vampire family bat wing bone people things. And wild. And they could have they almost ruined the entire movie with the wonkiness of the third act, but those first two acts took themselves very seriously. You're introduced to this world and you are 100% on Blade's side and believe everything that him and Whistler fight for. So yeah, like I said, it's one of my favorite films of all time, but it is objectively not great. Still very fun. So like I said, I wish it were higher. I wish I could put it higher, but I can't.
I'm glad someone put it higher on their list.
Which is like I told you, Kyle, I respect the hell out of where you put this movie. I am so jealous that you have it there because I love that pick. But we'll see how it does comparatively to the other ones that are there.
I'm sure.
Because it's wild when you see the other movies. So all right. So it looks like 89 takes it. I mean, it wasn't even a competition, 64%. So Batman 89 takes it for the win. No Man of Steel. Wow. No Blade. But we did get 89. Where's my green? Good to go. All right.
Does V stand for victory? What is that?
Oh, it was supposed to be a check mark, but both sides were just the equal length, so it didn't really do it well. Yeah. Avengers Endgame at number 19 for Esquire. Sure. Whatever.
I'm surprised it wasn't higher on their list, to be honest with you.
That's actually a good point. It's kind of an obligation. They have to say, like, oh, it did what other movies couldn't do, and the ending was fan service and Thor's hammer. It's
the obligation film comes way later on their list.
Oh yeah, that's that. And it's high on their list too. So, but let's get into our number 19. So, Kyle, I think people may have an issue with our picks for number 19 in terms of are they superhero movies or not, but I think they are. They could be argued for it.
Interesting.
My number 19 is Dread. Josh comes in with The Batman. Dun, 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 dun.
Dun.
And Kyle comes in with The Rocketeer. Kind of came in last minute. Super clutch, last minute pick, but I respect it. Josh, did you go first last time or did Kyle go first? I forget. Who wants to take this one?
Okay. I can take it. Look, so this is that second film that if this was a favorites list, it would not be on my list at all, period, point blank. But when I look at it from an objective filmmaking standpoint, there's a lot of good in this film. Story problems, absolutely. Batman problems, for sure. But this film kind of screams David Fincher. David Fincher is one of my favorite directors. I know he didn't direct this, but it was Matt Reeves doing his best David Fincher 7 impersonation. and I like the way he filmed a lot of this. The opening scenes with the Riddler when he kills that politician, incredibly terrifying and creepy scene. You have a lot of other good scenes, like when Batman is in the club going after Falcone, and you've got all the flashing red lights behind him. You've got the scene when he's going into Falcone's penthouse, and it's a pitch black scene. And then you've got the gunshots, the flares of the gunshots, and that's the only thing lighting up the scene. That is a brilliantly filmed scene. There's other moments like this. The Batmobile chase, really well done. You've got the whole use of darkness and people being afraid of the darkness because Batman's probably lurking in there. Like, you had that ever-present feeling of dread or paranoia. That's hard to do in a film. He did it incredibly well. You have Batman beating the shit out of those gang members. Like, we've never gotten a Batman that is that directly violent to you have Scott Snyder's over the top violence, right? Like, he's like, oh, I'm Batman and I picked you up with one hand and smashed your whole face into the ground. Like, I hate that shit because I hate the whole Bat God thing. But having Batman stand over a dude and punch him like 12 times until he's a bloody pulp, I'll take it all day. So yeah, a lot of really good stuff here. A lot of beautiful cinematography here. Really interesting shots that are upside down, shots that are from a specific angle. I think this movie does a good job of visually trying to represent comics, and you can tell there's a lot of inspiration from actual books that Matt Reeves is like, let's frame this way. So for that, I'll applaud him. Colin Farrell steals the show as Penguin. And yeah, a lot of really, really good stuff here, even if they do really shitty story decisions.
Nice. Yeah. I will agree with you on cinematography. And I love the fact that Batman is lurking in the shadows and that first 15 minutes of the movie where like people are like peering over their shoulders and it's like the camera is slowly panning in on like dark alleyways and you're like, oh my God, he could be in there. It really is a horror movie. Like, it's scary as hell.
It's also
and those are the good things.
Well, no, I mean, it's the first Batman movie where we actually get to see him being a detective. So thank God we finally get that. You know, this guy spent years being known as the world's greatest detective, and we never really got in any films. We finally get it here.
Yeah. Mark McGrath says that he didn't like or he says maybe the worst third act in a superhero movie. Salty says Rocketeer got my vote. Ezekiel says gotta give it to Josh. He's selling the movie. Wow. No, stop the vote.
Hold on. I gotta agree with Salty right here. Shitty Bruce Wayne.
Awful Bruce Wayne.
Yeah.
Awful Bruce Wayne.
Yeah. It's Edward from Twilight Bruce Wayne. So
yeah.
No, Edward Sparkles. Come on.
Oh, dang it. That's right. Gavin thinks that Dredd should be higher. Oh, okay. And Chris is actually contemplating between Dredd and Rocketeer. Well, in that case, let's hear your pitch for Rocketeer, Kyle, because right now, Dredd is winning, but just by a bit, 46% to Rocketeer's 38%. So let's hear what you got for Rocketeer.
This movie just screams classic Hollywood. When I watched this film, it came out in 1991. Again, I was a kid, watched this movie all the time. There was something about that Art Deco style that I loved, and the Rocketeer helmet. Like, there's just something about that helmet and that look that just brings you back to a time like in Hollywood, and a time where it just had a feel and everyone acted a certain way and it just had a presence. And this film just is just a fun superhero film. It is a good guy, bad guy, and it takes place like in the 40s. So you have the World War II aspect, you have the titular villains that I don't want to say out loud. I guess you can't say it, but you know, it just it is what it is. But again, Billy Campbell sells this test pilot guy who just comes across this jetpack, and then he just wants to, you know, do good. And having Timothy Dalton in this film as a villain, he is so good. He is one of his best roles, and he doesn't get the love he deserves for this role that he is in The Rocketeer. So, and you get Jennifer Connelly. She's a fucking smoke show in this movie. Something you don't see as a kid, but when you get older, it's like, holy hell. How did I miss that? It's like, oh.
Jennifer Connelly is a smoke show in general.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She is.
I'm sorry, I was too busy watching the other Jennifer Gardner in Daredevil, and going, whoa.
She's a terrible actress.
Hey, you don't say that.
Y'all don't say that.
You don't say that.
Yeah, but this movie still holds up to this day. The acting stuff in this is hilarious. But no, this is just a fun movie.
Kyle, you may have persuaded the people. It's 41% to 35% right now. Dredd is still in the win, or is still in the lead here. I think now I will say I have not seen Rocketeer, so I would love to see it because it sounds amazing. But Dredd is everything we want a superhero movie to be. It's, even though it was low budget, it kept the budget low, so it had a great what would you call that? Profit for the actual movie. You have Carl Urban just performing a great kind of dry, very serious Dredd. The movie takes itself seriously, which I respect a ton, because they could have gone campy and too over the top and like 2000 AD, the magazine, but it stays super grounded while still having a ton of fun. Great action scenes, incredible firefights where you've got, incendiary rounds and machine guns going off. Everything is very graphic, which kind of adds to the level of like the stakes of how awful this gang is. And I also like that it's really not any like world-ending threat. The stakes are still very high, but it's all within this. It's called Peach Trees, and it's not a neighborhood, but it's something like that, where it's like
a high
in
rise.
Mega City 1. Yeah, you have the high rise.
Mhm.
And it's all contained in this one little high rise. And it's not about, oh, this giant kaiju is about to eat all of the dreads and the whole universe is going to die because of this kaiju. It's like, nope, it's just a dread, or it's just a judge, and it's his rookie going on this mission who get locked inside this high rise and have to get out alive. And how do they do that? It's a perfectly little encapsulated hour and 30-minute film with heart, action, grit. It's got everything. So that's my pick for number 19. And it looks like I may have eked out a win here.
It makes I'm not mad at Dredd. I don't think he's a superhero, but I'm not mad. You can say the same thing for the Rocketeer. You can say the same thing for the Rocketeer. I get it.
I don't know. I think Rocketeer is a superhero.
More of a superhero than Dredd, but
I think so. But
there was
Kyle,
something about seeing Dredd in the theater when I saw it, and just completely blown away. Like, they took this seriously. And Carl Urban, hats off to him and props for not taking off the fucking helmet. He could have easily done it. He's a prima donna. He could have been like, "Oh, you want to see my face, right?" It's like, no, I don't.
No, we don't want to see your dumb face. Yeah,
no, just your jaw, bruh.
It is really funny how the whole movie he just basically has to have a constant frown, like he's always doing this. But yeah, so all that being said, Kyle, you're number 16. I'm going to give you crap for that because I don't think your 16 is a superhero whatsoever.
He is more of a superhero than Dredd is.
Your 16 just is Dredd in the 80s. It's like the exact same thing.
But not at all.
Just get along. Stop
no, Josh.
Now that we're talking about RoboCop.
No, we are not talking about RoboCop. Well, I'm sorry to blast your treasured Rocketeer. It does sound like a really, really great movie, and I the Art Deco production design I feel like would be really cool. So I'm looking forward to it. but unfortunately, Dredd did take it away with 41%. A win for me. That's a point for my board. Look at that. Woo! We got a win.
Boo.
Thanks, chat. Go Dredd. I am the law. All right.
I had to
yeah.
vote for Max on that one. Not
Sorry,
necessarily
Josh.
because I think it's the better movie, just because I know Kyle's my biggest competition. So
You had no chance, no shot. I'll get rid of her too. She sucks. Actually, no, he was terrible in the third act too. Really, the only one that's good is Penguin. There you go.
yeah. Well, he walked away with it. I was fine with Zoe's Catwoman. I didn't mind it. Riddler was not Riddler at all, any point of the way.
No.
So,
All right. Coming in at number 18, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 for Esquire. Such
the
an odd
worst
choice.
fucking one.
I mean, it's got Kurt Russell. That's good, right?
The worst fucking one.
Oh. Okay. I mean, yeah, that's fair. But number 18. This is I don't know how I feel about number 18. I don't want us to take away from our exposition and our dialogue for our discussion for these movies, but I'm noticing, well, we're almost to halfway, so I think we're doing all right on time. But I'm going to try and cut my reasons why a little bit down because we've already talked about some of these films, but feel free to elaborate a little bit more. Coming in at my number 18, I've got Unbreakable. Josh has Batman 89, and Kyle has Fanned Four Stick First Steps. So I got to go with Kyle on this one first, just because I am so intrigued and also confused by this pick. Yeah.
Well, you haven't seen the fucking movie, so of course you would be confused.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
It's a good movie. It's a solid, fun movie. It has pulled the MCU out of the fucking proverbial dumpster that it has been in for a while now. I left the theater happy and hopeful. What I wanted out of Superman, I got out of Fantastic Four. Just a all-around good, great film. I had such a fun time. The aesthetic is great. Galactus is great. Somehow Pedro Pascal is good in the film. Like, I cannot believe it, but they pulled it off. And it was fun to see in IMAX.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
And it left you with the hope that you wish Superman had.
Yes.
All right. Josh, Batman 89.
Yeah, look, I'm gonna just kind of repeat a lot of the same stuff that's been said. Great film, especially for when it came out. I'm very happy with the kind of visual identity that Tim Burton gave it without being too Tim Burton-esque. I mean, it is and it isn't, but it seems like he restrained himself and held back a little bit from going too crazy. And I love just how dirty Gotham was. Like all the people, when you're on the streets of Gotham, it's just dirty and seedy, and you feel just how awful the city is. I like that it focused pretty much on criminals and not these crazy. I mean, Joker is crazy over the top, but he's the only one. Yeah, good stuff. Michael Keaton's great, and I've been in the mansion that was used as Wayne Manor, so I'll just toot toot.
Damn, that's cool. Toot toot.
Toot toot. I may or may not be on. What was it? Oh shit, I can't remember the line now. It was from Ironheart.
I was gonna say, what was that?
Yeah.
Ironheart toot
Yeah.
toot. Is
Toot
that
toot,
the thing?
toot, toot.
Yeah, I was purposely trying to make that.
The chat is going to want us to do a worst of list now, and then we're going to have to do TV shows, and we're going to have to do, yeah. So, but anyway, Unbreakable. Bruce Willis is fantastic. The cinematography is wonderful. I also like the symbolism a lot. Mr. Glass. A lot of the scenes that are shot is when you're looking at Mr. Glass are seen through glass. So the first opening scene is shot when he's being birthed. and it's through a mirror. So the camera is looking through a mirror as Mr. Glass is born, which is of course glass. Then you see him through a TV screen, which is also glass, and then you see him again through a frame of a comic book panel, and the frame is glass. So like lots of little things like that are just these little nuanced things that make this movie like a film. It's super artistic. The pauses are very Shyamalan-istic, Bruce Willis is putting the weight on the bench press, and it takes like 15 minutes because every time he puts new weight on, the kid goes, more? And he's like, more. And like that's it. And they just do that for like 15 minutes. But the dialogue between Glass and Bruce Willis's character is so great. How he's like, you have to understand that I am your direct opposite and equal somehow. That you are the man who cannot break, and I am the man who breaks with everything, right? You are the man who can never get sick, and I get sick at everything. We are meant to be together. And then you get the final scene where he shakes his hand and he realizes who he is. And I love the fact the museum is called Limited Edition. You have him selling comic book art that looks like Ripaverse art. But anyway,
it does like Brian Solari, doesn't it? Kind of like one of the
a little bit
the Alpha Core,
Alpha Corpse.
An Alpha Corpse.
Or no, Alpha Core, Core.
The Core, yeah.
Alpha Core. So I watched Unbreakable last night, and I moved it up. It was actually like lower on my list, and I moved it up because it was so good. So
okay.
I really did like it. Right now, Batman 89 is sweeping at 86%. Like it's not.
It always will. It always will. Put it on any list, it'll win it. So
and it's just gonna win. Man, that's Josh. That was an easy one. You didn't even have to say anything, and it was just you're like, I went to the mansion one time, and everyone's like, oh yeah, vote for Batman 89.
Yeah, I'm not gonna tell anyone what I did at the mansion, but it was
no,
it was actually a charity event. And I got put at a booth showing people how to put a condom on. So I had a banana and condoms.
Oh,
all right.
Good times.
All right.
Yeah.
Great times.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Mm.
Well, I guess we'll have to end the poll. I thought Unbreakable was gonna win. Did it win in the last vote? No, I think someone else beat it, Unbreakable. But
yeah.
Man, I forgot one thing I also forgot was how much it incorporates comic books into the movie. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it does.
Salty says Josh never disappoints. Foreskins and Shamalama Ding Dong deserve no votes? No. Vex. Come on.
Incorrect.
Foreskins. All right.
It's a great film.
What about
people just enjoy now hating on anything that Marvel puts out?
Oh wow, you sound like your boy Zach, you soy whack. They just hate it. They just hate it because
a lot of people do. They just want to hate it because.
Listen, I love Gary to death. But when you're telling me that the ultimate nullifier is a better way to end this film, I gotta say, what the fuck you talking about, bro?
Yeah.
No. And you can't sit here and complain about Sue Storm in that third act and then talk about they should have done like the John Byrne when you have fucking Wasp knock Galactus out. That's all.
Yep.
That's all. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say.
You just like it because it's woke. All right.
Your mom.
That's why you like it.
Yeah.
On this, never mind.
Well, our number 17 pick, I don't think is going to be super woke because it's something I've never heard of before. But Esquire put as their number 17, Shin Akamano Araidoraru.
God bless you.
This is you've read all 237 volumes of this piece of shit, right?
Of the manga Tankaban, yeah.
It's about some kid with a giant sword, and he runs around really fast.
He runs around with his arms behind him. Yeah, I have no idea what this is. I didn't even watch the trailer. I just was like, oh, what now? This was, I feel like, an obligatory pick because they had to do something foreign, and they were like, yeah, this
Yep.
this makes it.
Obligatory foreign film.
Yeah. But ours are good. None of this Shin Kamen Rider stuff. I think all three of these are good. Number 17, my number 17 pick is Batman Mask of the Phantasm. Josh has Superman 2, the Richard Donner cut, and Kyle has Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 1. Josh, why the Donner cut of Superman number 2?
It is a superior cut than just Superman 2. Look, in general, I think Superman 2 is probably the best Superman and best Superman movie and the best representation of Superman. They pretty much filmed this back to back with Superman number 1. I don't know if Kyle's laughing at me in the chat, but
no, something else. I was thinking of something.
Oh, okay.
About it.
Kyle's just off in
I'm
his own
retarded,
world, just
don't-
thinking of something. He's just
I mean,
laughing
we're
at
all
Everybody
retarded,
else
so.
himself.
No, I think it gets a lot of this stuff right, and I remember little things having big impacts on me, like when Clark gives up his powers and goes in the bar and gets the shit beat out of him. I don't know. I remember feeling super defeated. I think there's a lot of wins here. And yeah, is it a product of its time? Absolutely, but that doesn't mean that it's not quality for what they were able to do. I'm still impressed with how the Fortress of Solitude looks, even though it's just a bunch of white pillars and crystals, and so yeah, fun stuff.
Nice. Okay. Kyle, so low. Guardians so low at 17.
Is it?
I think so. But
I mean, I never.
I love
really
that it's on
loved
your list.
these- Yeah, I've never really loved these films, but
Okay.
I can appreciate them for what they are, and this one in particular because, I mean, I thought when this got announced that it was coming out, I'm like, this thing is gonna fucking flop. Like, I thought this was gonna be so bad, and I'm like, you're
Yeah.
putting a bunch of no-name characters that anybody that said they knew them was a fucking liar. It's like nobody read Guardians of the Galaxy. Like, shut the fuck up. They're my favorite characters. I know everything about them. Shut the fuck up. No, you didn't. You didn't know.
I've been reading Rocket Raccoon since the 80s. It's like,
It's like,
okay.
sure
yeah,
you are,
mhm.
because you know everything about every fucking comic book character that's ever existed. It's like
Wikipedia warriors that were
Yep.
just like, I love Groot.
No.
Yeah, no.
But
all right.
yeah, and I was pleasantly surprised by this film when it came out. I was like, oh shit, like this had a different aesthetic from anything else that Marvel put out at the time. The space opera stuff I loved. Chris Pratt stole the movie. I absolutely loved what he was able to bring to the character and to the movie and the heart it had. Yeah, see that stuff in the trailer, I'm like, this shit is gonna fucking just wear thin real fast.
You're like, you want me to watch a talking raccoon? I don't think so.
Yeah, and John C. Reilly, all these people in this movie, I'm like, what in the hell are you doing? But he pulled it off, and I got to give him credit. And again, it's not my favorite Marvel film. I haven't really gone back to it really since theater. I think I may have seen it once or twice since, but no, it's a lot of fun. I think these characters play well off each other. It's very well acted. The cinematography is fun. The prison stuff is great. Yeah, I just think it's just a good film overall.
Amen. Batman Mask of the Phantasm. All I need
That's
to say
high,
is,
bruh.
oh, it could have been higher.
No, it could not.
It's, I guess for me, this was also, out of my criteria. This was weighed a little bit heavier just because of my subjective opinion of my Batman films, because all the other Batman movies that I've watched have never lived up, in my opinion, to Batman the Animated Series. It's always been my favorite depiction of Batman. And so if I get an hour and a half of Batman the Animated Series in a compact film, that's what Batman Mask of the Phantasm is. And so it's so rad to actually get it scripted out as a film with wonderful acting, fantastic storytelling. Like I said, it's just the animated series, but in a movie, and I can't ask for anything more than that. So,
other than the weird plot and characters that don't make a whole lot of sense, and what the fuck with the Joker being this guy that you didn't recognize till
what are you
later on.
talking about?
Give me a break. I mean, there's a
I
lot of
mean,
stupid shit in that movie.
it sets up the villain because Batman meets her at the beginning. You think that she's just going to be some young hot fling that turns out to be the actual, Phantasm.
Phantasm. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I think
He draws a smiley face on an old picture and he's like, "That's the Joker." I mean, it's like, come on now. It's very cartoony. It's very
it is a
kiddie.
cartoon. Yeah, it is a
Yes.
cartoon. But
I loved it. Trust me. I had it on VHS. I loved
Yeah.
that movie. Watched it all the time.
Oh, it's great.
The music alone is fantastic.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, because like I said, it's just taking all the best parts of the animated series and just putting it into a movie. So, yeah, I think it's a lot of fun, and like I said, it's a little bit more personal for me just because I don't like a lot of iterations of Batman, but I love like the animated series is my definitive Batman. So that's why it's so high for me.
Jaffiel.
And it looks like I'm not the only one who thinks so, because right now we're at 16 votes and it has 50% of the vote. Guardians of the Galaxy coming in at number 2 with 31% of the vote. Look at that.
What?
All right.
What
Yeah.
is wrong with you people?
Even Kyle's like, don't vote for me. Oh man. Yeah, I'm surprised Superman number 2 wouldn't have been higher, but I think we can go ahead and end it here. Unless we have anyone else that wants to put in their vote. But right now, yeah, 17 votes, 47%, and Batman Mask of the Phantasm will take it. All right. Number
Boo.
17. Woo! I got one.
You got quite a few. I think are you besting me right now, I think.
Get
I think he's
out
got
of
3.
here.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. Is any Chad? Are you guys taking tally? Or I'll have to take tally tomorrow. I'll watch the live stream again. But Esquire actually coming in with a base take here. Hellboy at number 16. That is high. That's almost breaking their top 15.
People jack off Guillermo del Toro, though.
Even I was like, that's high for a Hellboy film. I don't know about that, but then again,
surprised it wasn't Lady in the Water just because it's Guillermo.
See, I never saw that one, but I feel like Abe Sapien is in that movie too because he's like a water person thing. So I don't know. Of
course.
But after we do our 16 pick, we'll showcase Seeds of Evil one more time, Kyle, because I want to see where we're at. But let's hit our number 16 pick with my choice of X-Men from the early 2000s, Josh's pick, Batman Begins, and Kyle with RoboCop, which is not a superhero movie. But anyway, that's the 16th pick. Josh, why Batman Begins?
I feel like Batman Begins often gets overshadowed by another film in that trilogy. And yes, I'm definitely talking about
Dark Knight Rises.
Of course.
Mm-hmm.
No, look, this is gonna sound really weird, and people are gonna go like, "What do you mean?" I think Batman Begins is the most Batman movie.
Oh, you cut
out.
It's the most Batman movie because, and then
I'll tell you all right now.
Hold on your butts, because here it comes. Ready?
I'm back, baby. No, it gives us one of the best explorations of Bruce Wayne that we've ever gotten. We also get to see just how extensive his training was becoming Batman. And I really love the way that it paints and shapes the city of Gotham. I think it's a very subtle film in a lot of ways, and then kind of goes bombastic when it needs to. But pulling in Ducard and Ra's al Ghul, and you've got Scarecrow. It's just a fun movie that I think is well done and really honors and respects the Batman legacy and pulls a ton of shit from year one. Batman going out and Bruce going out in just the black with the face mask, pulled directly from the comics. That whole scene where he gets the bats to come in and spiral down, pulled directly from comics. But yeah, I love this. I remember when this came out, I was so hyped when after watching it. I was a little nervous before watching it. I was hoping for the best, but I think you go like 45 minutes before Batman is ever seen or introduced. So they really made a point to make this about character, and it's something that follows into the next film.
Nice. Okay. God, I don't even remember how long it's been since I watched Batman Begins. Like that whole trilogy, it's been forever since I watched it. Probably since like the early 2000s, like 2005. That when it came out? 2006?
Yeah, 2005 is
Yeah.
when it came out.
Yeah.
Mm.
All right, Kyle, tell us why. Yeah, because even Vex is wondering what are the criteria for superhero? Because tell me why RoboCop made it in your picks for superhero
Okay.
movies.
It's an origin story. So, like all superhero films, you need a good origin story. We get
Okay.
that. He has an alter ego.
Okay.
So he starts out as Murphy. Then it's
And
RoboCop.
then- okay.
So he has an alter ego. He's got superhuman abilities, right?
Okay.
He fights
Crime.
vigilantes, fights crime, and he's got an iconic suit, right?
Okay. I'm the only one I'm having trouble.
Right.
The only one I'm having trouble with is the alter ego because his alter ego died, so he can't do both at the same time. But go on.
But Murphy and RoboCop were their distinct identities, and
Okay.
then he has internal conflict, right?
Mm.
Right. Classic superhero stuff. Come on now.
Okay, even Gavin's given us a little alter ego. I don't know.
It is not based on a comic book per se. There was a comic book based on this though that was put out.
Oh, any good?
So Mark Texeira did the cover for it. It is
Oh, hell
fantastic.
yeah.
It's based on the movie, but still, it's a comic book.
Okay.
So think of him as like a Frankenstein's monster of superheroes sort of thing.
Mm.
Tragic, brutal, sort of thing. So yeah, of course. And that all aside, this movie is fucking amazing. You want to
Yes.
sum up the 80s in a movie, watch RoboCop.
Yeah.
I mean, you get squibs, you have bitches leave, you have cocaine. I mean, what the fuck else do you need? Corporate greed.
suits, yeah,
Yep,
corporate
the
greed.
suits.
Yep.
I mean, you
You
have
got
a guy
Dicks
that dies.
flying around.
Yep,
and-
you got,
yeah.
and they still make him come into work after he's dead. And then he shoots a guy's dick
Yes.
in front of while he's
Amazing.
being holding a woman hostage in front of him. I
Yes.
mean, come on. This movie's perfect.
And then you get the incredible melting man at the very end of the movie when he gets run over by the car.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Help me!" Oh.
Don't touch me, man.
I mean, you could argue that RoboCop is almost a perfect movie.
Yes.
It's wonderful. I think
Yep.
the only reason the reason why it's not your number one though is because it's not a superhero film, and I think
'Cause it
that's
is a
what we have to
superhero
agree on.
film.
I
But
think
some people disagree. And so I have to
Well, if it were a
appease
superhero film,
these-
it'd be number
these
one.
Whiners.
Oh god.
You're
All
doing
right.
a superhero film. Yeah.
I'll give it to you. The only
Should be in the
reason
top
why
5, but
I mean, if it were a superhero film, it would be in the top 5. But
Because it
because
is
it's not,
superhero.
it ends up on outside of your top 15.
it's not your
which is insane.
traditional superhero film where it's based off of a character from the comic books, blah, 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 blah.
Okay. I mean, regardless of what we say about RoboCop or X-Men, doesn't really matter because Josh is pulling in at 62% right now in the votes.
Of course.
So yeah, so Batman anything Batman Nolan's trilogy, everyone's just gonna go, oh, it's the best thing ever. Oh,
Hard disagree. If I had the Dark Knight Rises up here, people would be like, shit on it. Shit, someone pee on it.
choose X-Men. Choose X-Men. No. I won't say too much just for the sake of time and because we've already talked about X-Men, but I rewatched it this week and I really, really enjoyed it. I was surprised at how seriously they took themselves in that first act, kind of establishing everyone. it was wild, man. When a lot of these films seem like too tongue-in-cheek, I thought X-Men did a good job of introducing some of these characters. So fun. Overall, I long for the day, though, that we get a Chris Claremont, Dave Cockrum X-Men movie where it's like colorful, adventure, exciting, space travel. That's the X-Men that I know and love.
No.
And this is more human rights and mutant rights and you know,
real
we have
X-Men.
to fight
Yeah.
for the and it's like, oh, okay, yeah, all right.
That's my X-Men.
Of course, the God loves man kills X-Men.
Correct.
And I'm
That's
like,
what I want. Yeah.
I get it. It's easier to do for a movie, but
Well, that's who the X-Men are deep down.
yes,
core.
it's about, yeah. I will say there's a scene where their focus, like the frame is on Magneto and Mystique is standing right next to him, and she's just topless, but she's Mystique. And the frame is literally just his head next to her naked, breasticles.
Yeah.
And I wonder how Rebecca Romaine always felt about that, because I was like, you're just naked. Like, you're just literally naked in this movie, and the scene lasts a long time. Oh, well.
Well, judging by the director, he didn't really care about women per se.
No.
Oh, he's
That's
a
a good
homosexual.
Homosexual.
Yeah.
No wonder they had Wolverine shirtless for half the film. All right.
Much as possible.
Anyway.
Yeah, he didn't even have time to get in shape. They had already started filming when Doug Ray Scott got dropped out, pulled out, and then they had to just scramble to get Hugh Jackman.
It is pretty funny to see like what the peak male physique looked like in 2003 versus like 2024 when he's still jacked as hell in Deadpool and Wolverine. But yeah,
no, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, he was supposed to, like, Doug Ray Scott was cast and had started working out and was getting jacked.
Oh,
and they started filming, and then he backed out because the whole Tom Cruise and all this other shit that was going on. So they were already filming before they cast Hugh Jackman as Wolverine.
Well, kind of like Aragorn in the Lord of the Rings, they made the best choice on the second go around, because Peter Jackson actually hired an Aragorn before Viggo Mortensen, but he was too young. As they were doing the scenes, he just looked like he hadn't been aged enough through the Days of Middle Earth, and sure enough, he was 100% right, and Viggo was the right choice. So
he wasn't a ranger.
Not a Gondorian ranger. All right. Well, before we get to our number 15 pick at our halfway point, let's share. I want to share Kyle's, campaign here. Campaignfully gorgeous. Let's see. Let's refresh this bad Larry. 51-58. Oh, with 40 backers. Hell yeah, boys. That's awesome. If you guys haven't gotten a chance to yet, the link is in the pinned comment. It is also in the description of the video. But make sure to go support our boy Kyle. You can get one of these books for as low as $5 if you want to get the PDF, or $10 for the regular trade dress. I personally, because my taste is particularly chef's kiss, I would go with any Lucio Perillo cover is probably your best bet, but you can get a trade for 15 or a virgin for 20. Yes, for 20. So, a Lucio Perillo cover for as low as $15. Come on.
That's insane. And that's crazy. Perillo doesn't go that low.
Never.
Only
for special projects like Kyle. So
indeed.
Anything else on here that we want to talk about before we get into our number 15?
No.
Take it off the screen. It's ugly.
Get it out of here.
Get it out of here. Moving on. But yeah, thank you guys so much for the support. Help Kyle's exciting new Seeds of Evil #1 hit 52. That'd be sick if we got to 52 tonight.
That'd be insane.
we broke 5K, which was fun. That was super exciting.
Yeah.
So next milestone is at 52.
Mm-hmm.
Ghost written by Kevin.
Well, it may or may not have been.
Nice.
You get someone to ghost read it.
Yeah, I mean, someone giving you you know what you should do? You should send it to the biggest problem in the universe and ask for their feedback.
Oh yeah,
They'll give it to you.
I'm sure.
I'm sure
I'd
they
love to
will.
hear it.
All right. So Batman Begins ended up winning this round. But let's see who wins the next round. Esquire put their number 15 way too low, but Kyle, I can't say anything about this. Anyway,
I moved
Captain America, you did move it out of spite.
out of spite.
It's purely out of spite.
I had it down there out of spite.
Oh
But,
wow.
Yeah.
Out of spite, but so never mind.
We'll get to it later.
I'm not even. Yeah, I was about to say I'm not even gonna ask. So, Captain America: The Winter Soldier, Esquire has this at number 15. Wild pick for number 15. But then again, wait till you guys see my 15 with Thor.
Oh, no.
The first Thor. Josh has Fantastic Four First Steps. And Kyle has Blade 2, baby. So one of these is not like the other. Actually, none of these are like the other.
No,
This is the
This is the most
it's all
fucked
very-
up.
Even Vex is like, Josh, what the F is wrong with you?
Max,
So
you
I'm
can't
not
say
mad at you,
anything. You
Josh.
haven't seen the fucking movie.
I was just I was just saying
Yeah.
what Vex was saying. All right, so
Well,
I'm just a messenger. I'm just saying.
There's a connotation
So-
that she was right.
That's
I have to
that's
remind
fair.
everyone, she's a woman. I love you, Vex. Just kidding.
And she's Canadian, so
God.
yeah. But yeah, I mean, I guess because we're giving you a hard time, we got to let you go first on this one. I will be posting the vote in the chat in just a second, so please, everyone, go vote for Thor because it's the right one. But yeah, Josh, tell us why Fantastic Four First Steps is the correct pick here. For number 15.
Why is Mark McGrath asking what's up with those eyebrows, though? Like, the eyebrows on the thing are so Kirby-esque that
Yeah.
very happy.
The eyebrows are actually good on thing, yeah.
Yeah. Look, a lot of the praise needs to go to Matt Shackman here. He did an incredible job. Fantastic Four has the most visual identity and aesthetic over pretty much anything else except for maybe one other film in the MCU. And I thought just visually it was a delight to look at and watch. A lot of great stuff on that end from the cinematography as well. Acting wise, man, script 2, there's a lot of really good dialogue here. A lot of heartfelt moments. I felt the family aspects of this. Some pretty strong acting in general. And yes, I will include Pedro's Reed in that. Is it Reed Richards? Not so much. There's something Pedro did that I can't decide if I like or not. I liked it from a performance standpoint. He plays Reed as being so pained with his knowledge that he just always seems uncomfortable. But at the same time, I don't like it because Reed should be confident. So that was kind of a conflicting thing that I had. But there's a scene when Silver Surfer comes down, her first scene when she first comes to Earth. And she's doing the, I herald his beginning, I herald your end, I herald Galactus. There's a moment she says after that where she says, share your times with your loved ones and tell them the things you've been too afraid to say. And Pedro does a really, really subtle thing in that moment where he looks at Sue and then he looks at her belly because he's terrified that there's going to be something wrong with his child. And you get to see that paranoia from him throughout the movie. I really, really liked that. And the fact that he was right and Galactus sees it, and that's what Galactus wants, kind of plays really, really well. Yeah, I loved Johnny Storm in this. I love that they made him intelligent. You can't spin movies or books being like, we got the smartest people we know, and then you have the biggest dumbass you've ever met, even though he's fun and entertaining. But this Johnny is very much a part of the team and equally as intelligent. The thing with him, and it kind of works for the character, is his intelligence is very ADHD. He decides what he wants to focus on because it's what he likes. The other stuff he could care less about. And that's portrayed very well here. Eben Moss Bacharach as the Thing is perfect, and I wish we would have had more of him. But the subtlety he's able to do with the acting of just his eyes and body language, for me, I got chill bumps multiple times in this movie. And Sue, I know a lot of people are saying like, "Oh, this is like woman power type movie." Sue's a strong character, and I'm fine seeing that. But I never felt like it was at the expense of everyone else, so I was okay with it. I know a lot of people complain about the third act or the final act, the final fight, quote unquote, and that she pushes Galactus into a portal, but it's based in comics. She's kind of had the upper hand on Celestials, and it just has to do with the fact that her power is cosmic energy, so it can match. I wish the Thing and Reed and Johnny would have all done more to get into that, but no, I think it's a beautiful film. I can't wait to watch it again, honestly.
Wow. All right. Well, I can't really say anything because I haven't watched the movie. So I will wait until I watch it on the high seas or something. Our good friend Salty Traveling Sea is heading out for the evening. He has been posting Kyle's link and sharing in our excitement for this new book all night. So thank you so much for your support, Salty, and just for hanging out with us tonight. We love seeing you. So thanks for all the support and love, and enjoy the rest of your night. And make sure to come back and watch the rest of this tomorrow, because we still got 15 picks left or 14 picks left that you still haven't seen. So, all right. It looks like Blade is unfortunately in the lead. Blade 2. Now, don't get me wrong. I love Blade 2. It's a fun, goofy movie, but breaking the top 15, that's a high pick, my man.
Well, you should wait and see where Blade is, but yeah, Blade being
2.
able to match the energy from the first Blade with a sequel like this, and having someone like Guillermo del Toro come in and really, come in, understand the assignment, and then add to the lore and add to this character was almost masterful with what he was able to accomplish here. Almost turn out something that is better than the original in some aspects is truly great as far as sequels are concerned, because a lot of times they'll come in here and you'll get a sequel and it's like whiffed on that. So I have to say there's a lot of fun in this movie going back and watching it. So many good lines. Ron Perlman is hilarious in it. His tete-a-tete with Wesley Snipes is great. So there's a lot to like about this film. Is it goofy? Yes, it is, but it has an aesthetic. It has a purpose. Everything is in there for a reason. And I don't know. I had a lot of fun with it, and I like Chris Christopherson still in this too. I think he adds a lot from his character from the first one. I think he really brings that character Whistler a little more depth to the character. So yeah.
All right.
Now Thor, what the fuck?
Well, first of all, let me say, there are some lines in Blade 2 that we were joking about before the show. One of them is from one of the characters of the squad that was meant to hunt Blade, but is now working with him to fight off these like new vampire strain or thread. And he says to Whistler, "You're one cunt hair away from going to hillbilly heaven." And just that alone, I'm like, yep, that's Blade 2 for you. So
perfect.
It's really, really funny. And then Wesley Snipes gets a lot more dialogue in Blade 2 and has that so exciting, right? And like you said, it's the banter between the two. One thing that I forgot to mention about the first Blade, but Blade 2 and Blade 1 have, excellent mixed martial arts, like excellent hand fighting and coordination. I thought
Oh
so.
yeah.
Like Wesley Snipes just crushes it with his fighting, and you see it in Blade 2 for sure. So yeah.
Yep.
Thor.
Ugh.
You get some incredible acting in Asgard with what's his name? I'm blanking on his name now. As Odin.
Anthony Hopkins.
Thank you, Anthony Hopkins.
Mhm.
And a truly heartfelt scene, and maybe one of my favorite scenes in the first phase of MCU, when Odin is taking Thor's power and Loki is kind of helpless to watch it all happen. And Thor and his father have been battling, for this whole time, because Thor obviously is young and prideful and wants to go fight. And his father, being a king, understands what war will bring to the kingdom. I thought that whole dynamic was wonderful. I think that Chris Hemsworth is actually surprisingly a fantastic actor and not just some pretty face or some big buff guy. He acts the hell out of those scenes. Anthony Hopkins does the same, and Tom Hiddleston crushes it as well. I will agree that once we get to Earth, it gets a bit like it's a bit of a slog. But the ending where Thor gives his life as a sacrifice to protect this little town of Podunk nowhere, brilliant. And I thought it should have made his arc only go up from there. But unfortunately, we get Thor the Dark World, Thor Ragnarok, and then later Thor Love and Thunder. So when you talk about like Thor films, Infinity War is actually a better Thor film than the Dark World and Ragnarok and all these other ones. So that's the tough part, but that's why Thor is in my number 15 spot. That's why it breaks it. So all that being said, the Blade 2 wins it easy with 60%. So there you go, Kyle. That's a point for thee. I misjudged you too harshly, my friend. But like I said, I love Blade 2. It's very fun, but it's a little too campy for me, a little too hokey.
Just
Which
the
is
right
still
amount.
fun, but yeah,
Of
just the
course.
right amount. All right, we'll end this poll and we'll get to our number 14, which for Esquire was The Crow. Super high for Esquire.
Too high.
I mean, you love The Crow, and even still, it's like, that's even too high.
Yeah.
So this one's interesting though. This next one, Josh, why don't you go first with this one? Because you and Kyle picked the same on this bad boy. So for number 14, I have Captain America, the First Avenger. But you, Josh and Kyle both picked the Suicide Squad. So tell us why you guys picked the Suicide Squad by James Gunn.
I would just say it's a really fucking tight movie. I think it's one of in some ways his best movie, and I know that's gonna sound weird because maybe one of my picks higher up is another James Gunn film. But I rewatched this recently and I forgot how much fun it is. But it's fun. It feels okay and on point with the characters in this world. It's violent. Sometimes violent, and sometimes funny violent. But there's also some nice heart to it. And I really, really forgot how much I love the scene with Flag and Peacemaker fighting at the end. And it's good. But I mean, my God, just so much fun. I kind of smiled like an idiot through most of the movie. And I love King Shark. And, yes, Inoue. And thank you, Inoue.
Yeah.
Inoue, find friends. Look, it's great. Yeah, good stuff all throughout.
Okay. Kyle, you picked this one like super last minute. So why are we throwing this one in here?
Yeah, so after I watched Superman twice and hated the ever living shit out of that film, I wanted to go back and watch the Suicide Squad because I remember thinking it was much better than Suicide Squad, which no shit, anything could almost be better than that film. So I'm like, but is it though? And I went back and I'm like, I had so much fun with this movie. The characters I felt like were actually having fun, and Idris Elba and John Cena, like their scenes together, they play off each other so well in this. And this movie, I think, is actually the script is actually smarter than I think people give it credit for. I think it's much smarter with what they're able to do and how it all sets up from the beach at the beginning to what we do, and the overall style. I felt like this was James Gunn. Like this felt like the story he wanted to tell, the way he wanted to tell the movie, because he likes telling these ensemble stories with these types of characters. Like they're all able to have fun and let loose, and they all have their quirks, but yet they all somehow come together and they're a family at the end, and there's a lot of heart into it. It's like with Superman, I just felt like there was probably a lot of pressure from a bunch of people, producers, giant studios saying, no, you got to put this, and no, get rid of that, add this, delete this, move this. So then it just turns into a fucking mess, which is what Superman was. And he probably didn't tell the movie he wanted to tell. And he probably, truth be told, shouldn't have been the one to direct a Superman film, but that's a debate for another time. But going back to this and hearkening on everything Josh said, it's like, this was just a fun movie, and it had an aesthetic that I really enjoyed, and the cinematography is great, and Starro as a villain is fantastic. It's creepy, menacing, disgusting, and it's like, I had a good time.
Wow. All right. I'm surprised. So I enjoyed the film, but I don't think I had it nowhere near my top 25. Maybe I'd have to rewatch it, or maybe the characters are just too kooky, like Polka Dot Man, but even Polka Dot Man has an arc, so it's like, okay,
It's better than Daredevil.
It's way better than Daredevil.
Oh, don't
I
you
don't
fucking
know.
I swear to God, you.
I remember the first time I watched this, and we got to see from Polka Dot Man's perspective, and the entire Suicide Squad were all his mom.
Yeah.
I laughed my ass off.
That's right. Yeah.
And then even God, I can't think of his name now, but Hugo or Herbert or whatever, where they're like, "Where's Hugo?" And then Harley's like, "Who the fuck is Hugo?" And they're like, "Are you kidding me? He's been with us the entire time." Yeah.
And then she sees them. Oh, Hugo, that's who it is.
But I think what really works is they're all kind of off-put characters, and you've got your straight man and God, why can't I think of Idris Elba's character's name right now?
Death. No.
Is it Death Blow? Death?
No.
Deathlock?
I can't remember. Anyways,
Deathshot?
Him playing the straight man to all this works really well. The fact that he's got somewhat of an emotional arc concerning his daughter plays well. I know we shit on Amanda Waller because, God, she's overused way too fucking much in the comics, but they do Amanda Waller relatively well in the film.
Bloodsport.
Bloodsport. Thank you.
Bloodsport.
Bloodshot. Blood.
But yes,
sport. Blood.
Blood splatter.
Blutter.
The scene at the camp with the rebels is also
great.
Fucking great.
Well,
I kind of forgot the punchline to that when I saw it again. I'm like, oh fuck, that's right. I completely forgot.
I don't know, guys. Grace Randolph said that Starro killed too many black people, so I guess we can't.
I was standing up and applauding. I was like, "It's about
finally
a movie I can get behind."
Vex says it's almost 1 a.m., but I'd rather judge all three of you than sleep. Hey, I love it. Well, we are glad to have you here, Vex. Hopefully, you're enjoying the show.
To judge when you're right all the time, like me. So.
That's right, Kyle.
I mean, it makes sense because Captain America is winning by 67%, and I haven't even said why I like the film yet. So,
way too high for this film.
Yeah,
67% or number 14? What do you mean?
Both.
Yeah,
bad takes all around. Well, this movie has a lot of heart to it, but I will agree that third act falls apart. How does Cap go from the montage of him becoming the who raised the flag and the Captain America and like all this like he's like a showgirl, but then the next scene he's like tactical operator. We're gonna go into we're gonna go past enemy lines and like the general's just like sure Cap you go for it, right? So
well, he wasn't a showgirl by choice. That was the U.S. government forcing him to do that for money.
Right. My concern was where did he learn the knowledge? Was that boot camp? Because in boot camp, you're not going to learn the tactical skill of a captain, right? So did he just get infused with that knowledge because of the super soldier serum and he now is able to comprehend higher levels of tactics and strategy? Maybe. I can maybe go with that. But there is a lot of like he parachutes out of a plane. You're not taught that in boot camp. So there is a lot of the movie where I'm like, when did you learn that? Okay, so
Captain
all right.
America, man, he's just gonna do what's
He
right.
doesn't have to learn.
He's just gonna do it.
Yeah, you just gotta feel it.
All right. But the first half is like perfect, where he's meeting with the doctor, and the doctor's like, promise me, no matter what happens during the procedure, you are going to be a man with a good heart above all. And it is so simple, but it resonates so deeply. And you see the struggle within Steve to continue to apply. He has multiple applications into the recruiting depot, and still no one takes him. It's a classic hero's journey. It's excellent, but there are cheesy moments where like even Bucky, when they go back to the camp, and everyone's like, hey, everyone, let's hear it for Captain America. And I was like, oh, God. And everyone goes, yeah. And I was like, no, that would not happen. I'm sorry.
But
so, yeah.
At the same time, potentially has the most heroic moment or act in any superhero film when he jumps on the grenade.
Yeah.
Well, he jumps on the grenade and easily shows everyone that he is the right choice for the super soldier serum. And even
He's a bitch.
Well, what's his name goes, he's still skinny, right? And he walks away.
Yep.
And
what's his name?
That was
That's
when
Tommy
Marvel-
Lee Jones. Put some respect on that name.
Tommy Lee Jones. Tommy Lee Jones has so many good one-liners in this. You've also got Peggy Carter, who works perfectly alongside Steve in the film when he comes out of the pod, and she just kind of slowly puts her hand against his chest, like, "Oh my God, I can't touch you." But that she's just anyway.
So that scene was an accident.
Interesting.
She was in the performance and was going to do it to like as a consoling thing.
Yeah.
And then was going to do it and realized, oh shit, I'm not supposed to do this, and pulled her hand back. And that's really why it happened. But then it looks like, oh, I want to touch him. Oh God, I shouldn't touch him. So it worked. But kudos,
it does work.
Yeah.
It really does work. But yeah, cast of characters, even Red Skull is great with what's his name? Hugo Weaving. But yeah, no, he has two really. He hated it.
Oh, Hugo Weaving. That's why he never came back. He fucking despised this.
I believe it. I mean, yeah, he's this like classical actor who has to get relegated to some stupid, Red Skull doofus thing. I don't know, but last thing I'll say though, just for the sake of time, he sacrifices himself twice, falls on the grenade, and puts the ship into the ice, potentially saving the entire universe. So, and the entire world, because if Red Skull did in fact take the Tesseract, who knows what would have happened. So Cap saved the world and the universe before Ant-Man, before Tony, before any of those guys. So really, really cool movie, but it does have its issues. Like, that's the unfortunate part. It does have a lot of issues, but it has a lot of heart too. So, and with that, Cap wins at 67%. Woo! Let's go. Cap for the win.
All of you are disappointments, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
A point for me, and you guys were doubling up on me. So I won by sheer luck.
Double tip the chip.
You took the chip, you took a bite, and you dipped it again.
And you dipped again.
Oh, Logan. Okay, so
Mm.
Esquire has Logan at number 13. Is this too low or too high?
I don't know. It may not even make my list.
Yeah.
Oof,
know.
wow. Okay. I think it's right where it needs to be because at number 13 I have Logan.
Wow.
Josh
Damn.
has X2. That's high. And Kyle has Watchmen. So why is X2 at number 13, Josh?
It is vastly a superior film to X-Men. Improved across the board. One, you actually get to see your heroes use their fucking powers in this movie. But no, it plays really heavily into the Wolverine origin story. You've got Brian Cox playing a brilliant William Stryker. You also have the first instance of kind of a I'm Not Alone storyline with Lady Deathstrike. You get the team up of Magneto helping the X-Men and working with the X-Men because they have a common cause. But at the end, maybe the common cause isn't so common. You get a huge boost to Mystique in this movie where she becomes a badass character and not just a hot character. They do a lot of great stuff with Mystique here. Storm, there's a scene where she creates more tornadoes in like a 3-minute scene than were in the entire movie of Twister. It's just a lot of good stuff. Nightcrawler, the opening White House scene with Nightcrawler going through attacking the president. I remember seeing that and being like, yeah, this movie's bomb. This is the shit. The attack on the school and getting to see all the kids. You get the introduction of Colossus, who should have been in the movie more, but people are retarded and didn't include him more. Also, he was hot as fuck. What else? Jean Grey getting her Phoenix abilities that they're starting to show themselves throughout the entire film. She's, what do you mean, boo?
Sucked.
The third film sucked. This was
That
good,
too.
though. Yeah, no, the third film was hot garbage. But no, this her Phoenix abilities coming through, the sacrifice at the end. I was a big fan. Yeah, Wolverine getting to go berserker for once in a movie, like, great.
What did you think about him fighting Lady Deathstrike with her nailies, her little nailies, in the room that he became Weapon X in? Like, I felt like there was some sort of symbolism there, but I don't know. Maybe I'm just looking too deep into it, but
Like, because they went back to the room where it happened.
yeah, and
it's
he
Colonel
kills her with
Stryker's-
adamantium.
Yeah, of course. But he's
So-
also sad about it. Well, like, she also
Right.
breaks out of the mind control right at the end. So you see her true humanity and this kind of look of like, why are you doing this to me? It's a good scene. Good action, especially for 2003. Pretty intense stuff.
Now, would you say, because this is how I feel, I think Nightcrawler has the best arc in the film. Because at the end, he talks to Storm and he tells her, I can't do this. And she's like, faith, right? I have faith in you.
Yeah.
Because he's always like, praying and he's like, oh, I can't do this. Or I can't go through walls that I can't see because I'll end up in a wall, right? Or I'll end up somewhere random. So I thought actually Nightcrawler had the biggest arc in the film than anyone else in the movie. Logan does confront Stryker and chooses the X-Men over finding out more about his past. But I was like, okay, that's fine. But I still like Nightcrawler's arc. Kyle, why Watchmen? Watchmen's the best graphic novel of all time. This should be your number one. Alan Moore is a genius.
I debated putting it number one because he is a genius and it is the greatest piece of work ever written down by a person.
Okay.
All that being said, Zack Snyder almost put the greatest thing on the celluloid ever up on screen for someone to watch. So he made the impossible possible with this film. Look, he was able to put something on screen that many people thought could never be done. They're like, you just can't adapt Watchmen without doing it. Literal, taking forever. but he was able to do it in a way that it had style, it had grit. He was able to do something again that was impossible, and I actually really liked the film. I thought his ending was better than what Alan Moore wrote in Watchmen. I think it makes more sense to have the world believe Dr. Manhattan killed these people as opposed to a fucking giant squid monster. Like, I just think it just makes a lot more sense that Ozymandias would have done that and been like, yeah, what if I pin all this on Dr. Manhattan? I like that aspect of it. Now, that's not to say that this movie doesn't have its faults, but I just think for him being able to achieve what he did with this, I think it deserves its praise. The acting is phenomenal almost throughout. I mean, I did watch, I haven't seen it. I saw the theatrical cut and I saw the director's cut shortly when it came out after, but I haven't seen it in so long that it's that debate about going back to the director's cut and if it's better or not. Because I know that's a big point of contention in this. And I know the Black Freighter stuff put in the middle, it's just like, fucking get rid of that shit. You don't need that. It's just overhanded crap. It's like, we get it. Thank you, Alan Moore. But yeah, I really had a lot of fun watching this. I think it holds up. I really like the characters. Jeffrey Dean Morgan as the comedian is fantastic. He kind of sells the movie. He kind of takes it away from Rorschach, in my opinion. But
Ooh.
But no, I really like it. I don't know why it gets the hate it does, other than because it's Zack Snyder.
I think that makes sense.
Yeah, but I think being able to do Watchmen, it's like, no, this is great, and I would recommend it for people that like Watchmen. Yeah, watch the movie. It's good.
It's funny because when I saw it at first, I was like, okay, but I think I was too young to understand everything. I watched the comedian scene again where he's like shooting into the crowd, and he's like, "What are you talking about? They got the America that they wanted," or something like that, right? I forget the context
Yeah,
of the
like
scene.
the American Dream. You're looking at it.
Yes, yeah. And I was like, man, this is great. And the cinematography and how like everything's shot, I was like, I really like this. So I would have to go back and rewatch it again to have it in my top 25 if I felt that it deserved it. But the only thing I remember is they had sex on a hot air balloon and there was Hallelujah playing in the background or some weird something
Yes,
like
the
that.
slow-mo sex scene, the slow-mo, a lot of play. It's like,
Yeah. I was
all
like,
right,
no thanks.
we get Zack Snyder. We get you like your slow-mo. I understand.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like slow-mo too, but it just in the right places,
Yeah.
Well, X2 is, I think, beating the highest I've ever seen our poll go. It's at 82% right now. Y'all saw this movie with talk about rose-colored glasses or rose-tinted glasses. Man, I don't get it. I mean, I it's fun, but there's so many things I had questions about. Like when Logan leaves the school and Colossus takes the kids out back and takes them through that like hideout or like the hideaway. Logan just leaves. He doesn't ask like where's Colossus and the kids. He just like goes. And I'm like, "Wait, no, Logan, there are more kids that you have to take care of." But he just dips with like Bobby and Pyro and Rogue.
Whoa. Not completely, because he goes to confront Stryker first.
Oh, to go back and get them?
Nope, he goes to confront Stryker. He's telling all the kids to leave, and he's gonna go confront all the soldiers and Stryker. So he's going to stop them. He's like essentially like, well, I'm gonna kind of pseudo sacrifice myself, but I can't die. But I'm at least gonna slow them down so all the kids can get away. The only reason he's with Bobby, Rogue, and Pyro is because Rogue refuses to leave him, and then Bobby refuses to leave Rogue, and Pyro also has a thing for Rogue. But Bobby does that ice wall to separate him and Stryker.
Mm-hmm.
And then Rogue is the one that's like, Logan, come on, like we need you. So that's why he leaves.
And that's I'm good with that. But then wouldn't Logan say, "All right, now that we've got the four of us or however many we have, where are the other kids?" Right? Because we see Cyclops run out the back or run through the back with all the other kids. So I would feel like Logan would want to link up with Cyclops and go, "Okay, now that we have like 20 of us or however many the kids are, now let's get to safety." But Logan doesn't, there's no line of dialogue from him that says, Cyclops is over here, so let's go over here. Like there's no delineation between the two. And I always thought that Logan would be like, we need to get to not Cyclops. Why do I keep saying Cyclops?
You're thinking Colossus.
Colossus.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
There are lines that are in the first two films that are kind of there to imply, like, if there's ever a raid, kind of like, here's your fire drill type thing.
Mhm.
So I think that was the implication. I'm not going to say it's outright the thing,
Yeah.
but they're even going back to the first film. There's the line, and what are you going to do when someone comes after your school or comes to your precious school and goes after all your children? So, you know, there's things there kind of saying like, okay, this is bound to happen. So, you know, yeah.
I think the other part that when I rewatched it, I was like, oh, was when the cops come to Bobby's house because Bobby's brother has called the cops and said there are mutants trying to kill us. So that makes
Fucking
sense.
rat, dude. That kid,
Yeah,
he's,
what a little
Dude,
shit.
he's the
he should have
worst.
killed him. He should have fucking just frozen his fucking head and ripped it off and handed it to his mom and said, "There you go,
Just
bitch."
popped his brain by
Yep.
freezing his brain matter and then just
Yep.
But I did find it funny that whole scene was kind of like Bobby coming out to his parents.
Oh, 100%.
Because
Yes.
she was like, "Can you stop being a mutant?" And he's like, "Mom, no." Like,
I'm gay, Mom.
Yeah.
I'm gay.
You also have to understand this was a different time, and 2003 was very different than even like 2010.
100%. Yeah.
So, you know, I mean, like, gay marriage wasn't even a blip on the radar yet. Like,
Yeah.
so, you know, just it was a different time. And is it a little heavy handed? Yes. But even Ian McKellen himself said the reason he was drawn to play Magneto, Ian McKellen's words, quote, was, "I wanted to play this character because I too am a mutant. I am a gay man." It was just a
Wow.
different time. So,
Yeah. Now every X-Men comic is we're all gay, and it's
we're
like
all
oh,
gay,
yeah.
and it's okay. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
because all these retards, that's all they took away from it.
Yeah,
So,
yeah,
instead
100%.
of just being othered for whatever reason, that's clearly just gay.
The tough part though is once the police get there and they've got their weapons drawn, the guy goes, "Drop the knives." And Logan says, "I can't," which is a cool line, but in the context doesn't make sense because he can retract
He
them.
can retract them, yes.
He can
So he should have
retract them,
just-
but also, if you see it happen quickly and you don't know what this guy can do, you're thinking like, can this fucker just shoot knives too? Like, what the fuck just happened?
Yeah, but
So-
if he retracts them, he just goes like shink, retracts them and goes, "Okay, yep, we're harmless.
Oh, good.
We're here, nothing's wrong." But instead he goes, "Look," and he shows the guy his fist like this, and that's when he gets shot. Instead of being like holding his hands up and retracting them, he goes, "Look," and like puts his fist to the cop. And I was like,
Nope.
"No, Logan is not that dumb." So
Did you not think he was gonna show him that he's gonna retract them?
oh no,
Like,
I
look.
knew that he was going to show him. Like he's saying, "Look," but at the
Yeah.
same time, I was just like, you could do that before. Like when he says, "I can't," of course you can retract him. Then you don't have to show the guy. You can just retract him. Hold your hands up. We come in peace. We're not trying to harm
authority.
Bobby.
Fuck these humans
Yeah.
that tell me what to do.
The
can't kill me
popo,
with your
get off my
bullets.
lawn.
Yep.
Yeah,
You got to do
Um,
better, police officer.
that's exactly what Wolvie said. Because then once Pyro blows them all up, they just bail. They don't even see if
Yep.
the cops are okay or if anyone needs help. They're just like, "Let's get the fuck out of here." Just totally bail. So,
I would
yeah,
too. I
X2
would run.
is tough for me. But Logan is 13 because
So
You're
low.
retarded.
it is low. This was for me one of those ones where I hate the deconstructed character, and I know that's my own personal thing,
yeah.
but the movie is technically beautiful. It's just really well done. I think the brutality is great. The only thing I didn't like was, of course, the I just said it, the
Construction.
construction of Logan, and also the deconstruction of Professor Xavier. He's rolling around the metal thing going, fucking Logan, where are you putting me this shit? And I'm like, whoa, why? It sounds like when a 13-year-old learns the F word and then they're just saying it all the time. It's
Dude.
like, hey, we're R-rated, so let's just say it all the time now.
Have you ever been around someone with dementia? It's wild.
So then maybe that's why they decided to depict him that way. The thing that I loved in the movie, and what should have been done since the very beginning with Wolverine, is showing the brutality of what the claws can do. He's going through dudes' faces and the sides of their heads and out their necks, and like, it's awesome. And that's exactly what we should have had from the savagery of what Wolverine brings. But the decompression, or the deconstruction of the character of Logan was unfortunate. I know, I can't think. And then the replacement of Laura, which she's great in the movie, but it's like, oh, okay, so we're getting rid of the old male character to raise up the female character. So
hell yeah,
it was just like, all right, I get it. It's a good film, technically, objectively, yes, but I didn't like it as much. I walked out of the film thinking like, okay, I might watch it again, maybe, but it was fine.
Okay,
yeah.
Well,
oh well.
You're wrong, and that's okay.
I don't know. Vex is on board with me. She says Max is correct. I think that's why I found it so overhyped on rewatch. I don't know. Vex has good taste in movies. She has a whole YouTube channel about movies. So.
Oh, well, then that means
time out.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Vex liked Saltburn. Okay, let's not get carried away.
Oh, dear Jesus.
No. Well, it doesn't matter what I think, because X2 won by a long shot, 75%. It is the winner for this one. But let's go to number 12 from Esquire, which is the Batman.
Too high.
Pretty high. Very
high.
That's high.
So high.
Very high. Our number 12s, though, very interesting across the board. This one, Josh, this was my question to you in terms of like, I don't remember V being a superhero, but I would love to hear your thoughts on rewatching it and how it kind of came to be on your list.
I mean, look, I think we've all had at least one film where we could question, is it superhero or not?
Oh, totally.
Look, you had government corruption and like the murdering of people and murdering more people to try to cover up said, like, and then you got V that's like, yo, you fucking experimented on me, you ruined my life, I'm gonna make you pay for it, but I'm gonna make you pay by exposing every single one of you dirtbags. It's a good movie. Is it an overly exciting movie? No. Is it filmed incredibly well and kind of highbrow? Absolutely. I love the performances. I'm not the biggest Natalie Portman fan, but I feel like she does a really good job here. I love the psychological pull of V trying to like convince her what she needs to represent and how you don't truly become free until you're not afraid to stand up for your beliefs anymore. I think that's a great message. You've got that scene where she's being held captive and getting tortured, and it's intense. She gets her head shaved, like you feel for her, and then you find out it was actually V doing it to prove a point. Like, it's an intense movie. Got some good kills, and yeah, I mean, got
than
some
the
nice
source material for damn sure.
Yes, and it has some cheeky British humor too, so that doesn't hurt. But
Alan Moore is a wizard. So
yeah. I had forgotten how much I actually like this movie, and this is something that I rewatched just because I was like, dude, I need to pick this back up. So,
ooh, this is a good point. If we commend, what's his name for Dredd, Carl Urban, Hugo Weaving also did not take off the mask. That is badass, man. Hell yeah. Kiel, Superman 2. And
Yeah.
I put the Donner cut
That's
because
what I meant. Yeah.
I
That's the only
figured
one anyone
it's
needs to
probably
watch.
the only
Agreed. See, Kyle, you're
Yeah.
yeah. So but yeah, thoughts on the Donner cut as your number 12.
Yeah. So, where I have Superman and Superman 2, it's interesting. Like, Superman, I guess, more definitive as far as what it did for superhero movies per se. That is just iconic Superman. But Superman 2, as a kid, I was like, this is the fun one. This is where we have we have the battles, we have the fights. I'm like, this is what Superman kind of is. And I appreciated it so much more now. Some of it, yeah, you can see the hokiness with the S's being thrown and blah blah blah. But you know what? Don't worry about that stuff.
don't worry about that.
Just
keep going. Yeah.
Just don't.
Yeah.
Don't.
Don't.
But yeah, this I still look back on this very fondly, and then where I tend to go back to this one more than Superman.
Oh wow.
But I can appreciate obviously what 78 Superman did for superhero movies, yes. But yeah, the fight scenes in this, they're fun, they still hold up, and yeah, it's just fun. When he loses his powers and goes, it's like, yeah, you can argue like, well, how did he get from the Fortress of Solitude to
the North Pole?
It's like, how did he get there with no powers? Like, shut up.
Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. It's Superman. Okay.
Yeah, it's Superman. He just did it. All right, shut the fuck up. So yeah, again, nostalgia bait. I love it more than anything. So I love it.
I do love that. At first, I wasn't so sure, but I do love that Superman gives up his powers to be human, to be with Lois because he loves her so much, and ultimately has to come back to the fortress to talk to his father. And that moment with Jor-El, man, and Clark, like just like pleading and those two having that moment together, mwah, brilliant, love it. So and to your point, Kyle, super fun action scenes with Zod and all the three of them, and they're throwing each other into Marlboro vans and trucks and stuff like that, and the Coca-Cola sign, and so much fun. So it's
great.
I think it's tighter too. The first Superman film feels a little bit drawn out, but this one is just like boom, boom, beat after beat, and it feels like it's a little bit tighter and more action.
Get you there, yeah. Joker, so
right.
high.
My number 12. I love this movie, man.
Okay,
it made me feel something like I've never felt a movie before. The only thing, and I probably should have had this lower because of this, but rewatchability is a 0 because, similar to you, Kyle, this put me in a funk for a good month. I had a hard time watching it. If you have dealt with any type of PTSD or depression or anxiety or any type of loneliness or feeling like you aren't good enough or feeling like you have tried to find your purpose and you can't, this film made me like have an existential crisis. Not a lot of movies can do that, and the fact that this was able to do that, I have to rank it super high. So it's my number 12. But man, is it dark, and Joaquin Phoenix gives his best performance I've ever seen him, and it is haunting. So that's why it's my number 12. But Joker isn't a superhero. To some people he is, to others he's a villain, but who knows?
But
it was on Kyle's list. So.
Yeah. I'll add, since you've mentioned it now, this was not on my list. I hate this film. I genuinely do.
Whoa.
Hold on.
Wait, why?
Hold on. I think he is incredible. I think the film is awful. And if I'm being honest, I think there's 3 good scenes. The bathroom scene.
Of course.
The scene when he's at home right before he's going to go kill Murray, and the little midget guy and the other guy show up, and he spares the midget guy. That's a good scene. And then the talk show scene. The rest of this movie, like, you could have condensed it way down to like 20 minutes worth of stuff. So
No, but all that other
And-
stuff. Oh, sorry. Go
it-
ahead. Yeah.
pisses me off that they call it a Joker movie because it's not a Joker movie.
No, it's not. It's a King of Comedy Taxi Driver movie, but it's
Yeah.
got the mask of the Joker, which is cool. So, yeah, no, it's got incredible performances, like Vex said, and like you said. I had never seen Taxi Driver or The Comedian or any of those movies before Joker. So I think this was my introduction to those films. And I recognize like, oh wow, that I get where the influence comes from. But man, I don't know. I think the atmospheric tone of just how like haunting, that's the word that comes from when I watched this, is just haunting. Like I said, man, I can't watch it again.
Yeah.
Which is kind of a weird thing to say, but yeah, I don't know.
I also understand the connection of just like the rage that we face in life and the darkness of that. Unfortunately, I think this movie undercuts itself by making him such a fucking psycho, and not because he gets to that point of rage, but he's just generally a psycho. Everything going on with him and his mother, weird as fuck. The fact that he's stalking Zazie Beetz and creating this whole, at that point, it's not this guy that's down and out and just getting shafted by society. It's a guy that is actually making society worse because he's that much of a creep. So for me, it kind of lost that perspective of, hey, this guy is down and out on his luck and he's pissed off because society just keeps, fucking him up the ass. It's more so like you kind of did this to yourself, dude. Like, you're being a complete... It's the equivalent of the two brothers that have incest from Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Oh, the McPoyle twins, yeah. Have you seen the episode where Charlie goes over there to confront them, and he goes, my sister is still expecting a call, and he's like, she's not getting a call, and he just screams, "You will call her."
I don't think so.
We just both got out of the shower. You both got out of the shower? I meant to say I got out of the shower. It's like, okay. Vex wants to kick me from the panel because I never saw a Taxi Driver. I've seen it now, but I said before I had never seen it. So I know it's brutal. But it doesn't matter what I've seen because V for Vendetta takes the win on this one with 75% and 12 votes. Joker coming in second, though. I will say.
Wow. Nope.
Wow. No love for Superman 2, the Donner Cut. Either time it's come up, man.
Either time Donner Cut has been like low tier.
Stupid.
Yeah,
they don't
need to go.
Understand. Good cinema.
Go to
like,
Amazon.
Go
to Amazon Prime, rent this shit, watch it, and go fix yourself.
Yep.
Yeah. Superman 2 is top 10, says Vex. I agree. Well, I guess I wouldn't say top 10 because it's my number 11, as we will see in just a moment. So
Vex is like, I agree. So
absolutely.
So here's why it's not number 10.
If you don't have it in top 10, you're a fucking idiot. Coming in at 11, Superman 2.
Vex is banned for making me look dumb. Vex, you were banned and canceled from the stream. What else? I wanted to say something else. There was one line that I'll say and then we'll move on. Joker, there's one line and he says, "I just want to stop feeling so bad all the time." And that line alone, just for how simple it is and how for a lot of people, they probably are just like, well, what's a big deal about that? I feel like so many people have said that in their lives, and just that simple thing of just like, I don't know what it is, but I just want to stop feeling so bad all the time. It resonated with people. And for me, it resonated. And
that's what this therapist, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I love that scene. And I think the therapist is an awful therapist.
Oh, she's terrible.
But it's it's a great scene. And that's also why I wish he just wasn't this fucking psycho guy in me. Because then it's like, okay, well.
Like you said, you're kind of doing it to yourself at that point.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Well, for Esquire, for their number 11, they put Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, which is low in my opinion. I think that's kind of low, but we'll see where we, kind of got this at.
Okay.
I would have thought they sucked this movie off because it's got Miles Morales, right? And
would
so
have
I
too.
figured
Yeah.
all the way to number 1.
Mhm.
But coming in at number 11, Superman 2, the Donner Cut. Guardians is high, but Kyle, I respect the hell out of this pick, my man.
Wow.
Blade almost breaking the top 10 best superhero films of all time. I respect it. I love this pick. You have to tell me why it's almost breaking your top 10.
I love
Please.
I love this movie. Look, this is purely just because I fucking love the movie. And look, I was 10 years old when this movie came out, and I loved the damn soundtrack. And this paved the way for MCU. This was the MCU before the MCU, and I have to appreciate what this did. And Wesley Snipes was a fucking badass, and you're right, his intro is probably one of the best ever, if not the best intro ever to a character in the MCU. So I got to give props to that. So yeah, when you think about like late 90s stuff, like the aesthetic and everything it had, and it's a cult classic for a reason, and it's held up for a reason, and people still talk about it for a reason. It's because Wesley Snipes is Blade, like hands down. He's Blade.
Yeah.
You guys have already talked about it to death, and so I'm not gonna really say anything more, but I fucking love this movie. It hit when I was a kid, right at a time when I wanted it to, and I didn't know I needed it, and I'm glad it did.
Best intro ever. Best superhero intro ever. Vex says the blood rave turned me into the person I am today, which is a little concerning.
A vampire? What did it turn you into?
I guess so. A Canadian? I don't know. Steph is in the chat. The lovely Steph. Thank you for being here as well. Some motherfuckers always trying to ice skate uphill.
Great line.
Great line. Yeah. And for context, the numbers coming in for the Crusaders Countdown 2025, the votes are coming in as we're going through these hits. Josh is in the lead with 6 points. So, Josh, you have won 6 times with your picks of films, and Kyle and I are in a tie with 4 wins apiece. See, Kyle, I told you not to talk that big shit because you and I were going to have similar lists. So, so we're tied right now. But I don't know. It's tough. Superman is in the lead right now, but Blade is in a very close second. So, like I said, dude, I may not agree with it, but I respect the hell out of Blade being like almost top 10. That is the coolest thing I've ever seen, and I love it so much. But
it started something. It's got to get the respect it deserves.
It really does. Aesthetic. It's got the aesthetic.
Yep.
Josh, Guardians. So another James Gunn film on your list. High, but a good. I mean, I think it deserves it. So
yeah, I think it's the comment that I had about the Suicide Squad is how it's a very tight film. I think Guardians is also a very tight film. Kind of what Kyle mentioned with the Suicide Squad. There's certain things that are written in a very intelligent way that I think because the humor and James Gunnness of it can be overlooked. But what I think this does for me that edges out this over the Suicide Squad is the heart that's in this. The scenes with Peter and his mother that start this movie and end this movie, I get chill bumps talking about it, thinking about it. Like for me, it just really drives the story home. But also just how broken all these people are. And you get that to a degree with Suicide Squad, but you get it just on a more emotional depth with each one of these people. The fact that you've got Rocket, who is just this experiment, and he is completely hating who he is and what he is, and that's why he acts like a total dick. You've got Drax that's lost his entire family, and he's just consumed with rage, and that's all he can see. So he finally finds people that let him remind him of what a family can feel like and be like and the joys of it. The fact that Gamora's, her dad is Thanos, and she's lived this life of just slaughter that she doesn't want to live, and she finally gets a way to try to escape it. It's a lot of good stuff. And then in there with all of it, you have Groot, which is just this. I mean, who better to play Groot than Vin Diesel saying "I'm Groot," which is really "We are family." I mean, come on. But the sacrifice at the end of him, saying like "We are Groot," and then deciding to do everything he can to protect everyone around him. So, yeah. I love this movie. I think it is fantastic. I laugh. I get chill bumps. I might get a little teary-eyed at the end when Gamora's reaching out for Peter, and then Peter is reminded of reaching for his mom. Oh,
get out of here.
In the heart.
Get out of here. James Gunn has no right doing that to us. No right. But yeah, I echo all of that. Superman 2, we already talked about it, so I won't talk about it too much, but it is my number 11 pick, not my number 10. So it is outside of my top 10 Vex, but yeah. Oh man, I can't believe it. I thought Superman was in the lead, but Guardians with like one more vote. Guardians is at 40%. Superman and Blade are at 30% at a tie right now. Kyle, you got to be the tiebreaker. Vote Superman, dude. Superman Donner Cut has not won a single round all night. That's crazy. No. Guardians got another vote. But yeah, man, no one's showing Superman Donner Cut any love tonight. It's a little unfortunate, but I think it may be a product of its time.
It is.
It's
heathens out here haven't actually watched movies, so
well, yeah, that's for sure.
Fucking
they've watched Blade, but they haven't watched classic Americana Superman.
Yeah.
But yeah, Guardians is still with 13 votes. Looks like it's going to take it at 46%. So we're going to end the poll. Josh, that's another one for you, dude. Gosh dang.
What can I say? I think the people are right.
Yeah, they're going to hate your number 9 pick, though. I tell you what. It's all going to change. All that goodwill is going to...
I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it.
So this is pretty high. Esquire has Batman 89 as their number 10, breaking their top 10. Now, because we are in the end game here, as it were, our top 10 picks, we are currently at 4:15, or almost 4.5 hours. So I'm going to go a little bit quicker if that's all right with you guys. But I do still want to give you enough time to talk at length about your picks. But I'm afraid of what's going to happen when I share this next one, because y'all are not going to be fond.
Oh my!
I didn't share this for a reason, especially when I saw what y'all's top 5 looked like. But I'm just gonna go to number 10 because
you have got to be fucking kidding me. Are you serious?
My number 10 is The Dark Knight. Yay! Christian Bale and Nolan and
the ever-loving
Heath Ledger and all that stuff. Yeah, it's number 10. That's high. Wow. That's high, right? Number 10. That's breaking my top 10. No?
Wow.
No. All right. Well, Josh, let's hear about why you had Spider-Man in the Spider-Verse. You're number 10. 2 animated films here. We've got Incredibles and Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse.
And to think, I used to tell people, yeah, that Max, he's a good guy. He's smart. He's good. He's handsome. Fuck that mess.
I'm buff and handsome. I never said I was smart or had good takes, but
no, I told people that. I was trying to throw you a bone. No, I'm kidding. I love you, Max. Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. Honestly, it's a just fucking brilliant film. It's a fun film story-wise. It's got a lot of heart to it. I appreciate that, but on a technical level, they do some really cool stuff. It's probably the most visually intriguing animated film that I think I've ever seen. But the way that they play with frame rates for certain characters and certain scenes, I think was extremely innovative. And I'm sure people would say this probably deserves to be higher, but I think this is a gem. I'm not a huge Miles Morales fan, but they did Miles Morales right here, and if the comics could write Miles like this, he would be one of Marvel's top characters.
Ooh, amen. Yeah, I like the succinctness of, man, yeah, you hit almost every point that I was probably going to mention. If I were to have Spider-Man, Into the Spider-Verse on my list somewhere, if it were there. But
I
yeah. All right, the poll is up, so go vote for. Honestly, I don't even think you guys should vote for Batman because I know it's low, but go vote for Spider-Man and Incredibles because they're both really good movies. So Kyle, tell us why Incredibles is your number 10.
Yeah, top 10. Oh, absolutely. This is the Craptastic Four done right.
Done right.
Best iteration of the Fantastic Four, still, in my opinion. It has the heart. It has the family dynamic. It has character development for almost everybody in the movie. I just watched it a few months ago. I think I put it on, and I was some weekend. My little guy was running around, and I was like, let's just try putting this on and see what he thinks. And he kind of watched it, didn't really give a shit. He's two. He doesn't really pay as much attention to anything. But he kind of liked some of it. But the dialogue was really good, and it felt real. It just felt like a real family with real problems and trying to overcome this, and a dad being like, what the fuck am I doing with my life?
Yeah.
And
no, really,
I want to relive the glory days, and just all of it. I absolutely loved it. The voice acting is great. The animation is great, and the villain is pretty good, I would say. But yeah, the world felt real and lived in. I have a great time with it. It still holds up.
Yeah, it really does. The animation still holds up. Story is like perfect. I don't think I found anything wrong with it. Like it really is almost a perfect film. So great pick, number 10. I like it. So I will just say I haven't watched The Dark Knight since it first came out.
You've got to be fucking kidding me. Are you serious?
I haven't seen it since. I recognize the brilliance of Heath Ledger. I hated the voice of Batman. And I just thought that what it does for the genre is groundbreaking, but I didn't really need to see it again. And so that's kind of where I left it. And then from there, I was like, man, people love this freaking movie. And so out of spite, I kind of was like, okay, then I just won't. I'm gonna have my own favorite movies, but like, no, I just I get it. I think it's because everyone praised it so much. I was just like, I get it. It's good. It's just I don't much care for it. I'm sure if I watched it again, like tonight, I'd be like, oh yeah, it's great. Is it my number 1? No. Is my number 2? No. 3, 4, 5? No, probably not. I don't know. So Vex even says people love it for Ledger alone.
Yeah.
Ledger's performance elevates all 3 movies. I mean, yeah. So wait, Vex, are you saying this is too high or too low for me? I don't know. Oh, well. Well, if we look at the polls, it looks like Incredibles is winning at 45%. Batman is a close second at 36%. And Spider-Man is at 18%. I guess Vex says too high and so wrong. Wow. So Vex would have Batman Dark Knight even lower. Whoo boy. Even Somar says Dark Knight is overrated.
Whoa.
But then again, they do have a Taskmaster avatar from the MCU. I don't know about that one.
Yeah.
So
null and void your opinion.
I don't know about that one. We'll leave the poll up for just a tad bit longer in case anyone else wants to get in on that. But yeah, I recognize that Dark Knight is low, but out of these 3, is it the better film? I honestly think Incredibles is the better film out of these 3.
Oh, you fuck off right
What?
now.
No, it is not.
I don't know.
The Dark Knight is a far superior film than Incredibles.
I think. It's tough. Tough to say. Batman and Incredibles are at 38% right now. They're tied. So, anyone else want to get in there and break the tie? That will be the winner for our number 10. But while we're waiting on that, Esquire's number 9 is X2 X-Men United. That feels high to me. Josh, is that
That's
too
high.
high?
That's too high.
I think that's a little.
I mean,
too
clearly, I've got the right list out of all of us, and
okay. All right. Okay. Vex says you should rewatch it and pick up on the absolutely horrendous dialogue, Max. I really like this film, but it has no right being this high on any superhero film.
wow.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
You probably won't like where Josh and Kyle both have that then.
Why?
There's no
Stop talking about what we haven't discussed yet, you retard.
Because yeah. Anyway,
Max, I don't want to give anything away, but
I never said what number it was.
oh, yeah, well, you know,
It could be number 9.
yes, sure,
but
sure,
it's
sure,
not.
sure.
For our number 9, I have Civil War or Captain America Civil War. Josh has Wakanda Forever. It was going to be on here at some point in time.
Yeah.
Black Panther, Wakanda Forever. We knew it was coming.
Yeah.
And Kiel. Oh, Avengers, so low. The 2012 Avengers, so low.
Movie's goofy as hell.
Ooh, okay.
That Captain America costume is something else.
It's
Avengers?
Yes.
Yeah. The costumes, you know.
Costume's a little goofy.
it's great. It's comic booky. Beck says, "Are you taking the piss with that pick?" Well, so that we don't get stoned.
He's
How
got to
do we
represent.
want
All right, he's got to represent for us.
He's
So-
he's got to, we got to fight the power. So
Yep.
one of them has to be on here.
Thank you for your service.
I will say that the previous poll though is still a tie between Batman and Incredibles.
Well, so I win
So wait, why do you win?
because
Because I don't know. So maybe we'll just make this a tie.
So y'all
It's
each
a
get
tough
half a
one.
point. Yay!
yay.
But then we're going to end up with half points at the very end of the show, so that might be kind of
Well,
tough.
you know.
Then we get no points.
Well, you guys both think that Batman is the superior film to Incredibles, so I guess that means that Batman wins. So
Yeah, but it's in the wrong spot.
It's in the wrong spot, so technically I win.
Yeah.
So the poll should be who has the better spot, who has the better film in the better spot.
Correct.
Well, let's do this. I'm trying to find if you guys in the chat want to break the poll here, please feel free to vote before we move on to our next one. If not, we will just end it as a tie. The Dark Knight will have another chance. There you go. So then in that case, we'll end it with Incredibles. I don't know. We'll figure it out
Sure.
later. The logistics of it. we'll figure it out.
Incredibles wins. All right.
Jack says there are only two acceptable opinions on Wakanda Forever. Either it's the best film ever made or you're a racist. That's true. So, Josh, tell us why it's the best film ever made.
For a lot of reasons. Let's talk about why people dislike it. And I think a lot of people dislike it because T'Challa's not there, which fine. I understand frustrations if that is how you feel. However, just because there's no T'Challa does not mean this is a bad movie. In the same respect, I have a lot of people going, "Oh, MCU," but no male character is put down for the sake of these other female characters who all, except for Shuri, have roughly the same screen time that they had in the original Black Panther. So here's what I'll say. Best score out of anything in the MCU, best cinematography out of anything in the MCU, best costuming out of anything in the MCU, and some of the best acting in the MCU. Notice I didn't say the best, but some of the best.
Phase 1, 2, and 3.
You have the opening scene, which is the burial, which, you know, take what you will. I think it's a beautiful scene. I think it's a nice homage to Chadwick Boseman as an actor and what he brought to these movies, and I appreciated it. You have the siren scene, which is probably one of the most unsettling scenes in the MCU, period. You have the French military attack on the research base, which is a badass action scene. You have, hold please, the bridge scene with Okoye versus the Talakans. You have Namor's attack on Wakanda, where he actually is a badass and a giant threat, and he finishes it by killing Queen Ramonda, then turning to Shuri and saying, I will return with my entire army in 7 days, bury the dead, mourn the losses, you are the queen now. And then he leaves. Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff, but it's a film where we actually get a character going through a heroic arc, and that is Shuri. She's on her hero's journey, but she's a reluctant hero. She doesn't want to be your hero. She is guided by vengeance and consumed with it, which is a nice parallel to what T'Challa was against. And then her journey of discovering that and coming to terms with it is really interesting. She has this character base where she started in the first film, where she completely abandons anything that is kind of traditional and faith. She completely represses it. But then she has M'Baku that is like her guide in a way of just kind of trying to develop her and kind of give her wisdom, which was requested by T'Challa. So he has some of the best dialogue in this movie, kind of showing her like, this isn't smart, this isn't intelligent, this isn't what a queen should be. It's a really good film, and I think people trashed it for the wrong reasons and didn't pay attention to the film. It's also a great exploration of grief and how do you handle grief. And you get to catch it from technically four perspectives. Shuri's as a sister, Ramonda's as a mother who's lost her husband and her son, and at one point, her daughter. You get Nakia's, who lost her husband, which was T'Challa, and then you also have Okoye's as a general losing their king. And where does this leave her? But Okoye also has a really good character arc where she makes poor choices because of her grief, and everything she's always known and what she represents gets taken from her. So it's a good film. If you disagree, you disagree, but it's a fucking good film.
Man, I have not seen it, but I love the passion at which you talk about it. I knew it was going to be on your list. I just didn't know it was going to be so high. So I got to respect you for telling it how you have seen, like telling it how you would defend it. So I got to respect the hell out of that. Now, if I were to watch it and I could have the conversation with you, then we'd talk a little bit more. But because I don't know who any of those characters are, unfortunately. Now I will ask, do you feel like Disney was utilizing this as a manipulative way to get people to sympathize with the film because they used Chadwick Boseman's death to promote this theme of grief within the movie?
We have to keep in mind that these are real people that had real relationships with Chadwick Boseman, and that they were supposed to start filming this like 2 weeks after he died. And they took a small hiatus to rewrite the film. But there were multiple people involved with the film that were blatant, like, I don't know if I can do this with someone else pretending to be Chadwick, pretending to be T'Challa. Like, he was our T'Challa. And it was just because of how soon it was. Had you been in a different universe where at the time they were like, cool, take some time, we'll give it 2 years and then come back and refilm this, I'm sure it would have been different. But it was very much like, I can give you 6 months at best, but you need to rewrite it and we need to start filming. So for people to say, I don't know if I can just move on yet emotionally, the people being the people that were working there that lived their lives with Chadwick for the past like 5 years, I think it's a fine thing to say. I also think it was a great way to honor what he brought to the table. If you watch behind the scenes stuff from Civil War, Black Panther, Infinity War, there's a lot that he was doing to try to say, well, what if we did this? What if this is a way we could represent Wakanda? What if this was a chant? What if they like? So he was trying to bring things. So he really was playing a leadership role and like, let's get involved. Let's make this more than what it can be. Yeah, I didn't think it was necessarily a marketing grab as much as it was these people saying, love you, dude. Thank you for everything. And we're going to try to keep your memory alive. Because you can very much say that the presence of T'Challa is missed and the presence of Chadwick is missed, but I think it was by intention.
Okay. Vex says, I respect the balls you have, Josh, but you have unjustly damaged my heart. Oh, it's heartbreaking. Kyle, the Avengers so low. Let's talk about heartbreaking. Why is it at number 9?
Because it's where it needs to be.
Yeah, but see, Civil War is beating it at number 67 right now. So,
well, of course, because everyone jacked it off. Yeah,
maybe
the tiny little abandoned airport fight scene that's so great and wonderful. It's like, isn't this great? These guys fighting in an abandoned airport. It's so scale is insane here as opposed to Avengers with the entire city of New York fucking going under and cinder. But no, this airport with no one in it is, oh boy, watch out. But no, what Avengers did in 2012, I remember seeing this midnight packed theater, just absolutely insane. I think it was one of the last midnight screenings I think I ever went to. And then it kind of turned into like the preview showings a few days before sort of thing. And so like this last hurrah sort of like midnight showing, I think was probably this movie. And the hype around it and everything, just being around all these fans, everyone's so excited, everyone hooting and hollering and just being around a crowd like that. I remember that experience in the theater and watching this movie and being like, holy shit, this is real. Like we're getting real actors in a real movie portraying these characters that we have loved for so long and taking it seriously, doing it justice, building this universe. Like what they were able to accomplish with this movie was just unheard of at the time. And being able to see it portrayed so well on screen is great. Now, you can look back and say, some of the CGI, some of the stuff, sky beam kind of lazy, blah, blah, blah. But you can't take away what this film was able to achieve and accomplish. And just seeing Robert Downey Jr., Chris Hemsworth, and Chris Evans, like these guys come together and fight and interact, and just seeing them play off each other was just like, oh my God. Nerdgasm.
In all seriousness, too.
Yeah.
In all seriousness, like they are not taking the piss.
No.
Like Thor, I think, has one line that says like he's talking to Loki and he's like, you think that ruling the humans for your recompense, and like I'm like, oh my God, this dialogue is like you feel like he's a real Asgardian and he's not delivering it like cheeseball. He's like, I am Thor, God of Thunder. None of it seemed to make fun of itself. Like Joss's dialogue in this is just boom, boom, boom. It's so good. So yeah, sorry, go ahead, Kyle.
No, you're fine. But like, I couldn't put this Civil War. It's like put every Avengers movie in the top 5. It's like, no, I wanted to kind of like, for significance and everything. I felt, because spoiler, didn't put Civil War in my list, but I was like, I'll put Avengers in here one, because I think the fight and everything in Avengers makes more sense than Civil War. I cannot stand that fucking airport. It's just so glaringly stupid and dumb.
I mean,
like
Vision
it really pisses me off. Like,
Vision clearly 1v1s everyone.
Everyone.
Like, he dominates. Not a single person would be able to withstand Vision's like power.
Yeah,
like,
but
it's
he's
ridiculous.
Purposely not fighting. Like he thinks the fight is stupid.
Yeah.
I think the fight's stupid. An abandoned fucking airport. It's so dumb. Like,
it's the best Black Panther movie though.
It is.
T'Challa is so freaking cool in that movie. It's unreal.
He is badass in that. Yeah.
him, Winter Soldier, Cap, so many good lines. Tony says, "Do you even remember them?" And Winter Soldier says, "All like I remember all of them." Just like little things like that where you're like, "Oh my god, they have no right making these movies so heartfelt and serious and like taking themselves seriously." Introducing the Sokovia Accords, it's like, man, we really are introducing some themes and topics here that no other movies have touched before, and doing it in a way that respects the lore, respects the characters, and really makes you think, right? Because this was one of the first films that made audiences think, am I team Cap or am I team Tony? And the correct answer is team Cap all the way. I mean, like, yeah. So
Oh no, it's definitely Tony. But
but anyway.
I thought Zemo was a little.
Oh,
but,
really? Okay.
Yeah. It was okay.
Yeah. No, I think it's a really good film. If you talk to a lot of the guys in the kind of nerd sphere space online on YouTube, I've heard a lot of guys say that Civil War is, like, on paper, one of like an objectively almost perfectly written film, which is like why it's their number one. After rewatching, it's not my favorite, which is why it's lower. Especially because they give Sharon Carter Cap's line.
Steve's line, I know.
Yeah, I was like,
Bullshit.
you MFers, the MCU comes for all of us, and they came for Cap in that one. So that was brutal.
I mean, they stuffed that fucking film with so much stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a lot. It's
And
a
you
lot.
introduce
We even get
Spider-Man
Spider-Man.
on top of everything else. It's like,
Underoos. Hey, do you guys remember that old movie like
Yeah.
Starfleet or something? And they're like, oh god, yeah,
here we go.
here we go. But yeah, looks like I won this one. Woo! Point for me, baby. Civil War at 55%. Nice. And I feel bad though, Josh. I did put Civil War, the Avengers, and then just black people. So in the poll, I hope
Black people lost. Eh?
What about the Talcons? They're not black people. I
Close
will
enough.
say
Oh,
that anything with the what's her name, Julie Louis-Dreyfus, any of those scenes, fucking terrible.
heinous. Oh no.
Oh god, just delete it. Just it shouldn't be there.
All right. Good to know. Good to know. Unbreakable is at number 8 for Esquire's pick, which is really high. I mean, I loved Unbreakable, but that's high. Kyle, you and I agree with this one, so you and I got to come together, touch tips here, and try and beat Josh. But this is gonna be near impossible. I just don't know why this is so low, because Josh at number 8 has Iron Man, and Kyle and I both have Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. So why is Iron Man so low for you, Josh?
Again, that phase 1 third act just, doesn't it falls pretty hard on its face.
Yeah.
It's not an awful ending. It's okay, but phase 1 and 2 had a really bad problem of having someone with the same power as you or same getup as you in a fight. Yeah, I don't know. Everything that was the most interesting parts of Iron Man were front loaded in the first 2/3 of the film. And by the time you got to that last bit, I was just kind of like, okay, you know what? It was a fantastic film, and now it's just a good comic book movie. So yeah, everything with Tony at the beginning, especially like him getting injured and working in the cave and then getting out and starting to become Iron Man and do all that. Some of the best stuff that's been in the MCU. I absolutely loved it. By the time Ironmonger became a thing, and you've got Gwyneth Paltrow, who's not my favorite actress, doing her whole shtick and stuff at the end with Coulson, I was like, okay, it went from being really like, let's take a really serious look at this, to being like, okay, we're gonna go fucking hokey now. So
yeah, Obadiah Stane going kind of kooky at the end.
yeah,
he loses his marbles, and yeah. So, but I rewatched Iron Man this past week, bro, not only does it hold up, it's even better. Like once you've watched MCU slop from like phase 4, 5, 6, and then you watch Iron Man, you're like, oh my god, it's perfect. Like I wouldn't change anything, right? But there are some issues, like you said, phase or third act, kind of, but excellent, excellent choice. I just think it's a little low.
Yeah.
Kyle, so why did we pick Into the Spider-Verse with Miles Morales?
Yeah, this movie came around in 2018, and I didn't see it right away because I'm like, Miles Morales, go fuck yourself. They want no part of that shit. But everyone was like, no, you really need to see this film. If anything, just for what they accomplished technically with how they made the film. And I'm like, that still sounds like a really gay reason to see this film. I don't really want to. And so I sailed the high seas for this when I saw it. And I was watching it at work one day, and I was like, I hate myself, but I actually kind of like this.
Yeah.
I'm like,
right?
It actually kind of make me care about Miles Morales. And then on top of what they did technically with the film and the aesthetic, and I fucking love what they did with Kingpin in the movie. How he looked.
How big he is, yeah.
Massive, just absolutely terrifying. In that beginning and what he does with Spider-Man, and it's like, I was like, holy shit, they're actually going there.
They went there, dude.
They went there. So it had heart, it had stakes, and it really made me care, and it made me really kind of like Miles Morales. So hats off to this film for what it was able to achieve and accomplish. And I had a lot of fun with it. I still do. It still holds up.
Oh, dude, still holds up. Animation, gorgeous. This animation, in my opinion, is groundbreaking. I think that this was the first of its kind, and it showcases such a new idea of how we can experience animation. Brilliant designs for all of the characters, and yet they don't seem like there are too many characters that are introduced. Wonderful storytelling. The multiverse is fun, and it's not overplayed, where a lot of multiverses is like, I want to die. Like, I don't want any of this. But these multiverses were fun. Schlubby Peter Parker is great and actually kind of mentors Miles, right? So yeah, man, this was just a brilliant movie. And really kind of, I think the theme of the film is that anyone can be a hero, right? Anyone can be a superhero. Because I think Stan Lee is in the film. And at one point, Spider-Man's like, oh, can I buy this mask? And he goes, oh, it's a kid's mask. Or he goes, it's a kid mask. I don't know if I want it. And Stan says, like, the mask always fits, whoever puts it on or something like that. And you're like, I love that. That's awesome. So got some really good heart, fantastic acting too, in my opinion, but wonderful all around, which is why it wins. Spider-Man with 67%. Over Iron Man at 33%.
Wow.
Very nice. That's a deserved win right there, I think. Because, yeah, Iron Man is a little too low for me here. But
I agree.
Vex says, Josh, you were killing it. And now in the top 10, it's like we're listening to a core IGN reviewer.
You just got to wait to see what the rest of my picks are. I mean, what can I say?
Okay. Well, Josh's next pick is Wonder Woman. No, I'm kidding. Esquire's. Yeah. Esquire's pick is Wonder Woman at number 7, but we have much better picks because I have Incredibles. Josh has The Avengers. Kyle, this is high for X-Men Days of Future Past theatrical cut. So why so high?
I really like this film.
It's a good film.
It's a
theatrical.
Yeah.
Both.
All right.
You want to do the Rogue this way? I just think what it was able to do, because you are coming off of the bullshit of The Last Stand and trying to appease those fans who felt pissed off, and rightfully so, for what happened to the original characters. You
Yeah,
have
fuck you, Brett Ratner.
God, what a fucking dipshit. Like God, that movie. So you had that, and then you also had the new team coming in, the new group of the younger X-Men, and so you're trying to weave this story, and what better way to do it than Days of Future Past, which if you're an X-Men fan, you know it's one of the greatest stories in there. It's up there, some of the best, and the stakes it had, like right off the bat, how this starts out, and then you just see the future and all the what's left of the X-Men and the mutants just constantly on the run from the Sentinels, and you're like, holy shit, how are they going to get out of this one? And then you kind of see what transpires, and then Logan having to go into the past to stop Trask from making. I mean, there's just a lot of things going on, and a lot of characters to juggle, and I really loved it. And like one of the best scenes is James McAvoy when he sees older Charles, and he's like, there's just so much pain. Like I hear so much pain. Like, how do you handle it? Like just that conversation they have with one another, and him just being able to find a way to use your powers and control it, and get into it. I just really love that scene. It always stands out to me as one of the best scenes. Just those two guys just acting their asses off, and we get Colossus. We get a fun scene with that. We get Storm. We get Iceman as Iceman, and like there's just some fun action scenes in this as well. And then I really enjoyed the set pieces. I enjoyed the aesthetic of the past. Like at the end gets me. Like seeing them, like everyone back, I'm just like, it just in the theater, like I just remember almost tearing up because I'm like, thank God, like everyone's kind of back to where they were supposed to be, and everyone kind of getting their due, and I'm just like, oh, thank God. So I really really like this film.
Damn. I mean, I haven't seen it in a hot minute. I remember walking out of it going like, meh, but maybe I should take another look. I don't know.
I think you should.
Well,
actually, I think
say,
you should watch The Last Stand and then watch.
Well, then then I'll be like, this is the best movie. I will say that I have not seen the Rogue cut either, but I hear that is good as well. So, but yeah, it didn't even make it onto my top 25 just because I haven't seen it in forever. So, I will let you have this. But Josh, once again, very low. The Avengers, very low. But maybe I don't know, right where it needs to be. As a Joss Whedon guy, I figured you'd have this in your top 5. But why is it at number 7?
I mean, look, it's got a lot of great things about it. It did a lot of things right. I think he took the time he needed to bring the heroes together, which was good. I think part of the reason it sits a little bit lower is ultimately the villain is just kind of faceless, space aliens. I know that's kind of been a lot of people's complaints about it. I think it's fine for the film. I think it works. Is there huge?
Cut out.
I was gonna say, was that me that time? But no, it's Josh. There's a huge thing that I have to talk about right now.
So important. If I don't get this out,
yeah, it's always like right at the worst moment too.
Oh, what apples?
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah. No. I don't even remember what I was saying, but I was saying stuff about this movie. Yeah. It's good. Look. I agree with Kyle. It was one of those things that like you never thought this was going to happen, and it happened. So just the fact of that accomplishment alone is great. It's got a good pacing to it. I love Joss Whedon's writing. I wish Avengers: Age of Ultron would have been what he wanted it to be. Because when he did this, and people were like, "Oh, you've got the biggest movie that's ever existed. How do you come back with that?" And he goes, "You make it more personal." So Age of Ultron was supposed to be this really, really personal movie, and he didn't get to do that. But yeah, I think this is why is it lower? I think there are other Marvel films with these characters that deal with more personal stakes that give it more intensity. And I think that lack of intensity here to a degree is why it doesn't go higher, but I love a lot of it. You know, I love Tony in this. I love Cap kind of in some ways out of his element and just
Mhm.
exhausted, but continuing to fight.
Yeah.
Um, it's a fun, fast paced film. It's got the quippy dialogue, but what I think Whedon does differently than other people that try to do what he does is even when there's a quip, there's a purpose for it. There's some sort of
Mm.
storytelling or element there that progresses, whether character development or plot development. There is purpose in it.
Mm.
Yeah, but it gave us fun moments too, like Thor versus Hulk, even though it was brief. Like, all right, let's do this, and it made a point to let's bring our heroes together, only to separate them. You know, it's a
Yeah.
comic book, but it works.
All right. Very nice. Very nice. Um, there was one thing that I was gonna mention, but yeah, uh, I I lost it because I was also thinking about Incredibles, because the thing about Incredibles, I rewatched that one this week as well. Still holds up, as you guys mentioned. Still best Fantastic Four film. And I was surprised at how heavy the movie is about family, and I almost was like, "This is more of a family movie than it is a superhero movie." Like, it almost has, like, that ingrained into it rather than, but it is superheroes, too, which is a lot of fun. I do like the last scene where they've all come together now, and they let Dash actually play sports, and he's, like, running on the track, and they're like, "Go, go, go, like, go faster," and then he, like, runs and gets in front, and they're like, "No, no, 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 slow down, slow down." And they're just like, just by a little bit, just by a little bit. And he gets like second, right? And they're so proud of him. They are like so proud of him. They're cheering him on. He's got a little like, award. And like, it is such a fun movie to experience with family dynamics. And man, do you feel for Mr. Incredible, because if you've ever worked a 9 to 5, just shit job, going, working in traffic, coming home, having to deal with just like nonsense every day, you feel like you don't have a purpose. And so I love the fact that you have this man struggling with his own purpose, but his true purpose really in life should be his family, which is what he realizes at the end. I mean, in an hour and 30 minutes, and that compact and that beautiful of a story with dialogue like this and a script that's perfect, come on, Incredibles is like top tier superhero film. So, which is crazy because right now it was winning, but with 8 votes, Incredibles has 38%, Avengers at 38%, and X-Men at 25. Boo. Steph, go vote for The Incredibles to win for this round for number 7. We need one more vote for The Incredibles so I can take my trophy and parade it around. But yeah, Vex is ready for Josh to put Age of Ultron in the top 5. Ooh, I don't know about that. I don't know. All right. Well, we've got a couple more votes coming in. It looks like Avengers has now taken the top spot with 40%. Incredibles and X-Men are tied at 30%. So I would recommend anyone else who wants to put in their votes, cast them now. We've got a few more seconds left. While we're doing that, let's see what Esquire put as their number 6 pick. This one's embarrassing. Black Panther for their number 6. Way too high. Way too
Too
high.
low.
Whoa, too low. Is that going to be in your top 5? Are we going to find this somewhere in your top 5?
Maybe.
Oh boy. Wakanda forever. Well, I can assure you that it is not my number 6, because my number 6 is Guardians of the Galaxy. Josh has Captain America Civil War, and Kiel has Logan, very high. So 2 MCU films and kind of a Fox MCU film. What are we thinking, Kyle? Why is Logan so high?
I really liked this film when it came out. I appreciated the seriousness of it and just a nice farewell to the character. Well, quote unquote farewell to the character at the time. I thought it handled the old man Logan story aspects of it well. That wasn't what I wanted. I think the comic books did it better as far as the reason why Logan hung it up. Personally, but I still appreciated it, and just I really resonated with the farmhouse scene with Logan and Charles, them like enjoying this meal with his family, and Logan coming to terms with kind of everything, and Charles having a nice day. Like, you know what, you get that reprieve when there's like a moment of clarity when you're dealing with someone that's elderly, dementia, doesn't know what they're doing, but then they kind of snap out of it for a minute, and it's them. And you get that final thing, and then like what happens afterwards with the clone and everything. It's like, fuck me. Like, I didn't see it coming. I really didn't at the time. I was like, holy shit.
And that clone is terrifying.
Yeah.
It's like Hugh Jackman in his prime. Like, oh my God. That's
just
so
going
scary.
in there and just putting his hand on his chest and then just putting his claws right in. It's like, damn.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, there were a lot of scenes in this, and then just the brutality of Logan slicing and dicing people was so fun to see. Finally,
sick. Yeah.
But yeah, I really appreciated the heart in this, and what Hugh Jackman was able to bring to this character throughout all of this time. He was still able to add another layer to Logan after all these years, and just kind of play an older, grizzled Logan after all this time. Like, where would he be? And being a drunk and just an absolute fucking piece. And it's like, okay, what's he gonna do with this? Can he redeem himself? And it's a great film.
It is, it definitely is a good movie. I even that first scene where he's like sleeping in the limo, and these freaking Mexican gangbangers start taking his tires, and he's like, he gets all angry and he pops his claws, and the one can't come. Like, the one kind of has performance issues, and he's like, like just is just screaming, and these dudes are beating the hell out of him, and then the one guy tries to take a shotgun to him, and he's like, not the car, because that's his only means of life. It's like, oh my God, this guy has just gone through hell. Oh, it's so hard to watch, but it's very well done. I like what you said though, Kyle. He brings a new level to Logan. Even after all these years that we've seen him as Wolverine, he still elevates the character to something that we haven't seen yet, which is incredible. So yeah, Rudy says whiskey claw. Yeah, that's pretty good. I like it.
It was.
Anything that we didn't mention about Civil War, Josh, earlier that you liked?
Just like, I understand the aspects of, the airport kind of being a little hokey, a little too comic booky maybe. But there's really, really great stuff in here. Again, the stuff with T'Challa is fucking fantastic. The vengeance has consumed you. I know Kyle said Baron Zemo didn't do it for him, but the tactical approach of I'm not strong enough to beat you physically, but I will dismantle you from the inside. The stuff with Bucky and Iron Man and just in general, like, really that kind of ending that relationship and that fight, and the fact that this is really what kind of broke them apart. I felt the film did much better than the comic book, and kind of creating a divide with these relationships. And I love Steve just being a true, honest friend. To Bucky, but also to Tony in a way, because Tony can't see past the fact that Bucky killed his parents, but Steve is also like, that it wasn't him, man. Like, it was him, but it was not him. But yeah, I think one of my favorite scenes is just T'Challa on that mountaintop with Zemo, and he prevents Zemo from killing himself. But also the fact that Zemo's motivation is, hey, like, my whole family was slaughtered because of what y'all did in Age of Ultron. So I want you to suffer the way I suffered. It's got some nice weight to it. Does it have some lighthearted moments? Yeah, but I think you need that juxtaposition sometimes. So, and that after scene, great with the
Crossbones.
Yeah. And the fight, the good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was kind of what started all of it, was when Scarlet Witch kind of blows him up, and there's catastrophic events from that, which is why they create the Sokovia Accords. So
Yep.
yeah, a lot of really great character moments, and I feel like it's very, like, objectively the story is really clean. Like, there aren't a lot of things where I'm like, that's missing, or this is a plot hole, or that. Like, it's very structured throughout, which I was pleasantly surprised with. I also forgot to mention the line that Tony says, where he goes, "I don't care, he killed my mom." And I'm like, oh, it's so simple, but it hits so hard, man. It's so good.
Did we ever get a resolution between Tony and Winter
Cap?
Soldier?
Oh, Bucky or
Yeah. Do they ever get because I know it's
really.
It's a divide between Cap, but I'm just like, but Bucky was the one that actually killed his parents.
Yeah, they don't really ever cross paths again until the very end of Endgame.
Right.
And Tony dies. So no, they don't get a resolution. Because here they separate after this is when Bucky goes to Wakanda and gets kind of, trying to get rehabilitated and put on ice and all that jazz.
Yeah, so Bucky was never to really apologize or never they didn't have that
And then Tony wasn't in Wakanda for Infinity War.
You know what I really like, though, is that in Infinity War, Tony still has the phone that Cap gave him, meaning that he's been holding on to it this whole time, hoping that at one day he might call him. That's cool.
Mm-hmm.
That you don't realize, because I think that phone only had Steve's number on it or something. So it's just like he wants to talk to his friend so badly, but he just hates him and he knows that he can't. I don't know. So that's a really cool moment. But yeah, in Endgame, they kind of effed with it because they go to that alternate timeline to go get the Tesseract from Tony's dad. And there could have been more there, but they just kind of squandered it. Like, they didn't have that opportunity to have Tony and Cap really shake hands and go, okay, we're good now. And they just kind of biffed it in Endgame. So
yeah, well, I think that scene was also more about Tony coming to terms with understanding and respecting his dad more, because he had the you're a terrible father, but now that he was a father, he could see it from a different light.
Yeah. And Robert Downey Jr., I must say, if we have to give any credit to Endgame, it's RDJ's acting ability, because when he gets in front of his dad, it's the only person in the entire MCU that can make him feel like a little kid again. Yeah. And he's stumbling and fumbling, and he's like, "Oh, sorry, sir. What's your name? Sorry, I forgot." And he's like, he's not Tony. He's just like, yeah. So it's
he feels
really,
inferior.
really.
He feels, it's like he doesn't own the room like with everybody else. Yeah.
Yeah. He's not big dick anymore. So Guardians, I was super surprised. I watched it again this week, and
so high, bruh.
Dude, I moved it up because it was lower on
wow. So you made another terrible mistake. All right.
No.
Damn.
I rewatched it, and not only did I like it more, but it got better with age. The dialogue felt cleaner. The characters felt better, like they interacted with each other beautifully. And to Josh's point that he made earlier, Peter Quill's storyline with his mother at the beginning and then with his mother at the end is freaking brilliant, and it tugs at your heartstrings and makes you shed a little bit of a man tear. So, fun, action-packed. Like, the pace of this film is like bam, bam, bam. You are in a different set piece every few minutes, but it never feels like it's too fast. It's taking its time with its character moments, and it's just about broken people. That's all it is. So I loved it a lot. I was very pleased with it, which is why it belongs at my number 6 spot. But Josh will be happy. He's not here, but Civil War looks like it's going to take it with 8 votes. It's got 50%. Logan is coming in at second with 38%, and Guardians at last at 12%. Boo. But yeah, if you guys disagree, make sure you vote. Civil War, like I said, is currently winning 50%. Logan is in second. All right. So Esquire put Incredibles at number 5. So I think higher than all of us, but I don't even blame him. Like I'm like, all right, yeah, makes sense. I totally understand that. These number 5s are interesting. Kyle, you made this number 5 very last minute. Captain America: The Winter Soldier is your number 5. Josh has X-Men: Days of Future Past, the Rogue cut, and he was very specific. He made sure I said only the Rogue cut, not the theatrical. And for me, I have Iron Man as number 5. So let's hear why. Well, Kyle, tell us why you pivoted right at the last minute here for.
All right. So
Winter
this was
Soldier.
much lower, and it was out of spite
Much
because
lower.
people do jack this movie off, I think, more than it probably deserves. But so that alone, when everyone kind of like objectively says this is the greatest thing of all time, like I just have a natural reaction to say fuck you. It's probably not as good as everybody says it is.
Whoa.
Just like Breaking Bad and The Wire and all this other shit. Everyone's like, oh my god, the greatest things. It's like, it's probably not that good. It's probably okay. Just
Kind of like
The
The Dark Knight,
Sopranos.
maybe a little bit.
No. The Dark
Shut up,
Knight is
man.
fantastic.
But everyone praises The Dark Knight, and I'm like, I don't get it.
Exactly, you don't get it.
Sorry, continue. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I stopped you.
So, and to be fair, I haven't seen this movie in a while, but from what I do remember, it is a very tight script. I really like what they added to the character of Captain America, and the whole espionage thing and everything going on with Shield was fantastic. The stuff with Winter Soldier, that fight with when Winter Soldier shows up with the mask on and they're out there the fight scene, the choreography with those two is phenomenal.
Yeah.
Like you felt that, like it felt real, and it had stakes, and I really appreciated what they did with this. It felt like a real fit. Like it felt like an espionage film that wasn't a superhero film. It was like, oh, this is a real movie. Like it's not a superhero movie. It's like this is a real movie.
Yeah.
And I really appreciated like what they brought to this. I'm like, oh, they actually have a real script here. This is for an actual movie. They just happen to have superheroes in it. So I really loved it. And then you get the guys coming in here like Robert Redford and really chewing up scenery, and I really appreciate that. You have some of those guys coming in here. So yeah, overall I do appreciate where it's at on my list. I think it needs to be up high. It's in everyone's probably top 5. Somewhere in there. So yeah, it's great. It's a fun film, start to finish.
Very nice. So then, Josh, tell us why you're going to say, well, the Rogue cut has particularly, very good this or that. Because I've never seen the Rogue cut, and the theatrical cut I saw years ago. So why the Rogue cut?
It has roughly like a 30-minute longer runtime, which kind of adds a little bit more to some of the fight sequences, but also more to the character work. Interestingly, the reason they chose not to do this cut for the theatrical version was they felt like what makes it the Rogue cut was too hopeful. And I disagree. So the reason Rogue comes into play is she's actually held in a mutant camp, and Magneto and Bobby have to go free her because while Kitty's got Wolverine kind of going back in time, he has a moment where he spazzes out in present day, but he ends up stabbing her. So she's bleeding out and dying, and they have to find a way to keep this going so he doesn't get pulled from the timeline and everything stays exactly as it is. So they have to go break Rogue out, bring her in, and then she takes over in she takes Kitty's power and then takes over in Kitty's place. For me, I think for the arc of Rogue and Wolverine, it works so much better. So I think when you see Kitty gets hurt, they have to try to save or get someone out of a detention center, try to bring them in. You don't know if she's going to be as effective with those mutant powers. She's also not sure how long she's going to be able to do this. It all just adds more weight, more like, holy fuck, are they going to manage this or not? On top of that, every single thing that Kyle said about the younger with the older, the Charles Xavier scenes, even Magneto, the brutality of the fucking Sentinels, man, like Jesus Christ. The fact that they just burned through Bobby at one point, they completely crush Colossus's skull, they stab Storm, they kill old Magneto Ian McKellen because of shrapnel. Like, it's intense. Like, I've never found Sentinels more threatening than I did in this movie.
Damn.
Yeah.
Gosh, you guys are making me want to watch this movie.
You need to.
You need to.
Oh,
Also,
well.
visually, Blink is a fucking great character. There is no character there, but action scenes, it creates a really visually interesting for fight scenes.
Mm-hmm.
Is Elliot Page in this film?
Yeah, that would be Kitty Pryde before
The man, the myth, the legend.
the man, the myth, the
The
legend.
man, the bro. Yep.
The bro. Here he's great in this film.
Broski. I cut my boobs
He is
off.
great. Very
No.
handsome woman.
Real mutant. So.
Yep.
Well, man, yeah, I guess I gotta watch it then. What do I gotta say about Iron Man? I mean, like, it's Iron Man. Everyone knows it. Everyone loves it. It's the quintessential MCU film, arguably the thing that started it all. I think everyone agrees on that. Robert Downey Jr. carries the film. Without his charm, we really don't maybe even have the MCU. And I got to give a ton of props to Jon Favreau. Jon Favreau, I think it's his best his best film, hands down, bar none. And I would say too, if you rewatch it, it's better than 90% of anything coming out right now. Even with the CGI of how they're putting his armor on looks fantastic. This is 2008. It still holds up in 2025. It's like watching The Lord of the Rings and you're like, that looks real. Same thing with Iron Man. You're like, that looks freaking real. The banter, the dialogue, everything is pretty perfect. Of course, as we've already mentioned, the third act gets a bit wonky, but Tony Stark built this in a cave with scraps. And then it all goes to crap after that. So
Then we get Riri.
Woo! The bestest Iron Man ever.
Mm-hmm.
So, but it doesn't matter what I say, because with 9 votes, Kyle, looks like you're taking this one with Captain America Winter Soldier, the Winter Solider, for 56%, Iron Man at 33%, and no one voted for Josh. No, I'm kidding. Josh, you have 11%. So with 9 votes, but all right. We are in the true endgame now. We're in our top 5, with Esquire rating the Avengers as their number 4, which is high once again. We've seen Avengers there, but now we get into our number 4. So I will echo everything that Kyle has said about Captain America Winter Soldier, because that is going to be my number 4 pick. Josh with a very high pick of Logan at his number 4, and Kyle with Superman the movie for his number 4 pick. So just to kind of, like I said, echo Kyle, I think one of the things you mentioned was it's a real movie. That first and foremost, it's like a movie. It's not, it shouldn't fall under superhero at all, because of how beautiful the cinematography is. The direction is great. The acting is brilliant. The story is mature and takes itself way serious. And that's what I think I love about the film the most, is that it's not goofy. It's not, Marvel humory. It has real stakes. It has a lot of loss. It talks about really heavy character conceptual things that deal with every one of us as viewers, but also in the film itself. Winter Soldier, if someone were to say, yes, it's my favorite MCU film, it's my favorite superhero film of all time, I wouldn't argue with it. I think the only wonky bits is when you get to Zemo's lab and you're like, oh, so he's a computer? Like, what's going on? Like, and so I think that's when it gets a bit wonky. But other than that, I think everything else is freaking spot on. So
You mean Erskine, but yes.
say again?
Erskine.
Erskine.
Erskine?
Not Zemo, Erskine.
Oh yes, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of the other villain. But yeah, Erskine. Where he's his little faces in the computer.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like printing those little pieces of paper with the holes on the side of them.
Dot matrix printer, yeah.
Dot matrix, yeah, that's where it is. That's where he is.
Mm-hmm.
I want to hear about Logan being so high.
Yeah, Logan in kind of the same way that you guys are talking about Winter Soldier being like feeling like it's an actual movie and not a comic book movie. Logan very much carries that same weight. The way it was written and filmed by James Mangold is meant to invoke a very Western style movie, turning like Westerns, bang bang, shoot 'em up Westerns. So he wanted to invoke that with Logan. Look, I will say for me, this came out shortly after I lost both of my grandparents to dementia. So the stuff with Charles really hit home. From the crazy banter to the being frustrated and mean, but also just the moments of clarity where you just love the person that you see because you get to see them again. But also the kind of push for Logan to just do the right thing, but feeling bad about how he has to do it. He's got Charles trapped in a silo just so people won't find him. But he can't bring himself to do what he needs to do. Like, you've got the strongest mind in the world that has dementia, and when it has moments of lapse, it could literally kill everyone. And Logan knows how dangerous that is, but still can't bring himself to kill the closest father figure that he can remember. But I loved the themes of being a father that are in this. Logan looking towards Professor X as a father figure, but also when he gets Laura, understanding that, in a way, he is now fulfilling that role for her. And that in some ways, that's kind of how she's viewed him based on what was told to her by the doctor that was taking, or the nurse, or whoever that lady was. But really intense fight scenes. The poor family that gets killed by the clone Wolverine. So when they just get slaughtered, like, that is brutal to watch. And then just the end, when even Logan dies, and it's like the whole theme of the movie is fight the good fight. And I think it can come across as very simple and very understated in some ways, but it's so powerful. And every freaking time I watch this movie, I tear up at the end.
When they turn over that cross into the
Make
X,
it an X, yeah.
X, yep.
Come on, it's so simple, but it's something that really hit. It's so perfect and it hits home, and it's something that, like, without it, it wouldn't have finished the movie well. Like, yeah.
Yep. Then we get Deadpool, Wolverine, and they
Oh,
make it even better.
don't even
Yes.
start. Don't even start. Where they literally dig up the physical and metaphorical grave of Wolverine.
Yep. Perfect.
As the worst movie ever.
Beautiful.
It would, if we did the top 25 worst superhero movies, that would be on my list.
I almost put that in my top 5.
Oh, how dare you, sir? When you have Superman the movie in your top 5, and you would put that hunk of junk right next to it?
Right in its place, yeah.
Oh my lord. So why is this so low on your list then?
So low. Superman
So
the movie.
low.
Nah, it's where it needs to be. It is nestled in right there. I mean, what is there to say about Superman the movie? 1978. It started it all. I'm just, it's the blueprint for superhero movies. It's what it's perfection as far as start to finish of what you expect out of Superman. Great storytelling, start to finish. It's great acting. Then you get John Williams' perfect score for this that sets the tone for music scores for superhero movies. I mean,
For life.
Yeah. And you got Gene Hackman as wonderful Lex Luthor. I mean, I don't need to say anything else. It's Superman the movie. If you haven't seen it, shame on you. You need to see it. I don't know. Whenever I hear that music, and I was humming it along to my son because he has a Superman cape and a Batman cape, and he'll run around the house. And then I put it on the TV, and we were watching it for a little bit, and he was just blown away by those opening credits. And how can you not be blown away by those opening credits through the stars? I mean, it's perfection. I love it.
And it's so good too that they almost look like they're flying, right?
Yeah.
Like the credits themselves look like they're flying.
Yep.
Everything has purpose in that film. Every single moment has purpose.
Correct.
But yeah, I also really like with Christopher Reeve's performance. I seriously think they're two different people. Like when he's Clark and when he's Superman.
Yep.
I like. If you were to tell me they were two different people, I'd believe you. Like if I were a kid, like
he's been the best one at doing that duality.
Yep,
100%.
Agreed.
And he doesn't make Clark too like, oh, sorry. Like it's still heartfelt enough where this guy's a real guy. Like he's still real enough to where I could be like, yeah, you make sense, right? But
yeah,
no, he's so dang good. But
agreed.
And then when you watch the documentary, it's like even more heartbreaking. So yeah. But just the last shot after he goes around the world, saves it. Spoilers, turns back time, and then the last shot of him looking into the camera as he banks off into the, and you're like, I tear up every time, man. It's so good.
It gets you.
It gets you. And then you have the score on top of that, and you're like, come on, you can only make me cry so much. He saves a cat too.
He does save
Everyone's
a cat.
like, oh, Superman, James Gunn saves the squirrel. The squirrel's so cute. He's so nice. His kindness. And it's like, dude, Christopher Reeve was doing this far before he was saving squirrels. Come on.
And better.
100%. So looks like we've got a tie between Logan and Superman at 44% each. 44% each. Winter Soldier has, now it went to 20% for Winter Soldier, 45% for Superman. Superman is in the lead with 11 votes. And I think it might take it. So Superman is in the lead right now at 45%. So let us know what you guys think. Because Steph puts a little squirrel emoji in the chat. Yeah. Cats are better than squirrels, though. Sorry.
I literally couldn't tell what that was. It's like, is that a rat?
You're like, is that a rabbit? Speaking of rabbit, I do like when Thor calls Rocket rabbit. Rabbit.
The rabbit is correct.
The rabbit is correct. We must go to Nidavellir to forge my new hammer.
That sounds like a made-up word. Every word is a made-up word.
That word.
Yeah. Quill, are you making your voice deeper? I am not. This is my ship.
He's mocking me right now.
He's mocking me.
He's trying to copy me.
He's trying to copy me. Listen, we might as well get to it because it's been a fun night. We're on our number 3 now with Esquire putting The Dark Knight as number 3. High pick, very pick. But I would put it at my number 10, which is the correct pick, but that's fine. Or if you talk to Vex, she wouldn't even have it on this list at all. So, but since we've been talking about Infinity War, it's only fair that I mention we've been having a lot of fun on tonight's stream, and we've argued and we've butt heads, and some movies we've agreed upon and some we haven't. Some that we respect, like Blade being in like your top 10 or wherever it was. Just brilliant,
11.
you know? Yeah, number 11. But you know, and then respecting some picks, but finally all three of us clean sweep across the board, agree on only one film, and that is our number 3 pick, that Infinity War is in fact top 3, coming in at the number 3. So I'll just go with Josh first. Josh, why did you put this as your number 3?
Oh God, you know, it just brings so many things together so perfectly. It's really intense. I would say the first 15 to 20 minutes are rough, but once it kind of gets past that opening and gets going, it gets going. Best Thor that we've gotten. Thanos is the best villain that we've gotten in MCU films, and he's not completely wrong, but maybe the way he goes about it is wrong. The loss of Gamora, man, totally didn't see that coming when I watched this movie. So it was good, but it's more so how intense. Pretty like they made a point to like this was like the staple of like we're gonna show you what we can fucking do. The fight with Vision and Scarlet Witch versus Corvus Glaive in Proxima Midnight, really good. The Wakanda fight, just in general, man, like banger. Even this is the best we've ever seen Doctor Strange in the MCU. Like he does some bonker shit.
Does do some cool stuff.
Yeah, and then you know, I would say the really heartbreaking part at the end where Wanda and Vision decide like, okay, we have to do this. Like, I have to sacrifice myself, but I can't do it. You have the strength to do it. I need you to do it. The thought of
you, right?
Yeah, the thought of killing the person you love to save humanity. Like if
But
that
you're the
doesn't
only one who can do it.
and
Yeah.
you're the only you can't put it off on someone else. It has to be you.
Yep.
That is rough.
I
But
wake
then
up
to
every day
do
and
it-
pray for that.
I would say to do that and then like have a moment of like, oh God, I've lost him. And this is on my hands, but I guess we've won. For Thanos to just turn back time. Swat
Just
you
bring
like
him
a
right
fly,
back.
rip it out anyways. Oh, Jesus Christ. But then
Yeah.
I will never forget being in the theater opening night. I went to a midnight showing. The theater was packed. There was not an empty seat. And the ride that people were on watching this, but at the end, which I knew how it was going to end, once everyone starts turning to dust, I remember the silence of the crowd as they were like, what the fuck is happening? And then the gasps when they realized it was happening. And the fact that we ended with our heroes losing. People, I don't know if I've ever watched people come out of a film so defeated and so somber, other than just people emotionally exhausted from watching Passion of the Christ. Like,
Oh wow. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
Yep.
Or like
Like-
Marley and Me or something. No.
yeah, like you would think that a funeral had actually taken place because everyone left that theater just down. Like,
Yep.
because all these normies,
Yeah.
they didn't know what to expect. If you
Mhm.
know comics, you know how this is gonna end. So,
Mhm.
yeah.
Dude, we've talked a lot about groundbreaking films, like, oh, this was the first of its genre, or this was the first time that this film was the first time that we see our heroes like lose and no solid conclusion to that. The end of the film is Thanos looking upon his good work in his field. That's what we get when we walk out of the film. That's it. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. There are some comedy moments that don't necessarily land for me as much as they did in Avengers, the Avengers, but Avengers Endgame, I still think is a tighter. I don't know. It's tough. I think that there may be a few issues with it. Maybe Winter Soldier is a better film objectively, but I think Avengers Infinity War is just how could you not have it in your top 3 best superhero films of all time? Because of how many things they had to connect and how well it worked out. And how many times you get great character moments. Because you would think that bringing all these like different characters all over the place would just be a nightmare to handle, like Endgame. But in fact, they were able to do it much better in Infinity War and like actually had great success with it. But yeah, no, it's a damn near perfect film. Kyle, what anything else to add on this bad boy?
No, you guys summed it up.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Somar, I think that's you mentioned it right here. I think the big point of contention with a lot of people is Quill, in fact, ruining the whole thing and taking matters into his own hands and punching out Thanos because of his emotional weight of losing Gamora. The only thing I would say that I guess resonates is that in the second Guardians film, when Kurt Russell tells him that he's like, "Oh, I'm sorry I had to put that tumor in your mom's head," or something like that. He goes, "You what?" and just starts lighting him up, right? Shoots him up, doesn't even think about it. And I go, okay, like I guess that makes sense. He's emotional, he's irrational, and he does things out of spur of the moment. But Thanos, man, right when you guys have him, come on, Quill. I don't know if that really. It's tough. It's tough to say, but
Yeah.
oh well. Well, I know that you guys love this movie coming in at the number 2, Spider-Man 2. That is a high spot on the Esquire list. You guys don't have this anywhere on your list. Neither do I. I don't even know if we mentioned it in our honorable mentions. Why do people love this film so much?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Doc Ock? I don't know.
I don't know. I really don't. I'm trying. It's like
I feel like
everyone's
it's
like Alfred Molina's great, but I'm like, I don't see it.
I feel like it's a very hokey film with good moments. But
Okay.
Right? Everyone's like, oh, the operating room scene. It's Sam Raimi being scared. It's like, all right, that's what 30 fucking seconds of the movie, and it's really stupid, hokey Sam Raimi goofiness. Again, I don't want that in my Spider-Man film.
the best scene in this movie is the train scene where Peter stops the train and it kind of just kills him almost, and then they pass his body back through the train. That's a
cool, yeah.
fantastic scene.
Yep.
There are good moments in this, but it's so cartoony in so many ways that for me it just never fully resonated. And like Kyle, I never fully understand why people revered it as much as they do.
Yep.
That's fair. I haven't seen this movie since it may have come out, so it's been a hot minute.
I watched it like a year ago, and I was like, "Oh man, this does not hold up well."
Oh wow. Okay. I'm super intrigued to watch it then. Because I know y'all's pick for number 2, Josh, Kyle, what do you guys think is y'all's number 2 if you were to guess?
I know what mine is.
Well, I mean, like if you were to guess Josh's, do you know
Oh.
what he has or hasn't mentioned yet?
I have no fucking clue
Okay.
what it could be.
Yeah, it's almost 3 a.m. for Kyle.
Yeah,
It
it's
is 3 a.m. for me.
That's
I got
true.
about,
I am so sorry.
I got
Well
about
then,
3 hours of sleep till I have to probably get woken up. But
Yeah.
all right. It's for a good cause. For a good cause.
Yes.
We'll wrap things up here. The correct answer is Superman the movie is the number 2 pick.
Really
in my
high,
opinion.
Max.
Really
Very
high.
high. Yeah. But Kyle has the highest Iron Man pick though, because we've all mentioned Iron Man, but he definitely has it as his highest. Same with Winter Soldier, number 2.
Yep.
That's that was one thing that I was debating. Is Winter Soldier objectively better than Infinity War or vice versa? So yeah, Josh, why is Cap on your number 2?
I mean, I will say that I am typically biased with anything that is espionage related, but I do think that it is just a fantastic film. I will echo what was said earlier. It feels like an actual film versus a comic book film. But I feel like it's got great storylines, great characterization, great dialogue. Even when they're doing this movie does normal conversations better than almost any other Marvel film. Even the opening scenes with Steve when he's running and then he starts talking to Anthony Mackie afterwards about, what do you do? Where are you from? Oh, hey, you should listen to this. And then Black Widow pulls up in the car and she's like, "Hey, boys, seen any fossils around?" Like, it's got a fun banter to it. But even just the fact of what this movie does for the MCU as a whole, and I know I'm like the only Agents of Shield like apologist here but this movie completely undoes everything that we knew about the MCU and changes it. And it has ripple effects that run through like the rest of phase 1 and phase 2 pretty much. Or I guess this was phase 2, so the rest of phase 2 into phase 3. But yeah, it's just fantastic. The fight scenes too. Like you have the fight choreographer that does the Daredevil television series for Netflix. And
that makes sense then, yeah.
They are super visceral, quick, fast-paced fights. That like you feel those punches, and you have Batroc the Leaper in the beginning. I love that entire boat scene. If you did watch Agents of Shield, you've got so much more context to a lot of these characters that are kind of popping up or doing things here. That kind of plays in. So Sitwell plays a huge role in this, and then even coming out of this with the show itself, carrying on even into Avengers: Age of Ultron. It's just like it's balls to the wall banger action. So,
yeah, when Cap leaps out of the helicopter and he's like, "Did he leap out without a chute?" Yeah, he did. Yeah, when he gets onto the boat and he kicks that one dude and he breaks his back and then he doubles over the side of the boat. It's like, oh, he dead. Oh, he dead. Yeah. So Cap like continually gets stronger throughout his like time, and those kicks just they're brutal. And Iron Man at number 2. This is it. This is the movie.
It is.
It started it all, man.
It started everything. Without this, if this fails, I don't know what the MCU would be, but I don't know if I'd want to watch it. But it may not even be anything. Who knows? Keep trying to. Oh, okay, we fucked up with Iron Man. Who are we going to do now? So, yeah, if you don't cast Robert Downey Jr. and he, they didn't put out that insurance policy on him to hopefully not end up in some fucking drunk tank somewhere.
Yeah, for real,
in rehab. Yeah. It's like that was a huge. They were taking big swing with him, and hopefully that they don't miss. So they struck gold, and they turned out this movie that they were writing on set, and hopefully that they were going to put something together, and which it kind of explains the third act of this film. It's like, well, maybe if you had a finished, polished script, you went in, it may have had a better ending. But no, this is just absolute fun. I remember sitting in my dorm room watching this trailer when it first dropped and just going absolutely apeshit, being like, "Oh my god, it's fucking Iron!" Like, oh my, I didn't think I'd be so excited. And then this comes out right around the same time as The Dark Knight. It's like you think about what we had in 2008 in the summertime. It's like just a few months apart. We had Iron Man, then we had The Dark Knight, and it's like, what could overtake Iron Man at that point? I was like, well, so yeah, just these two movies, what we got back to back, it just so happened to be two of the greatest superhero movies of all time.
Damn. Yeah, and what's wild too is Iron Man, like D-level character in Marvel.
Yeah.
Like at the time in the comics, D, maybe. Yeah, on a good day, right?
Yep.
Like, and then they started with him. It's like, gosh dang, that's a bold strategy, Cotton. And
well, keep in mind, they weren't starting with him. They were actually starting with Ant-Man of all things.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, it's supposed to be Edgar Wright's Ant-Man. And
that's right.
That fell apart. So the fact that you still got people to come in to this work with Marvel, trying to create their own studio and do shit. Like it was a rocky start for these guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, they should have failed by all
Yeah.
accounts for anything. It really should have bombed.
Oh, yeah. Oh yeah.
Ugh.
Well, good thing you mentioned all that because Iron Man is in the lead with 67%, with 6 votes. You guys feel free to vote whether you prefer Iron Man, Cap, or Superman, at least for your number 2 pick. And then once we get to our number 1, I'll put up the vote of who had the best overall list for tonight, and we will end it there. The only thing I'll say about Superman is it's classic and it makes me cry every single time. It is the soundtrack, the music, the score wells up something within you that just is hopeful, inspiring, makes you want to be a better person, but also inspires you to serve others and try and be the embodiment of hope, truth, justice in the American way. It's such a beautiful film, and you can watch it over and over and over and over again. And the feats at which it went to, and the lengths at which it went to, for a 1978 film where he's putting the crust of the California fault line back together, and also going back in time, like you had never seen anything like that before in the 70s, and it's so much fun and heartfelt and beautiful. So it's my number 2 pick. But the number 1 pick is actually Superman from Esquire. So they had this as their number 1. I think just because of the cultural influence that it had, and the it's the bang that it had in 1978. But our number 1 pick, let me go ahead and before we get to our number 1, I will go ahead and end the poll for our number 2. Kyle, it looks like you won that one with Iron Man. So you took the cheese on the number 2 pick. And really it only comes down to 2 picks because it's me versus you two. And both of y'all picked one that I am shocked by.
You cannot be you.
I didn't think it was going to be number 1.
You've got to be kidding me.
Yeah, I'm with you got to be kidding.
I totally thought it was going to be something like Endgame or in Infinity War or something, but no, it ended up being something else. So, who wants to go first, though? Josh, do you want to take it and explain kind of why this one makes your number 1? So, drum roll, chat, audience. This is our number 1 pick of the evening. Mine is The Avengers 2012, and Josh and Kyle have The Dark Knight from 2008. So, Josh, The Dark Knight as your number 1 film of all time, superhero film of all time.
Yeah, look, built on Batman Begins in every single way possible, and had The Dark Knight Rises built on this the way it should have, it would be topping this list. But that didn't happen. So, Dark Knight. It is just intense. I know a lot of people just praise Heath Ledger and how good he did, and yeah, that's a huge part of it. But also the way this is written, you start the film and it just starts building momentum, and as it's building momentum, it does not stop. You do not get a moment to breathe in this movie, whether it's just how fast paced and the action packed it's going, or if it's just the intensity of whatever Joker's doing. The score for Joker, that really long, slow held note, is insanely unsettling. This is also by far the best and most accurate I think Joker has been written. Literally everything he tells people in this movie is a lie. And as a character that is supposed to be an agent of chaos, that is the way you create an agent of chaos. You cannot trust anything he's telling you, and he's also telling people different things. So you have to find out where that lie is in there if you catch it. But if you go back and watch it from that perspective, like pay attention to the Joker. He literally lies every single time. And for me, that's fantastic. Once you get the Harvey Dent aspect of it in there, it really goes back to moments from like The Long Halloween, the comic book that, great stuff. I don't think Aaron Eckhart gets as much dues as he deserves. Because he delivers. I get it. He's overshadowed by Heath Ledger, but he still does a fantastic job. And then you have the sacrifice of Rachel Dawes, which I didn't fully see coming when I saw this the first time, and I was kind of surprised they went there with it. But yeah, but what I think makes Mask of the Phantasm so good, that duality, is this worth continuing this fight, or should I try to give this up for a normal life for someone that I love? Is that even possible at this point? This film does that to a much better degree, but again, picks up where it left off from Batman Begins. So I think this is fantastic. That if I were to knock anything about this, it was Christopher Nolan's fucking decision to try to go as realistic as possible with a very specific fighting style that is not common, to create this close combat so people can't strike, as opposed to, like, it is a movie, create a bomb ass fight scene.
Where they're just kind of like,
yeah, it's a legitimate, like, fighting style that you're supposed to keep close to your opponent so they can't fully bring in strikes or forceful strikes.
Right.
So yeah.
Kyle, I know it's that bat voice for you. Where are the drugs going?
Yep.
That made it to your number one.
Of course it is.
And of course, you know, Christian Bale is also based when he's like, "Oh, good for you," when he's on set of Terminator.
No,
but, what else?
No, fuck, no.
What else about the film really, you know, made this your number one pick?
No, like you said, it's a film. This was heralded as a movie that deserved praise from other actors and actual thespians that realized, you know, superhero movies can be, you know, real films. And I just think it got the praise it deserved. I know, would the movie have won an Oscar if Heath Ledger not have died? I don't know. I still think it should have. So his performance is haunting, and it will go down as probably the greatest Joker performance we'll ever see on film. But yeah, this, you know, it defined a genre like this. It let the world know that you can tell a real story through the lens of a superhero film and a Batman film. It's like, it's not just campy popcorn fun like you got with Iron Man. They can be both. And so I think that's kind of fantastic. You can get normies and you can get people that are like, no, I only watch film, you know, this sort of thing. It's like, well,
cinema.
Yeah. Like, it's real cinema. And it's like, you get them to watch this. It's like, no, we can respect this for what it is and the story it's telling and the themes it's playing on. So everyone knows The Dark Knight is considered the greatest superhero movie of all time.
Everyone knows.
Everyone knows. Any normal, rational thinking person, yes. So,
oh man. Well, too funny.
So why the fuck do you have Avengers at number one?
Wow. How could I not have Avengers at number one? Avengers was a game-changing movie for me. I remember watching it my freshman year in college and thinking that this was the peak of superheroes that we were ever going to get. When I had been reading them from the page and then actually getting to see that on screen. I think Joss Whedon's dialogue is perfect. I think that there is just enough levity to where people tried to ape off of that, thinking that what they were doing is Joss Whedon, and it just wasn't at all. So this is the blueprint of where I think Marvel humor came from, but it actually does it well. And like I said earlier, it takes itself super, super seriously. Yes, you get Cap's costume, which is a little comic book-y, but you get deaths in this film. Seeing Agent Coulson die is extremely heavy and actually motivates the team to actually go into action. But there are really heavy character moments here that I think are beautiful. And like I said, the dialogue is perfect, where it's super, super tight and every word matters, and I think every line delivery matters. The performances are all great, and when are we ever going to see an Avengers film like this again, where it's like it's just so perfectly encapsulated in this one film? I just couldn't ask for anything more. So
Avengers Doomsday, man. Yeah.
oh
Yep,
yeah,
it'll be
well they're gonna introduce like 23 other characters that no one cares about, so that'll
What?
be fun. Yeah,
Robert Downey Jr.'s back.
Yeah.
as Doom,
Yes.
RDJ.
I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he looks like a lesbian now
Does he?
for some reason. Yeah,
Yeah, that's
Better
that photo.
movie.
weird.
Better movie.
Yeah.
But
Oh yes,
it looks like he might actually be playing Victor Von Doom from the Fantastic Four universe,
Hey, well, I like that.
interesting.
because
Okay.
that movie starts off on that planet, on that universe.
And
Oh.
not the like alternate reality universe thing that the comics did with Tony, where
Yeah.
he's like,
So it's my
yeah.
understanding like the first 20 to 30 minutes all take place on the Fantastic Four's universe. That's why they're kind of billed as
Oh,
the
wow.
lead characters of
Ah.
that film. So for me,
Okay.
it makes me think, because they made a point to showcase Latveria in Fantastic Four, but not show Victor Von Doom.
That is true.
So it
Okay.
makes me think Victor Von Doom from that universe. Because I thought we were going to
Will
get some
be-
shitty ass multiverse Tony that they're going to call Victor Von
Yeah.
Doom.
Yeah.
And if they
all
do,
that
fuck you
multiverse.
guys.
Yeah, that would suck. Well, we can thank our good friend and wonderful supporter Rudy for actually doing the math. From what it looks like, based off of our votes for the night, based off of all of our picks, I'm coming in third with 6.33 points. Josh and Kyle are tied at 8.83 points. And if they were to choose, or if the Dark Knight were to be the pick that would be chosen for number one over Avengers, then they would also get points for that as well, which would just leave them in the same spot on the rankings. So either way, from what it sounds like, you guys both tied, but you still beat me. So I guess there's no real conclusion then to that. So unfortunately, now the poll that I do have has 9 votes, and I asked the chat who had the best overall list tonight. Josh is winning at 44%. Kyle is right behind at 33%, and I am in last at 22%.
Sad,
Which
so
I'm-
sad.
Which I'm very surprised at, because even though I don't have Dark Knight very high, at least I don't have like Wakanda Forever
You had
No.
fucking Daredevil, okay?
Yep.
Like you've lost
as my
this.
25.
You
It doesn't
stumbled out of
matter.
the gate, bro.
Kyle
Yeah.
had Darkman, and no one has ever even seen that movie. No one
Nope,
even knows what that is.
He
couple
won that
people
voting
have.
round. He
Yeah.
won-
Did he?
Yes, he
I
won
thought
that voting
I
round.
thought Lego Batman. No, maybe
No, I
not.
think
No.
Darkman. Don't sleep on it, man.
Jim Milton says Dark Knight is a mediocre movie at best.
Oh.
Amen. Thank you. Is Thor: Love and Thunder and the best DC movies Birds of Prey? Oh no. The best Marvel movie is Thor: Love and Thunder, and the best DC movie is Birds of Prey. Maybe I shouldn't be agreeing with Jim about The Dark Knight. Yikes.
Yeah.
Those takes are brutal.
Yikes.
Well, yeah, this was a ton of fun. Chat, I have to tell you guys that Josh, Kyle, and I were like giddy little,
What the fuck did he just do? Did he close himself out? Oh my! Oh my
That couldn't
gosh!
be better.
sorry.
Do you close the window?
I think I said leave the it said to like stop share the screen or whatever, and it just kicked me out. So oh Oh well. Yes, we were super giddy because we were excited to talk about these movies, and we just kept texting each other all week, like,
Yeah.
okay, well, let's change. I need to change this one, or like, okay, I'm thinking about this one, or I just watched this movie and it sucked, so now I need to change this one. So, but yeah, all for a lot of fun, and I hope that we brought a lot of enjoyment to you guys tonight because this
Yeah.
was a ton of fun. We do apologize that the stream took forever, about 2 hours longer than we normally go, but hopefully it was for a good cause. And thank you to my good friends Kyle and Josh for hanging out with me tonight, even though even though we ran super late. And just for one final peek, let's see how we doing. Let's refresh this bad Larry.
What?
All right, 5187.
I like
Pretty
it.
People are
dang good.
sleeping. They're sleeping.
That's true. Everyone's asleep now. So
I should be, yes.
yes.
I do kind of like. I'm not saying we do it next week, but I do like Vex's idea that we should do this for the MCU films at some point.
Oh, interesting.
Because then
Maybe I
we would
should
have
do
to
the
see like,
full-
yeah, which shit is shit. Like, what's the shittiest shit of the shit?
Oh boy.
I have to watch films that I refuse to ever watch.
I was about to say that means that we would have to watch like the
Yeah.
Marvels.
I'm not watching it. I'm not watching
You'd have to
Captain
watch like
Marvel.
Quantumania again.
I'm
or,
not
like,
watching that film. I never watched it. I never will.
Quantumania? Yeah, don't.
Yeah.
Don't. Multiverse of Madness again.
You don't have to watch it again. You can know like based on.
Yeah. Rudy says the 10 worst superhero movies. Yeah. See, now we're just asking for a hurting. Man, my own chat wants me to kick me. Wants me to leave the show.
Where's the love?
Oh, lame. But yeah, thank you again for a fun night. Stillman then says, thanks for the content. Good night, all. Well, thanks, Stillman. Appreciate it. The Vex says the kick request worked. Well, you got what you wanted. And yeah, it looks like Josh is going to end up winning the poll tonight with his best takes. I mean, to be fair, you were actually, before we showcased our lists, I think, Josh, you were the one that, like, before we even said anything, I think people voted you as the one who is going to win tonight. So maybe they're letting their preconceived notions already take the,
like they did with their hate for Wakanda Forever. Wow.
Maybe, or maybe they're just like leaving that out and just forgetting that, and they're just like, I'll give them a pass anyway. So,
so Mar, Ant-Man 3, unfortunately, it's better than Love and Thunder. Love and Thunder can suck donkey balls.
Yes,
both are pretty heinous. Well, we are thrilled to have you guys here. Thank you for everyone who supported tonight and hung out for the entire stream. And if you didn't, hopefully you get to come back and rewatch it. But what?
The chat.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh no. Josh stood with Kamala when she said Wakanda forever. You got to do the thing too. Yeah. Kamala or Kamala? I don't know. Either way.
Either way, you're wrong.
Yeah, either way, I can't. I'm a white guy, so it doesn't matter.
Yep.
But no, this was super fun, and we can't thank you guys enough for all the support and love. Maybe we will do this again with a different twist to it. Maybe it's the worst, or maybe it's just MCU films. We'll do something fun. But all that being said, this was a lot of love and thought that went into this, and we still will look back at this probably a year later and go,
"What
man,
the fuck were we thinking?"
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Why did I put that film there? So yeah,
Facts.
this will be a lot of fun. I will be super justified in all my picks though. I'll be vindicated. So with that being said, have a wonderful weekend. Enjoy your Saturday and Sunday. Thank you everyone for coming out and hanging out, and we will see you guys soon. Thanks again. Bye.